Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
My items are replenished daily in Danmachi. Part 1. Forget it, forget it. The weather is so nice today. I have some happy news to tell you all. Tilda. Sir Flubber's voice was as crisp and cheerful as a bird's song at dawn. She stood at the entrance of the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, arms spread wide, her face overflowing with irrepressible joy. Golden sunlight spilled through the windows onto her, gilding her with a halo of light. The tavern instantly went quiet. Everyone who had been rowdy in the tavern stopped what they were doing, and even Anya, the cat-person girl cook busy in the kitchen, poked her head out. Orario's annual gourmet festival cooking competition starts next week, and I've decided to enter. Sir stood excitedly on tiptoe, as if that would make her news even more shocking. However, when Sir said this, all the waitresses in the tavern froze. Even Mamma Mia was left stiff in the posture of wiping a glass, her mouth slightly agape. Chloe's complexion turned pale, as if recalling some unpleasant memories, and she covered her mouth with her small palm, letting out a faint woo. The cat-person girl, who had poked half her body out of the kitchen, had her pupils shrink to slits, her whiskers flared, and she said in shock. Meow. Sir, say that again. The entire tavern fell into an eerie silence, as if time had suddenly frozen. The ticking of the wall clock became exceptionally clear, and the gurgling of the soup stewing in the kitchen sounded piercingly loud. In the minds of all the waitresses, horrific scenes they had deliberately forgotten flashed back simultaneously. Sir's special, Flubber family stew, that pot of purple, viscous matter with eerie bubbles. Even Mamma Mia, the LV6 little giant who had beaten all the experts in Orario, could barely handle it. Her proud, secret thick soup had corroded 3 of the sturdiest ceramic bowls, and in the end, Mr. Hoshimi's all-purpose repair machine had to be used to deal with the remains. And that carefully prepared, special fruit juice, a dwarf customer known for his drinking capacity got drunk to the point of unconsciousness after just 1 sip and slept for 3 whole days. Sir. Ryu was the first to find her voice. The injuries from previous battles seemed to have vanished, replaced by a slight trembling of her whole body. You know that the contestants in the gourmet festival are the top chefs in Orario, right? Of course I know. Sir ran in happily, completely oblivious to the abnormality of the people around her. The head chef of Loki Familia, the dessert master of Ganesha Familia, the fruit master of Demeter Familia, Uncle Ichiraku from Ichiraku Ramen in the North District, and even the little cook from the distant Eastern Kingdom. Besides them, many famous restaurant chefs will participate too. Lunoa said with a stiff expression. The judges are Lady Demeter and Lady Act. Right. That's why I want to give my best performance. Sir clenched her fists in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling like stars. I've already thought of the menu. The appetizer will be my special stew, the main course will be grilled lizard skewers with secret sauce, and for dessert. Anya's legs suddenly went weak, and she had to lean against the table to keep from kneeling, letting out a dying groan. Sir, why don't we just forget it? You burned through Mamma Mia's 3rd pot just last week. You almost blew up the kitchen last month. The month before that. This time is different. I've learned from my failures. Sir pouted, hands on her hips. Ryu took a deep breath, put down the glass shards in her hand, and said in the gentlest yet firmest tone, Sir, you know we all support you, but the gourmet festival is not an ordinary cooking activity. Our cooking levels are the same, I know that too well. Chloe, the cat-person girl who had been taking potent poisons since childhood and possessed abnormal resistance as a development ability, also quickly jumped in front of Sir, pressing her cat paws on her shoulders. Sir, even Mamma Mia refuses to taste the food you make. Mamma Mia. The person who can eat cheese that's been expired for 3 years without changing her expression. Sir blinked her large eyes, looking at her worried companions surrounding her, her mouth slowly drooping, the light in her eyes dimming, but it quickly brightened up again. I know everyone is worried about me, but cooking is my dream. I want people to show happy smiles after eating my cooking. I will definitely succeed this time. Sir's voice was soft but firm, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. No, we are mainly worried about the safety of the two goddess judges. Everyone interrupted in unison, and Anya had even pulled out a first aid kit. It might turn into the first divine return incident in history caused by food being too terrible. Sir. The tavern fell into a deathly silence, and even the soup stewing in the kitchen sensibly stopped bubbling. It's fine, let Sir participate. When this unusual voice came, the air in the entire tavern seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone turned their gazes in unison to Hoshimi, who was leaning against the bar. Sunlight filtered through the window, plating his black hair with a golden rim. At the same time, a golden bread with a strange shimmer on its surface appeared in Hoshimi's hand. Mr. Hoshimi, you know how bad Sir's cooking is. Chloe's cat ears twitched uneasily, and her tail curled into a question mark in tension. Hoshimi smiled slightly and held up the bread that emitted a warm glow. As long as you follow the recipe strictly, even a beginner can make dishes above the passing line. The bread rotated slowly in Hoshimi's palm, and tiny characters could be faintly seen flowing on the surface. This was the item memory bread he had drawn previously. Item. Memory bread. Effect. Stick the memory bread onto the text, print the content, then eat it, and you can completely remember the content. Origin. When Nobita was anxious about exams and sought help from Doraemon, wanting an item to cope with exams. At first, Doraemon took out an electric fan that could blow away schools and an animal light that could turn teachers into monsters to end the exam, but Nobita dared not do it. Finally, Doraemon had no choice but to take out the memory bread. It went quite smoothly at first, but Nobita ate too much and got a stomachache, resulting in him excreting what he had remembered, leading to him having to eat it again. Therefore, the disadvantage of memory bread is that it only allows short-term memory or requires complete digestion, making the user unable to remember for a long time or causing incomplete memory, incomplete digestion. This thing, what's the use? Sir tilted her head and leaned in to observe. As long as you print the content you need to remember onto the bread and eat it, you will remember it forever. So, as long as you print Mamma Mia's ultimate recipe on it, Sir will be able to perfectly replicate those delicious dishes and achieve good results at the gourmet festival. Hoshimi showed a gentle smile. Wow! Mr. Hoshimi. Sir's gray eyes instantly shone like the most precious gems in the dungeon. She pounced to hug Hoshimi's arm, tears rolling down like broken pearls, and said with emotion. Everyone opposes me, only you. Sir's voice choked, and she buried her face in Hoshimi's shoulder and rubbed against it. This sudden intimate action made Hoshimi's ear tips turn slightly red. So Sir, go ahead and participate. We will work hard to memorize the recipe this week, and then learn Mamma Mia's techniques. I believe we will definitely be able to make delicious dishes. Sir was already moved to tears, hands clasped together. Mr. Hoshimi is the best. I will definitely try my best to repay you. As expected of Hoshimi. Simply omnipotent, you really have so many ways. Anya clapped her hands in admiration, but her eyes kept glancing at the arm held tightly by Sir. Lunoa touched her chin thoughtfully. In that case, it is indeed possible. Wait, Sir, where are you going? Since that's the case, let's go buy groceries. Sir was already dragging Hoshimi towards the door like a gust of wind, announcing energetically, I want to memorize all of Mamma Mia's recipes. Special training starts from today. Make food that shocks Orario. Hoshimi was pulled into a stagger, only having time to cast a helpless and gentle smile at the crowd before being dragged out of the tavern door by Sir. Wait. Ryu subconsciously took half a step forward, her right hand suspended in midair, her pointed ears twitching unnaturally, and her pale green shoulder-length hair fluttering slightly in the wind. Sir is going out on a date alone with Hoshimi. Ah, no. What am I thinking? But Sir has already. Would it be too deliberate if I chased after them now and said I wanted to join? But the elf maiden's inner monologue was rich enough to write a novel. Her fingers twisted the edge of her clothes unconsciously until the fabric was twisted into a twist, and expressions of struggle, annoyance, and shyness appeared on her face alternately, looking just like a clumsy high school student in love. Ryu. Your face is so red, do you have a fever? Anya stood on tiptoe, wanting to touch her forehead. No, nothing. Ryu sprang away as if electrocuted, resulting in knocking over the chair behind her, then hurriedly went to help it up, and accidentally knocked over the vase on the table. Water flowed all over the floor, and she hurriedly went to get a mop, but tripped over her own overly long clothes. Bang! A perfect elf-style face plant. I'm fine, Ryu said sullenly from the floor, her bright red ear tips exposing her true state. Lunoa and Chloe looked at each other and sighed in unison. The Gale who once made the dark faction tremble, becomes a complete loser once it involves matters concerning Mr. Hoshimi. How about? Ryu slowly crawled up from the floor, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. I also go to participate in the gourmet festival. Forget it. You're cooking plus sirs, are you trying to send Lady Demeter back to heaven? Lunoa almost pounced on Ryu, grabbing the elf maiden's shoulders and shaking her frantically. Cold sweat seeped from her forehead, and her voice went out of tune. My application form to update my status is still on Lady Demeter's desk. As an adventurer temporarily registered with the Demeter Familia, Lunoa could already visualize the terrifying scene. The goddess of agriculture foaming at the mouth and collapsing on the judge's table, still clutching her transfer application. But Mr. Hoshimi has memory bread. Ryu's pointed ears drooped, her fingers twisting her apron uneasily. Your cooking skill problem is no longer something memory bread can solve. Ryu's shoulders completely slumped, her lake blue gaze looking towards the tavern door. Meanwhile, Sir was already dragging Hoshimi into the central market in high spirits. Mr. Hoshimi, look at this mushroom. Sir held up a weird-shaped purple fungus like she had discovered a treasure, with suspicious fluorescence still bubbling on the cap. Specialty of Rivera Town on the 18th floor of the dungeon. It will be super delicious if made into mushroom soup. Hoshimi's smile froze on his face. That mushroom was marked with triple warnings of deadly poison hallucinogenic used as interrogation agent in ANA's rich advisor knowledge base. Miss Sir, perhaps we could consider some more gentle ingredients. Hoshimi carefully took the mushroom and put it back on the stall, but was gratefully handed a bag of detox herbs by the vendor. Sir rushed to the next seafood stall and lifted a six-eyed monster fish that was still struggling. Then how about this? The boss said this is a deep abyss electric eel caught by the god of fishery Najord Familia. The fish gills suddenly opened, an arc of electricity flashed, crackling, and Hoshimi pulled Sir back with quick reflexes, the electric light barely grazing her fingers. Oops, forgot to say you need to wear insulated gloves to catch this fish. The fishmonger scratched his head and handed over a pair of charred gloves. Hoshimi silently classified the electric eel as the number 1 item on his do not buy list. 30 minutes later, Hoshimi's shopping bag only contained some ordinary vegetables, while Sir's arms were full of dangerous ingredients, chili peppers that could breathe fire, noodles that crawled automatically. Miss Sir, Mamma Mia's recipes don't seem to need these. Hoshimi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze sweeping over the suspicious ingredients squirming in the shopping basket, starting to regret his decision to agree to accompany Sir to the competition on a whim. This was even more dangerous than the Black Goliath. He just wanted to thank Sir for her usual care, never expecting it to turn into an ingredient collecting adventure. But the competition requires creativity. Sir blinked those clear gray eyes, suddenly stood on tiptoe and leaned in close, the faint scent of milk on her body mixed with the smell of spices in the market wafting over. Hey Mr. Hoshimi, do you want to taste my special? Before she could finish, Sir's nose suddenly twitched gently, and she turned to the right like a kitten that had discovered prey. Looking in the direction of her gaze, the dessert cart at the end of the market was pouring golden honey, and the sweet aroma of pancakes even overwhelmed the fishy smell of the surrounding seafood stalls. That one. Sir's attention shifted instantly. She grabbed Hoshimi's wrist and dashed forward, her silver gray hair tracing a shimmering arc in the sunlight. Let's buy some as a snack. Before Hoshimi could respond, he was dragged to the end of the queue. Sir's toes unconsciously traced heart shapes on the ground, and her apron strings swayed gently with her body. Mr. Hoshimi, do you like sweets? Well, I love them. Especially the ones drizzled with maple syrup and topped with fresh strawberries. Ah. Sir was already bouncing up and down, answering her own question with hand gestures. She suddenly turned around, her hair brushing against Hoshimi's chin, but she lost her balance due to the sudden movement and fell right into his arms. Hoshimi instinctively supported her shoulders, feeling the warmth of her skin through the fabric. The two of them froze instantly. The tips of Sir's ears turned pink at a visible rate, and even her neck was stained with a faint crimson hue. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. It wasn't until the pancake stall owner shouted, "Next customer," that the two of them pulled apart as if struck by an electric shock. Sir hurriedly straightened her perfectly fine apron, while Hoshimi pretended to be deeply interested in the clouds in the sky. We should go check out the flower over there. Sir's voice was an octave higher than usual as she walked toward the grain section with stiff limbs. Just as Hoshimi was about to follow, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He looked up sharply. On the roof of the market, a powerful cat-person adventurer's spear gleamed with a sharp edge, and he made a throat-slitting gesture. On the second floor opposite, 4 dwarf adventurers in golden armor stood, their 4 heavy weapons reflecting a piercing cold light. Even more terrifying was the top of the distant clock tower, where a certain blonde was releasing lightning magic, the sparks glinting coldly in the sunlight. Am I going to die? I'm definitely going to die. Everyone in the Freya Familia is a lunatic. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the back alley. It's okay tilde Sir is just 1 step ahead, nya tilde. Anya patted the dejected Liu, who was radiating a low-pressure aura. Liu mechanically snapped the antidote herb in her hand, her eyes as hollow as if her soul had been snatched away. They had an indirect kiss. The pancake was shared, they used the same bottle of maple syrup. The green-haired elf maiden's voice sounded as if it came from the underworld. Anya's cat ears flattened against her head, and she quietly took 2 steps back. At this moment, the black mist rising behind the green-haired elf was almost solidifying, scaring even the passing thugs into taking a detour. And next time it'll definitely be Liu's turn. Ha 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 ha. The cat-person girl tried to comfort her. The morning sun filtered through the grapevine trellis, casting dappled shadows in the backyard. Hoshimi was tidying up the last cooking station, his sleeves dusted with flour, and dozens of kitchen utensils were lined up before him. From the Hephaestus Familia's specially made flame-adjustable stove to a mini whisk with cat paw prints. Mr. Hoshimi. Sir suddenly popped out from behind him. Her canary yellow apron was exceptionally bright in the sun, and her white chef's hat was tilted, adorned with a homemade, certain victory, badge. Seal Valere, special training mode on. Hoshimi noticed that Sir had specifically changed her hairstyle. Her usually loose long hair was now braided, though that one disobedient curl at her right temple still poked out. First, Hoshimi opened Mamma Mia's handwritten recipe. The parchment still bore suspicious sauce stains. We'll start with the most basic omuris. Hoshimi took out the memory bread. Fine patterns emerged on its golden surface, and when the bread touched the recipe, those patterns suddenly began to flow, turning into glowing text and 3D images. The arc of the swirling egg, the frequency of the wrist's movement, and even the optimal 45 degrees angle between the spatula and the frying pan. So amazing. It's like watching a cooking illusion. When Sir leaned in, her large gray eyes were sparkling. If you eat it, you can master these techniques. But remember to eat only a little. If you get diarrhea, you lose the memories. Hoshimi said as he handed the bread over. Before he could finish, Sir had already taken a large bite. In an instant, her gray pupils dilated, and the recipe text flashed across her irises like shooting stars. I see it. Sir suddenly held her spatula high. To cool the eggs, Mamma Mia actually adds honey to the egg mixture. And the timing for flipping the pan. The wooden cooking station suddenly began to vibrate. Sir handled the knife like the wind. Eggshells traced parabolas in the air, and yolks landed precisely in the silver bowl, only to splash onto the chandelier because of her excessive force. When Sir lit the stove, the flames shot up 2 meters high. Wait, Sir. That's the magic stove's limit mode. But this heat is perfect tilde. Sir hummed as she poured in the egg mixture. Oil sparks exploded like fireworks, and the substance in the frying pan began to expand eerily, gradually forming the shape of a volcanic crater. Hoshimi watched helplessly as that surrealistic omuris shot out, flew through the kitchen window, and landed right on top of Anya's head. Anya froze in place as the viscous egg mixture slowly slid down the cat-person girl's face. She wiped her face and gave the hot fried egg a light lick, then immediately stuck out her tongue. It hurts. Like the city's fastest adventurer, Alan the cat man, both siblings had sensitive, cat tongues that couldn't handle heat. Second day of special training. Today we're making cream of mushroom soup. An absolutely safe recipe. Hoshimi set up a triple protection barrier in front of the stove. Sir was pressing the memory bread against the recipe when she suddenly tilted her head. Mr. Hoshimi, were these glowing little people, crying during the demonstration? Those were Mamma Mia's tears of emotion. Hoshimi lied without changing his expression, quietly wiping his sweat. There was indeed a scribbled note in the corner of the recipe that said, Sir forbidden. When Sir poured in the flour, Hoshimi finally understood the meaning of the note. The gray-haired girl hummed as she dumped the entire bag of flour, and the snow-white powder swept through the kitchen like a blizzard. Thick soup has to be thick tilde. Sir happily stirred the gelatinous substance in the pot, the mass was pulsating rhythmically. Just as Hoshimi was about to intervene, the soup pot made a guchu sound, and the milky white thick soup surged out like a living creature, instantly submerging his knees. The roses splashed by the soup were withering at a visible rate. Mamma Mia's roar suddenly came from outside the window, my garden. In that instant, Hoshimi quickly took out the forget-it stick and stopped a terrible slaughter. On the third morning, Hoshimi silently put away all the magic items. Only the most ordinary kitchenware and a basket of fresh tomatoes sat on the sunlit cooking station. No memory bread today. I'll teach you the most basic tomato fried rice. Hoshimi rolled up his sleeves, his wrists still bearing yesterday's burns. Sir blinked and suddenly reached out to lightly touch his wound. Mr. Hoshimi is always like this, even though I make a mess of things, you never get angry. The silver-haired girl's fingertips were warm. Hoshimi was momentarily speechless until Sir suddenly grabbed a kitchen knife to cut the tomatoes. He snapped out of it and gripped her hand from behind. Curl your fingers like this. Hoshimi's palm covered the back of Sir's hand, guiding the blade to tilt. Tomatoes should be cut diagonally to lock in the juices. The tips of Sir's ears turned red instantly. She could smell the faint scent of herbs on Hoshimi and feel the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. At this distance, she could even see the tiny shadows cast by his eyelashes in the sunlight. What about when flipping the pan? Hoshimi guided her wrist to demonstrate the motion. Don't use your arm's strength, use the flick of your wrist. The golden rice grains traced a perfect parabola in the air, falling back into the pan grain by grain. Sir turned her head in surprise, her nose nearly bumping into Hoshimi's chin. Both of them froze at the same time. The morning light filtered through the tomato slices, casting jewel-like red shadows on the cooking station. I'll try it myself. Sir turned around flustered, yet she produced the most perfect fried rice of the past 3 days. The sweet and sour of the tomatoes blended perfectly with the aroma of the eggs, each grain of rice coated in a golden egg film. It's a success. Sir held up the plate, her smile brighter than the tomatoes in the sunlight. Mr. Hoshimi, try some. Meanwhile, the green-haired elf observing secretly inside the tavern silently crushed the soup spoon in her hand. Why isn't it me? Ryu-chan, your killing intent is leaking. Remember to act earlier next time, or you'll eventually become a losing dog, only able to peek at Master Hoshimi's butt from under the bed. Chloe waved her hand helplessly, completely at a loss with this useless elf. The night before the competition, Sir practiced repeatedly under the moonlight. Hoshimi leaned against the porch watching her, noticing that her wrists were rubbed red, yet she was still adjusting the heat. That's enough, Hoshimi said softly. The current, Sir. It's not enough. Sir suddenly looked up, her eyes reflecting the light of the stove fire. I want to make Something that can make Mr. Hoshimi, no, I want to win the championship. The night wind brushed against the gray-haired girl's flower-stained cheeks. Hoshimi stopped trying to persuade her, for he had already drawn an item sufficient to win the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Orario's annual food festival. Today, we will witness the ultimate delicacies tasted by both gods and mortals. The host's impassioned voice echoed through the central plaza, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. On the judge's bench, 3 heavyweight figures sat solemnly. Wearing a crown of golden wheat ears, with eyes as sharp as if inspecting crops, the goddess of harvest and Orario's biggest chest, Demeter. The main goddess of the Loki familia, Loki. The main god of the Akit familia, the Greek god of catering. It was a pity that the blue ribbon hadn't descended to the lower world yet, otherwise, as the goddess of the hearth, she would surely have a seat among the judges. The host continued. Originally, we also invited goddess Freya. The audience immediately became restless, with countless people craning their necks in eager expectation. Unfortunately, Lady Freya said, I'm not interested in these things, so she did not attend. A collective sigh went through the crowd, but they still looked forward to the exquisite dishes made by top chefs from all over the world. Then, the competition officially begins. While the resonance of the gong still vibrated in the air, 12 magic stoves simultaneously burst into brilliant flames. The entire plaza was instantly enveloped in rising heat and aroma, and the cheers of the audience rose and fell like the tide. The little cook, a chef from the east, suddenly flung open his portable specialized utensil box. 7 kitchen knives of various shapes traced silver rainbows in the sun. His slender fingers brushed over the hilts, finally selecting a broad-backed knife with a blade pattern like dragon scales. The muscle fibers of the thunder dragon fish are 3 times thicker than those of ordinary fish. The young chef whispered to himself. With a flick of his wrist, the monster meat on the cutting board was tossed into the air. Knife light flashed like a bolt of silk, and the meat was already decomposed into uniform thin slices as it fell, each piece shimmering with a pearly luster. Goddess Loki suddenly leaned forward from the judge's bench. Hey, that kid's meat cutting posture, he's an expert, an expert. Demeter narrowed her eyes. The culinary skills of the eastern continent certainly live up to their reputation. The little cook suddenly spun around, his broad white headband fluttering behind him. He held a steel wok spatula in each hand, tapping out a crisp rhythm on the edge of the iron pot. Dark brown sauce splashed with the rhythm, forming a miniature map of the dungeon in the air. It's coming. Someone in the audience exclaimed. The oil in the pot suddenly boiled like lava. The little cook poured in the prepared ingredients. With a boom, a giant dragon phantom made of flames spiraled up, holding 9 colored glowing dumplings in its maw. Rising dragon dumplings Kai. The young chef pressed his index and middle fingers together against his brow. The sunshade of the judge's bench was blown away by the heat wave. Demeter's golden wheat headpiece curled instantly, yet those dumpling skins actually flipped over on their own in midair, revealing the dragon scale patterns seared onto the bottom. At the same time, at Uncle Ichiraku's stall, the golden ramen actually began to weave itself like a living thing, forming the shape of a miniature maze in the bowl. This sentiment. The uncle's headband gleamed in the steam, shall be called infinite labyrinths Ichiraku ramen. At the same time, a certain little fat cook suddenly pulled a sealed clay pot from under the counter. The moment it was unsealed, an eerie purple mist spread, and the substance within the pot could be faintly seen pulsating rhythmically. 9-turned pork intestines ultimate version. The little fat cook held up a pair of tongs, picking up a trembling, eerily glistening piece of pork intestine, a proud smile on his face. This time, the complete, original flavor has been preserved. See, can this really be eaten? The host asked, trembling. The little fat cook confidently said, of course. It's been specially treated. Across the entire plaza, chefs from all over the world displayed their unique skills. The flame chef from the eastern continent, holding a burning long spoon, flipped ingredients in a wok, each grain of rice fried to a golden egg-coated perfection, exuding a rich aroma. The spice master from the desert tribe concocted sauces that dyed the air with rich colors, just smelling them stimulated one's appetite. The frost chef from the far north froze seafood with magic, then sliced it with lightning speed. When plated, the fish meat could still be seen subtly twitching. Their dishes were either magnificent, shocking, or full of exotic flavors, each one a feast for the eyes. Meanwhile, at a corner cooking station, Hill's movements appeared remarkably simple. The gray-haired girl meticulously chopped vegetables. While her knife skills weren't exquisite, each cut was steady and precise. Hoshimi stood beside her, quietly handing over seasonings, occasionally adjusting the heat. Their cooperation was harmonious and natural. Hill, you can do it. Chloe's cat tail nervously coiled into a ball. Don't mess up. Liu-san, her good friend, still came to the competition. Anya whispered, even though it looks ordinary, at least it won't be sent back by the gods, right? Lunoa clasped her hands together. Lady Demeter, please hold on. In the audience, some noticed the duo and whispered. Who is that girl? Her cooking looks so ordinary. She seems to be a waitress from the hostess of fertility. That black-haired guy next to her is quite handsome though. Hill seemed completely oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Her gaze was fixed on the dish in the pot, a faint smile playing on her lips. Hoshimi glanced at her, his eyes gentle. Mr. Hoshimi. Hill suddenly spoke softly. Although it can't compare to those amazing chefs. She looked up, the firelight reflected in her gray eyes. I want to make a dish that everyone will find amazing. Hoshimi was slightly startled, then smiled. Yes, you definitely can. Immediately, Hoshimi took out a white MSG bottle. While Hill turned around, he flicked his wrist, and crystalline powder sprinkled like starlight onto the freshly cooked scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Mr. Hoshimi, what are you doing? Hill turned back, puzzled. Nothing, just seasoning. Hoshimi smiled, quickly hiding the bottle back in his sleeve. Item: magic seasoning. Effect: looks like ordinary MSG, but its function is stronger. Anything unpalatable becomes delicious when sprinkled with it, and it even works on non-food items. Origin: in the short story, Gian's Hot Pot, Doraemon first sprinkled it on Nobita's mom's cooking, making Nobita very happy. Later, facing the terrifying Gian's Hot Pot, he also ate it happily. Finally, he accidentally sprinkled it on Gian, causing Nobita, Shizuka, and Sunio to chase him, wanting to eat him, which shows its powerful effect. As time passed, 2 hours went by, and it was finally time for the judges' tasting round. The first to appear was the little cook from the eastern continent. Swish! As the pot lid was lifted, a golden light shot straight into the sky. The audience covered their eyes, only to see the phantom of a giant dragon, composed of 9 types of monster meat, coiling upwards, its roar shaking the heavens. True Shark Continent Secret Art, Ascending Dragon Dumplings. The little cook brought 2 fingers together, drawing them across his brow. The filling uses rare thunder dragon fin meat, and the wrapper is made of rare golden wheat flour. Crunch. A crisp cracking sound came from Demeter's teeth. At this moment, the goddess's pupils suddenly constricted, and the golden ears on her wheat ear headdress grew wildly, instantly weaving into a miniature wheat field. Several ears of wheat even bore plump grains. This taste. Her voice echoed with the tremor of a great earthquake. It's as if thousands of acres of wheat waves are rolling on my tongue. This is a luminous dish. Loki couldn't help but exclaim. Next was Uncle Ichiraku's ramen. Act used a fork to twirl the noodles. The hot soup swirled, and as she slurped them in, a special blue magic flowed. Interesting tilde the noodles are very chewy. After that, it was the little fat cook's original flavor. 9 turned pork intestines. When that eerily glistening, 9 turned pork intestines, was brought to the judges' table, the entire venue instantly fell silent. Loki sat with her legs crossed, watching Acti's trembling hand with a playful expression, thinking, ha ha ha, it's finally someone else's turn to suffer. However, the rules for this judging have been adjusted. The host suddenly announced, to ensure fairness, every judge must taste the same dish. Loki's smile froze. Facing the 9 turned pork intestines placed before her, Loki looked at the little fat cook with a pained expression. Loki, did you taste it yourself? Little fat cook. I tasted 1 piece. Loki, how did it feel? Little fat cook. I removed most of the gamey smell from the intestines, but I kept a part of it. I think keeping some of the intestines flavor lets you know you're eating intestines. Loki. Did you intentionally keep it? Little fat cook. I left some during the cleaning process. Loki. Was it on purpose or an accident? Little fat cook. It was on purpose. Loki. Even the god of mischief had moments of being tricked. Finally, when Hill's dish was brought to the judge's table, the entire venue fell silent. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Demeter frowned slightly. It looks so ordinary. Loki tilted her head, seeing nothing commendable about it. At least no one will die. Act breathed a sigh of relief. Please enjoy. Hill clasped her hands in front of her apron. The seemingly ordinary scrambled eggs with tomatoes subtly trembled on the pure white porcelain plate. The three gods carelessly forked a piece and put it into their mouths. Boom. Loki's red ponytail suddenly exploded. The golden-yellow pupils of the great lightning Demeter, the agricultural goddess, violently constricted. Her meticulously ironed linen shirt suddenly tightened, and the first button popped off, precisely hitting Loki's forehead. Seeing the second button about to burst, Demeter desperately held onto her collar, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed. This sweet and sour impact. My clothes are bursting open. All the male audience members instantly became invigorated. Act. The chief god's robe billowed without wind, and an angelic halo faintly appeared behind her. She trembled as she put down her fork, tears streaming down her face. This is the taste of the heavens. The audience erupted. What's going on? Scrambled eggs with tomatoes can have this effect. I want a bite so bad. All the judges gave astonishing perfect scores. Finally, the host tremblingly announced, the champion of this year's food festival, Ciel Valere. The whole venue was in an uproar. My luminous dish, lost to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The little cook was incredulous. Uncle Ichiraku could only end with regret. The little fat cook of 9-turned pork intestines pondered, could it be, my pork intestines weren't original enough? In the distance, all the staff of the hostess of fertility cheered, embracing each other. Great. Lady Demeter wasn't sent back. Hill succeeded. I can't believe she even won the championship. It must be Mr. Hoshimi's doing. After the splendid awards ceremony, the setting sun cast long shadows of the two. On the way back to the hostess of fertility tavern, Hill held the gleaming golden trophy, but from time to time she would stare at it in a daze, as if this shining honor held some puzzling secret for her. Mr. Hoshimi. The gray-haired girl suddenly stopped, her voice so soft it seemed afraid to disturb the evening breeze, and whispered, actually, you helped me, didn't you? Hoshimi was slightly startled, then showed a gentle smile. Why do you say that? The judges' reactions when they ate the dish were too exaggerated. And Hill's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of the trophy, then she raised her face, her gray eyes reflecting the sunset. I know the level of my own cooking best. A breeze carrying the scent of cooking smoke swept by, rustling the unruly strand of gray hair at Hill's temple. Hoshimi reached out to brush it away, but halfway through, changed his gesture to point at her hair. There's a petal. There was actually nothing there. I just wanted to see Hill happy. Hoshimi finally confessed, the touch of a fictional petal still lingering on his fingertips, then gently said, just like now, with your eyes sparkling. Hill's face instantly flushed. The trophy suddenly felt hot in her hands, and she hastily shoved it into Hoshimi's arms. Then this should belong to Mr. Hoshimi. The metal trophy conveyed the warmth of the setting sun. Hoshimi looked at the trophy in his arms, its distorted reflection showing their faces, and suddenly said, next time. Next food festival. Hoshimi looked up, his eyes filled with the shattered gold of the sunset, and said, I will seriously be your assistant, without any magic tools. Hill's eyes widened suddenly, and the hand clutching the edge of her apron slowly relaxed. She then suddenly stood on tiptoe and leaned close to Hoshimi's ear. Then it's a promise, okay? In exchange. Her warm breath brushed Hoshimi's earlobe. I will definitely make Mr. Hoshimi's favorite dish. From a distance came the deliberately loud jeering of the girls from the hostess of fertility tavern. Chloe's cat ears poked out from around the corner before being pulled back by Ryu. Anya's snickering and Lunoa's sigh of, "Ah, to be young again," blended together. Hoshimi was momentarily stunned. He looked down at Sir's face, which was equally flushed but wore a sly smile, and suddenly realized he had been outmaneuvered. As expected of a little devil. The evening breeze swept past, carrying the cries of distant street vendors and the sweet scent of honey pancakes. The shadows of the two overlapped on the ground. The trophy reflected fragmented spots of light between their touching fingers, looking very much like the starlight of magic MSG that had once danced in that stew pot. In a certain dark alley, a black-haired youth curled up against a wet brick wall. How did I end up here? The dull pain at the back of his head and the bursting sensation in his chest tore at his nerves in turns. Hoshimi looked up at the night sky that seemed to be pouring ink. Fragmented memories pierced through the chaos like lightning, and memories flooded in like a tide. Scenes from the streets of Tokyo 3 hours ago flashed across his retina. To commemorate the 90th anniversary of a certain mechanical Doraemon, a grand dimensional anime convention was held in Tokyo. After the plane landed and while Hoshimi was crossing the street, several classic scenes occurred. The ear-piercing screech of a speeding truck's brakes. A little girl in a red dress being pushed away. A Doraemon keychain swaying on a backpack zipper. And, finally, the mysterious cloth bag tightly gripped in his palm glowed with a faint eerie blue light in a pool of blood. By the time he woke up again, he was already in this unfamiliar environment. The smell of blood mixed with the scent of rain rushed into his nose. While Hoshimi was thinking, he suddenly heard the faint, crisp sound of metal clashing. Run, quickly. A cold female voice pierced through the curtain of rain, breaking the current silence. Hoshimi, curled up in the corner, was stunned. He barely managed to prop up his injured body against the bleeding brick wall. At that moment, Hoshimi's pitch-black eyes saw two hooded figures looming in the rain. Judging by their figures, they should both be girls. Right now, the girl in front held a broken short sword, the blade tracing a cold arc in the rain as she fought several powerful men armed with various weapons. Behind her, she protected a silver-haired girl. Suddenly, some warm liquid splashed onto Hoshimi's face. The blonde elf staggered back, a pitch-black crossbow bolt lodged in her left shoulder. The moment she fell to one knee, a strong wind blew off her hood. A shock of blonde hair flowed like molten gold, and her pointed ears shimmered like pearls in the rain. It was the blonde elf. Gale. Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. To think you'd barge into our base alone and kill so many of our brothers. I won't forgive you. Die. From under a black hood, half a face with a hideous, stitched expression was revealed. Taking advantage of the blonde elf's injury, the large man quickly closed in, raising a blade that smelled of rust and swinging it swiftly toward the blonde elf's smooth, white neck. Watch out. Whether out of instinct or something else. Hoshimi moved. His feet moved of their own accord, and his body crashed into the enemy like an arrow from a bow, giving the burly man a solid collision. Iron Mountain lean. Under the sudden and powerful force of the impact, the burly man immediately staggered back several steps. The short metal blade slipped from his hands and fell to the ground with a crisp clang. Looking at the burly man who had only been pushed back a few meters, Hoshimi was stunned. Even though he was a hardcore shut-in, he usually exercised well. An Iron Mountain lean with all his might had only pushed the opponent a few meters away. The opponent's physical fitness is so strong. Where did this brat from the slums come from? I'm an adventurer. How dare you ruin my plans? The hulking man, his plan thwarted, looked at the blood-stained Hoshimi with uncontrollable rage. He immediately drew a new metal dagger from his waist and, with a roar, slashed toward Hoshimi. The instant the dagger's cold light was about to split the rain, the blonde elf's jade kodachi had already traced a crescent path. Warm blood spurted out like a fountain. The hulking man's expression was one of terror. He collapsed to the ground and fell silent before he could even react. The injured blonde elf sheathed her two green kodachi and then pulled several throwing knives from her waist. Her sky-blue eyes keenly spotted the enemies firing arrows from the shadows of the alley, and she quickly threw them out. Accompanied by miserable screams, the ambushers fell to the ground. Having done all this, the blonde elf was overwhelmed and slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Looking at her body covered in wounds and her exhausted eyes, she must have already gone through many major battles. Are you all okay? At this time, the silver-haired girl helped the weak blonde elf up and then looked at Hoshimi nearby with a grateful expression. Seal Valere didn't want the blonde elf she had just managed to save to die like this, hunted down by the remnants of the darkness familia. That would be too pathetic. Thank you. If you hadn't stepped in to help in time, Ryu would have been in danger. Also, you're covered in blood. Are you okay? Sir noticed that the youth who had just helped them also seemed to be seriously injured and quickly expressed her concern. I'm fine. Gale is over there. Don't let her get away. Quick, hurry. Before Hoshimi could finish, the voices of pursuers interrupted the concern. 3 men in black leapt down from the rooftops, their eyes locked onto the blonde elf, who was already like a candle in the wind. The leader of the men in black raised a staff inlaid with an amethyst and began to chant. As the incantation fell, Hoshimi saw magic ice crystals condensing at the tip of the staff. A hexagonal icicle reflected a deadly blue light and thrust toward the blonde elf. Watch out! In an almost subconscious act, Hoshimi quickly pulled the blonde elf's hand to dodge the fatal icicle strike. The leader of the men in black was stunned, then flew into a rage. Does Gale have an accomplice? You killed so many of our brothers, today we will definitely make you pay in blood. The man in black continued to chant a magic spell, and the surrounding air suddenly grew several degrees colder. Run! Hoshimi couldn't care about anything else now. He grabbed the blonde elf and gestured for the silver-haired girl nearby to escape quickly. However, the cold air whistled repeatedly, and magic icicles were about to form. Hoshimi knew that with his current weakened body, it was impossible to lead the 2 girls away safely. Once the man in black's magic icicles were complete, he and the 2 girls would surely be pierced and killed. What should I do? Dimensional connection confirmed, a mechanized female voice suddenly sounded in Hoshimi's mind. Today's item, Bamboo Dragonfly, Overload Mode. While Hoshimi was in a state of extreme anxiety, his pocket suddenly flashed with a crystalline blue light at some point. When Hoshimi subconsciously reached into his pocket, he never expected that from his originally empty pocket, he would pull out a lemon-yellow little toy. Staring at this toy, the Doraemon comics Hoshimi had collected for 22 years flashed through his mind. This is a bamboo dragonfly. And it's not an ordinary bamboo dragonfly. A bamboo dragonfly. The bamboo dragonfly, a flight gadget. Simply by placing it on your head, you can control your flight at will through brain intent. Moreover, it requires no extra power, you can go wherever you want. The biting cold air blew from behind. Currently, Hoshimi couldn't afford to think about why he had pulled out a bamboo dragonfly. His brain had already quickly made a decision. Buzz buzz buzz. The roar of the propeller starting shook the rain curtain from the eaves, and the gale from the overload mode tore the raindrops into silver needles. His left hand tightened around the blonde elf's blood-stained gauntlet, and his right hand gripped the silver-haired girl's fair wrist. The 3 of them crashed through the rain like kites with broken strings and floated into the air. Hold on tight. Hoshimi's roar was shredded into intermittent syllables by the gale. The overloaded bamboo dragonfly trailed a scorched wake through the clouds, and the 3 figures teetered under the leaden sky. Meanwhile, the magic staves of the pursuers below lit up one after another with spots of monolight. Icicles grazed the soles of their shoes and exploded into frost flowers against the stone walls. Eeeeh. What is this? The bamboo dragonfly pulled Hoshimi and the others into the sky. Sir, who was holding Hoshimi's hand, was shocked. She suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around Hoshimi's waist, making his ribs let out a groan of being overwhelmed. At this time, the blonde elf girl Ryu's pupils couldn't help but widen. She was very surprised that the youth before her could actually take them flying into the sky. Is he an adventurer too? Is this wind attribute magic? Looking up from the ground at Hoshimi and the other 2 as the distance increased, the remnants of the darkness familia were first stunned, then the leading man in black roared. What are you standing around for? Don't let Gale get away. Under the man's angry rebuke, several black-clad lackeys, including himself, all jumped onto the rooftops in a hurry and chased after Hoshimi and the others frantically from below. Where can we go? Hoshimi asked the gray-haired girl. Northeast. Sir's voice, wrapped in rain, entered his ear. Mama Mia's tavern. Sir said, pointing toward a small tavern in the distance. Hoshimi immediately understood. His brainwaves instantly transmitted to the bamboo dragonfly, and the propeller began to churn, rushing toward the tavern at high speed. The chase unfolded. The weather was exceptionally harsh, with torrential rain and gale force winds sweeping through. In this situation, Hoshimi gritted his teeth and pushed the bamboo dragonfly to its maximum power. But the overloaded bamboo dragonfly couldn't handle it. Hoshimi could clearly hear the crisp sound of parts cracking. The electric sparks from the propeller bloomed into fleeting pale blue light in the damp air. No way, a malfunction and out of power at the critical moment. Hoshimi remembered that the bamboo dragonfly he had just pulled out seemed to have been prompted as overload mode. Before Hoshimi could think of another strategy, the bamboo dragonfly above his head let out a dying hum. The three of them crashed into the rain like kites with broken strings, and in Hoshimi's vision, the world stretched into a long afterimage. Bang! Falling from midair, Hoshimi and the two girls seemed to have crashed through the stained glass window on the second floor of a tavern. 20 servings of roast turkey became a temporary cushion. The strong scent of rosemary and blood exploded in his nose. Ryu knelt on the rim of the thick soup bowl with the elegance unique to elves, the spoon trembling slightly at the tip of her boot. Sir was completely buried in the cream cake, her silver hair indistinguishable from the strawberry jam. Hoshimi lay in the center of the long table, looking up at the swaying crystal chandelier. The propeller of the bamboo dragonfly was stuck between the lamp frames, struggling to survive. My freshly cleaned crystal chandelier. A soprano roar, carrying the scent of ale, swept through the room. The 2-meter-tall dwarf boss's wife, Mayak Grand, rushed out from the kitchen, a cast-iron frying pan spinning in her palm like a windmill. At that moment, the pursuers burst through the door, several men in black immediately charging in, including the leading black-robed magician. However, in the next instant, Hoshimi witnessed the most shocking scene of his life. Stinking dwarf woman, get out of the way. We only want the head of the Gale. I am a level 3 high-tier adventurer. If you know what's good for you, move aside. If you dare to interfere, I'll smash your tavern to pieces. Before the leading black-robed magician could even raise his staff, the 2-meter-tall dwarf proprietress was already in front of him. Thud. Before the man in black could react, he was slammed into an oak barrel by the whistling bottom of the frying pan, leaving only his twitching legs visible. Level 3. Mia grabbed the second attacker by the collar and slammed him against the wall like a rag. In my place, you don't even have the qualifications to wash dishes. The sturdy dwarf boss, who dealt with so-called level 3 high-tier adventurers as easily as eating or drinking, kicked all the men in black out of the tavern. Then, with her other hand, she grabbed the back of the gray-haired girl Sir's collar and shook her like a ragdoll. What are you doing going out in a hooded cloak? Don't you know you need my permission to take time off? Also, that kid you brought back smashed the chandelier in my tavern. What are you going to do about it? The gray-haired girl was dangled in the air by one hand, wearing an awkward smile. Oh dear, it seems something incredible has happened. A cute cat-eared girl peeked out from behind a tower of cakes, cream still stuck to the corner of her mouth. Anya. The dwarf proprietress's roar made the sideboard rattle. You dare to sneak a bite after knocking over my aged apple cider. You're washing all the dishes tonight. It seemed to be a very lively tavern. But at this moment, Hoshimi could no longer care about that. Severely injured, his consciousness began to blur, his legs grew weak, and as he tried to quietly back away, his back suddenly pressed against cold glass. Moonlight poured down through the shattered window, reflecting Hoshimi's bruised back in the full-length mirror behind him. It was blindingly smooth, without any insignia of a god's familia. Sir, the gray-haired girl, was smoothing her messy skirt when her gaze suddenly froze as it swept across the mirror. A gilded glow rippled deep within her lapis-colored pupils. It was definitely not a look a human should have. Where am I? Ow, ow, ow. Hoshimi, who had no idea how long he had been unconscious, opened his eyes and stared at an unfamiliar ceiling. Sharp pain washed over his consciousness like a tide. Hoshimi's last memory was the image of Mia shaking Sir by the collar and the pink tip of the cat-eared maid's tongue-licking cream. As the morning light pierced through the gauze curtains, the smell of disinfectant was the first thing to awaken his senses. Hoshimi tried to move his fingertips and was immediately confined like a mummy by the bandages wrapped around his body. Sunlight gilded the hospital room, and Hoshimi saw his left arm connected to an IV drip, with the lilacs by the bed still wet with morning dew. Oh, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. The wooden door creaked open, and the silver-haired girl stepped through the light carrying a copper basin. The flowing dawn danced on the tips of her hair, making her look incredibly beautiful. Seeing Hoshimi's dazed expression, the girl placed the warm water on the oak cabinet and gave a slight smile. It's time to change your bandages. Oh, right, I don't think I've introduced myself. My name is Sir Seal Valere. You can just call me Sir. This is the hostess of Fertility Tavern, one of the safest places in the world. You don't have to worry about the pursuers from last night anymore. As the girl spoke, her fingertips brushed over the knots of the bandages. Hoshimi suddenly froze. As the layers of bandages were peeled away, he was astonished to find that the gruesome wound on his chest had already mostly healed, with pink new flesh writhing and growing at a visible speed. Sir let out a soft laugh, touching a cotton swab dipped in ointment to the boy's tense abdominal muscles. Don't worry, this is Mamma Mia's special dragon's blood salve. Dragon's blood salve. It sounded quite expensive. Could you tell me your name? Sir continued to ask. I'm Hoshimi. Hoshimi, what a strange name. At the same time, the clamor of breaking dishes suddenly came from downstairs, mixed with Mia's roar. Anya. If you sneak any more cheese, I'll shave your tail bald. It seems you're recovering well. While Hoshimi was dazed, the voice of the blonde elf Ryu also came from the doorway. The elf maiden had also changed into new clothes. Her blonde hair was tied in a neat ponytail, though her face was still pale. Ryu placed a steaming medicine pot on the bedside table, her azure eyes rippling. About last night, thank you. Just as Hoshimi was about to speak, a sudden burst of magical energy from downstairs made the medicine pot rattle. Aunt Mia's cursing voice pierced through the floorboards. Which blind fool dares to cast detection magic in Orario? Did they think Ganesha's gendarmerie is just for show? Everyone smiled slightly, easing the awkward atmosphere. Just then, Sir's hand tidying the bandages suddenly stopped. She raised her crystal-like gray eyes and asked softly. Mr. Hoshimi, could you tell me? Sir's fingertips lightly touched his smooth back. You, who do not have divine favor, are just an ordinary person. How could you control a magic item? In the ordinary streets, a bamboo dragonfly was nothing more than a common toy for children's play. With just a light rub of the hands and a stylish release, it would rise lightly into the air, spinning leisurely before slowly drifting back to the ground. But the bamboo dragonfly Hoshimi had pulled out last night was completely different. It actually emitted strange mechanical sounds and miraculously carried 3 people, whistling through the night sky. In this fantasy world of swords and magic, Sir witnessed this and naturally took it for a mysterious magic item. After all, in everyone's understanding, items that could help people fly always required the injection of specific magical power to activate. However, Hoshimi was merely a human who had not yet joined any familia nor received divine favor. How exactly did he make this flying magic item take off? Sir was very curious. Faced with the sudden question, Hoshimi's expression was somewhat bewildered. Sir smiled slightly and continued, that flying bamboo dragonfly, was it a mechanism technique taught to you by Sister Asfi? I heard Lord Hermes has been obsessed with ancient machinery lately. Hoshimi couldn't answer this question because he was also in a fog, not knowing at all why he could pull out a magical tool from the 22nd century Doraemon out of thin air. Could it be? This was the special, golden finger, he had obtained after crossing into this world. Seeing Hoshimi's silence and troubled expression, Sir was very understanding and did not press further. After all, everyone has secrets they don't want others to know, she herself was no different. Then let's change the subject. Mr. Hoshimi, you must be from out of town, right? Looking at your clothes and appearance, you don't look like a local from Orario. Sir blinked and tilted her head as she spoke. Hoshimi nodded slightly, essentially confirming it. Then do you remember where your hometown is? A flash of concern appeared in Sir's eyes. Hoshimi looked up slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the tavern walls to look into the distance, his tone tinged with a bit of loneliness. In the Far East. My memory is already a bit blurry. I only remember that when I woke up, I was in that dark alley where we met last night. I seem to no longer have a home. So that's how it is. Sir sighed softly, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. In recent years, the dark faction has been rampant everywhere, and countless young people have been tragically trafficked. Sir had seen too many homeless children like Hoshimi, and a wave of sympathy couldn't help but rise in her heart. Sir, if that kid is awake, tell him and that blonde elf to come downstairs together. At that moment, Mamma Mia's booming voice, like a great bell, drifted up from downstairs. Sir broke into a smile and responded clearly. Oh, Mamma Mia is calling us. Miss Ryu and I will head down first. Mr. Hoshimi, once you're ready, please come down quickly too. Okay. Hoshimi responded, watching Sir and Ryu's figures grow distant until their footsteps completely disappeared at the end of the stairs. Only then did Hoshimi slowly come to his senses and begin to carefully recall the scene of pulling out the bamboo dragonfly last night in his mind. Was it just a coincidence? Or was it, as he suspected, a magical, golden finger, brought by his reincarnation? Just then, a mechanized female voice rang out in Hoshimi's mind without warning. Today's item draw count has been refreshed. Would you like to draw a new item? There really is one. Hoshimi was full of shock. However, as a veteran shut-in who had been obsessed with novels and manga in his previous life, his ability to accept things wasn't weak. He quickly calmed down and silently responded in his heart. Draw. Today's drawn item. Gourmet tablecloth, abnormal version. The morning mist still shrouded the earth like a light veil, not yet completely dissipated. Dragon's blood salve truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier healing medicine in Orario. After just one night, Hoshimi's injuries had greatly improved. Meanwhile, Mamma Mia's deafening roar came from downstairs, vibrating the wine glasses on the bar until they wouldn't stop clinking. Hoshimi didn't dare delay. After quickly drawing his item, he swiftly changed into the new clothes Sir had already prepared for him and hurried downstairs. At this time, the tavern had not yet officially opened, but the people who appeared last night were all gathered in the tavern hall. Miss Ryu stood quietly in the backlit area, her long golden hair falling like a waterfall to her waist. In the reflection of the morning sun, her pointed ears were almost transparent, exuding a mysterious and cold aura. Kid, you're finally awake. Come here. Mamma Mia's heroic and rough voice suddenly rang out. Hoshimi's heart tightened. He knew this dwarf auntie was not someone to be trifled with. After all, last night he had personally witnessed her using nothing but a frying pan to efficiently beat a so-called level 3 high-tier adventurer into submission. Mamma Mia strode forward, her sharp eyes staring intently at Hoshimi's bandage-wrapped abdomen, and asked. Feeling any better? Much better, boss, thank you for your concern. Hoshimi quickly bowed and replied. In that case, we should also settle the accounts for how much damage you two caused in my shop last night. Mamma Mia's face darkened, her words carrying an unquestionable authority. As soon as these words were spoken, Hoshimi felt that things were taking a bad turn. A 300-year-old ancient elf urn, dwarven silver candlesticks, that beautiful stained glass window on the second floor, and the crystal chandelier. Mamma Mia counted on her fingers, listing the damaged items as if they were family treasures, while raising the frying pan in her hand higher. With every item she named, the pan moved an inch closer to Hoshimi's forehead. Also, with all that ruckus you two caused last night, you scared away 27 of my distinguished guests. As she spoke, Mamma Mia reached into her bosom and pulled out a white compensation list, slapping it onto the table in front of Hoshimi with a loud thwack. Hoshimi focused his eyes tremblingly, and when he saw the chilling string of numbers on the list, he couldn't help but gasp. A full 66,666,000 currency. At the end of the list, a skull with a wide, mocking grin was drawn using dwarf runes. Please let me take responsibility for everything alone. Suddenly, Miss Liu, who had remained silent, took a half step forward. The morning breeze brushed past, lifting the hem of her blood-stained bandages. Her voice carried a sense of determination and guilt. This whole matter started because of me and has nothing to do with this human friend. I am the true culprit. Hearing this, Mamma Mia curled her lips into a cold sneer. The frying pan in her hand slammed heavily onto the ground in front of Miss Liu with a bang, creating a dull, thunderous sound. Little girl, do you think this is the tribunal of the goddess Astria's Astrea Familia? You don't get to act recklessly here. When she heard the words, Astrea Familia, Miss Liu's body visibly stiffened, and a complex emotion flashed through her eyes. Mamma Mia gave her no room to breathe, stepping forward in a flash to grab Miss Liu's collar, hoisting her up in front of her face as she roared fiercely. Little girl of the Astria family, in my place, the living must atone for their sins using the methods of the living. There are only two ways to compensate. Either you both obediently put on server uniforms and work here for 2.5 years until every single currency you owe is paid back, or I'll send you straight to the guild and let them judge you. Saying this, Mamma Mia casually threw an apron embroidered with exquisite lace fringe onto the faces of Hoshimi and Miss Liu. If you dare to run away, I'll tie you to the Ganesha Familia's parade floats and let the whole city see your pathetic state. A 2.5-year term. No. That won't do. Death is the only proper end for me. I killed Elise with my own hands and caused everyone to lose their lives. I have lingered on until now, and now that my revenge is complete, I am no longer worthy of living in this world. You should just send me to the guild. My head is worth 80 million currency, which is enough to cover the store's losses and redeem this boy. Miss Liu's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with pain and despair as she slowly turned her head, her gaze sweeping across Sir, Mamma Mia, and Hoshimi. However, Mamma Mia only gave a cold laugh. HMPH, Gale, you may be a level 5 first-class adventurer and a wanted criminal with a terrifyingly high bounty, but if I actually took your bounty, those black-clad people like the ones last night would surely come looking for trouble every day. How would I keep my tavern open then? Not a chance. The choice I just gave was for this kid. As for you, you useless elf, you must stay here and work, I'm short on hands. Hoshimi thought to himself that although Mamma Mia's actions seemed harsh, they actually hid a kindness. She likely wanted to give Miss Liu a way to live. But the elven race had always been stubborn and headstrong. Once they set their mind on something, nothing could pull them back. No. It's not right. Having committed such a great sin, how can I have the right to live on in everyone's place? Miss Liu struggled desperately, trying to break free from Mamma Mia's grip. You ungrateful, useless elf. In my territory, I have the final say. Even that strongest boar boy in the city wouldn't dare to disobey me. The frying pan in Mamma Mia's hand was raised high, already pressing down against the top of Miss Liu's head. Miss Liu used all her strength to break free, but she was shocked to find that the frying pan was like a towering mountain, pressing down on her head so heavily that she couldn't move an inch. How is this possible? Miss Liu's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. She was a LV4 second-tier adventurer who had single-handedly wiped out countless dark faction nests, yet she was actually losing in strength to this dwarf woman before her. You've got to be kidding me. Meanwhile, Sir walked out of the kitchen gracefully carrying a breakfast tray, her skirt lightly brushing against Liu's tensed shoulders as she said softly, Liu, did you know? Last week, a level 5 first-class adventurer questioned Mamma Mia's apple pie recipe, and he's still lying in the Tower of Babel infirmary right now. What? Even a level 5 first-class adventurer was no match for her. Miss Liu was full of shock, staring at the powerful dwarf before her, her mouth slightly agape, unable to close it for a long time. How is this possible? Alright, enough talk. You two are staying here today, and that's final. No resisting. Mamma Mia's tone was incredibly firm, and hearing it, Miss Liu immediately lost the confidence to resist. Alright, no more idle chatter, let's start preparing the ingredients for lunch. In just a few minutes, Mia had already treated Hoshimi and Liu as her own staff, assigning them tasks. Mamma Mia, how about I help prepare lunch? While the tavern was preparing ingredients, Hoshimi suddenly remembered the new item he had pulled this morning. He hurriedly held up a tablecloth embroidered with comical cat paw prints. The faded checkered cloth glinted with a strange greasy sheen under the morning light. Can I use this to offset part of the debt? Hoshimi asked tentatively. He knew in his heart that if he were a chef, his wages would definitely be higher than a server's. Mamma Mia's gaze fell on the tablecloth, a sharp glint in her eyes. What is this thing? This is called a gourmet tablecloth. Just say the name of the food you want to eat, and it can produce the corresponding food. What it produces is the real deal, completely free, and it has an infinite supply. Hoshimi explained. Just say the name and it produces food. Is it really that magical? Sir's gray eyes were full of wonder. Yes. Hoshimi was confident. Only he knew the true identity of the girl before him. Under Sir's divine will, gaze, lying would never work and would eventually be exposed. Rather than hiding his origins and being a mysterious boy, it was better to just come clean. Of course, the main reason was that Hoshimi trusted the people in this tavern. Mamma Mia, who took him in, was a decent person who surely wouldn't pry into his special abilities and would protect him as a new member of the tavern family. Is it really that magical? The cat-eared girl Anya looked curious and leaned in. Please give me a serving of Mamma Mia's secret roasted wild boar steak. Hoshimi didn't hesitate, deciding to test the tablecloth's magic through practice, and immediately called out the dish name to the gourmet tablecloth. As soon as he spoke, the tablecloth instantly writhed like a living thing, wrapping tightly around the dinner plate in the blink of an eye. After waiting 3 seconds, Hoshimi suddenly lifted the tablecloth, only to see a sizzling, golden meat steak steaming hot. The way the caramel-colored sauce flowed was exactly the same as if it had been roasted using Mia's ancestral secret recipe. The dwarf boss wife's eyes widened as she stared intently at the wild boar steak, the sauce on her fingers trembling slightly. This aroma, even the heat is exactly the same as what I roast myself. Kid, if you have this skill, go set up a stall at the Ganesha Familia's gate, and I guarantee you'll pay off your debt within 3 days. Hoshimi. Its principle is to extract delicious flavors from a person's memory. As long as you've eaten the dish and know its name, it can perfectly replicate it. The cat girl Anya appeared out of nowhere, reaching out her cat paw to poke at the steak. Newcomer, you just said it can have infinite refills, so can I eat the limited edition cake from the Ganesha festival? Of course you can, Hoshimi replied. I didn't expect there to be such a magical thing. That glasses girl from Hermes's place is also always tinkering with strange things. Mamma Mia marveled. Sir and Mamma Mia had both mentioned the Hermes Familia captain, the all-rounder Asfi. Perhaps in their eyes, Hoshimi's magical items shared similar characteristics. This was good, as they wouldn't delve into the true origins of these items. However, looking at the fragrant roasted wild boar steak, Hoshimi couldn't have been happier. With this gourmet tablecloth, even in a desolate place like the deep levels, there would be no worry about food. If he could use this ability well, things like expeditions would be a piece of cake. But before Hoshimi could finish his daydream, something unexpected happened. The wild boar steak that was originally lying obediently on the plate suddenly seemed to come to life, stepping through the sauce to perform a cheerful tap dance. The meat. The meat is dancing. Anya, who had already taken out a dinner knife ready to enjoy, Mr. Ottar's kin, rubbed her eyes, staring in dumbfounded shock. Seeing this, Sir curiously reached out to grab the wild boar steak, but the steak zoomed out of the pan, drew an arc in the air, and landed steadily on the table, continuing to hop around. How are we supposed to eat this? Mr. Hoshimi, is this also how your item is used? Sir looked bewildered. And no, it's not. Hoshimi watched the scene with total helplessness. Just like yesterday's bamboo dragonfly, this gourmet tablecloth also seemed to have an anomaly. It appeared that his golden finger was currently not very stable. He had to find a way to turn it into a truly reliable item. Seeing the flying steak splashing sauce all over the tavern, the dwarf boss wife reached out and pressed her hand directly onto Hoshimi's head. Kid, you messed up this dish. Additional cleaning fees. When the herbal salt and powdered sugar were mixed up for the 15th time, causing the pot of what should have been sweet pumpkin soup to turn strangely salty and bitter, Mamma Mia mercilessly banished the useless elf, Liu and Hoshimi to the back kitchen to wash dishes. Miss Liu stood desolately at the cooking station 3 meters away. Moonlight, like water, poured down through the high Gothic window, intertwining with her swaying blonde hair as if plating her entire being in a cold silver edge, making her already slender figure appear even more lonely. Miss Liu, would you like to try this? Hoshimi, who was washing dishes, noticed Liu's loneliness. He stopped his movements and shook the rag printed with cat paw prints in his hand, saying softly, "This has lemon detergent on it, the cleaning effect is particularly good." The blonde elf's fingertips paused slightly. She turned her head slightly, her pale ear tips flushing with an imperceptible faint red as she replied softly, okay. Although Liu could no longer think of turning herself in because of Mamma Mia's words, she was clearly still deep in an emotional low. If she couldn't find a light of hope to continue living, she would likely be trapped in this swamp of depression for a long time, unable to extricate herself. Hey, newcomer. The sound of splashing water in the sink was suddenly interrupted by a playful shout. Anya's fluffy cat ears popped up unexpectedly from behind a mountain of plates. Leave the dishwashing to Liu-san for now. We're short-handed, so hurry up and deliver this mead to that dwarf uncle at table 7, meow tilde. As she spoke, her paw pads lightly patted Hoshimi's back, and she quickly warned, also, when you pass table 4, you must avoid the Amazon sisters. They've already crushed 4 wine glasses today. I'm responsible for that table, so if you recklessly approach them, be careful not to be dragged to the pleasure quarter in the middle of the night to test their blades, meow tilde. I understand. Hoshimi hurriedly agreed, wiped his hands, and carefully picked up the mead. However, just as Hoshimi was walking down the aisle holding the jug, he unexpectedly encountered the bronze, thick arms of the Amazon sisters, arrogantly blocking the path. The leading leopard print female warrior held a battle axe thicker than her waist high in one hand, looking majestic, while her other hand reached out maliciously, making a move to hook Hoshimi's collar. She even stuck out her tongue and licked her full lips, her eyes full of greed and heat. Oh my, cute boy, do you want to play an exciting adult game with us sisters tilde? If you can last 10 minutes, we'll give you 100,000 currency immediately. And no thanks. I'm not a male model. Looking at the Amazon warrior's gaze that almost seemed ready to swallow him alive, Hoshimi felt a chill down his spine as cold sweat poured down. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Sir appeared in time and helped Hoshimi out of the situation with a few words. Finally, the late-night tavern gradually quieted down. Hoshimi was tiredly wiping the last table when suddenly, Sir's crisp light laughter came from beside his ear. Look at you now, you look exactly like a wild rabbit targeted by the Amazon sisters' hunting net. Hoshimi looked up and saw the gray-haired girl Sir sitting leisurely on the bar, her 2 long legs swinging back and forth, her fingertips lightly twirling a silver fork stained with caramel. She looked extremely comfortable. Outside the window, the Tower of Babel was like a white giant connecting heaven and earth, its light piercing the heavy twilight and shooting straight into the clouds. Above the spiraling top of the tower, a deep blue magic stone floated quietly, like an eye that was always alert and never closed, mysterious and majestic. Hoshimi's thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the daytime, scenes appearing in his mind, adventurers, each carrying sharp weapons, flooding into the base of the tower like a tide, but appearing completely different when they came out. Some were already covered in wounds, on the verge of death. Others were glowing with health, clutching glowing magic stones tightly in their arms and laughing loudly. One swordsman even had half a goblin's claw stuck in his arm guard, the scent of blood wafting towards him. Hey Tilda Hoshimi, after being busy in the tavern all day, have you managed to find out from those adventurers what this world is really like? Sir tilted her head and asked with great interest. I have a general understanding now. Hoshimi put down the rag and took a long breath, speaking slowly. Through this whole day of busyness at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, Hoshimi had gained a few more deep impressions of this novel world. This tavern is located in the Labyrinth City, Orario. Orario was completely different from the world Mr. Hoshimi originally came from. Here, besides various kinds of humans distributed across different fields, there were also many unique, demi-human, races living together. Elves, possessing slender builds, keen senses, and an elegant temperament, are skilled in archery and magic. They have a close connection with nature and usually live in forests, though some have come to live in Orario. However, they seem to have a kind of obsession with cleanliness in their bones, being extremely resistant to and genuinely unwilling to share a table for drinks with other races. Then there were the dwarves. Short but sturdy, they are known for their exquisite craftsmanship and great strength. They are particularly skilled at forging weapons and crafting armor, and are the primary operators of blacksmith shops in Orario. Most dwarves have hearty and uninhibited personalities, with drinking from large bowls and eating big chunks of meat being their daily favorites. It is worth mentioning that the proprietress of this tavern, Mia, is a dwarf who stands a full 2 meters tall. Next were the dwarfs, who are even smaller in stature than humans. Most of them are lively and active, with clever minds, and are good at creating various ingenious machines and tools. Finally, there was the race of female warriors, tall and strong, brave and warlike, living in tribal forms. They are usually skilled with spears and bows, and their favorite daily activity is draining boys dry. Take Hoshimi for example. In just one short day, his handsome, black-haired appearance had already been targeted by Amazon girls several times. Those girls would rush up straightforwardly, almost forcibly dragging Hoshimi into dark alleys to execute justice on the spot. In short, people from all over the world gathered here, including adventurers, merchants, and craftsmen. It was a place full of vitality and danger. It seems your head isn't too dim, knowing to pay attention to the various races in the tavern. Mr. Hoshimi, although it's a bit late to say this, I still have to tell you, welcome to the center of the world tilde tilde. Sir's lips curled up into a brilliant smile as she pointed a finger toward the Tower of Babel that pierced the clouds outside the window. See that shining white tower? That is the Tower of Babel, and our Orario is a city that gradually developed around the grand underground labyrinth commonly known as the dungeon. Beneath the Tower of Babel hides a massive, mysterious underground labyrinth. It has layer upon layer, reaching endless depths. The deeper you go, the stronger the monsters become, and the higher the danger factor. In the depths of that ground, it's said there are treasures buried that could drive every race in the world mad. So you see, beastmen mine frantically, elves chant piously, and humans burrow underground recklessly like gophers in heat. I know, one can also seek a wonderful encounter there. Hoshimi's eyes shone as he picked up the conversation. Oh my, I didn't expect you to think that way. It seems you're particularly interested in this tilde. Well then, as your senior, let me educate you on how to find a wonderful encounter in the dungeon tilde. Sir suddenly lowered her voice and leaned closer to Hoshimi, continuing mysteriously. Before entering the dungeon, we first have to become adventurers. To do that, we first need to understand gods and familias. The gods are beings who descended from the heavens to the mortal world. They possess great power and various miraculous abilities, but they cannot use divine power directly in the mortal world. So, they form familias to achieve their goals or experience mortal life. Then there are the familias, which are groups formed by gods gathering humans or other races. The members are bonded by their faith and loyalty to the god. As she spoke, as if to help Hoshimi understand better, Sir suddenly reached out and grabbed a fork from the table, stabbing it into the apple pie in front of her with a swish, then used a fingertip stained with jam to lightly draw a circle on the table. Look closely. This dollop of cream is like our labyrinth city, and the dense, crowded nut crumbles around it are the various familias. Like the Freya familia of the goddess of beauty, the Loki familia of the clown, the Ganesha familia with the elephant head, the Hephaestus familia with the flame symbol of the blacksmith god, the Apollo familia with the sun symbol. Gods provide protection and guidance to familia members and enhance their abilities by bestowing falna. Divine favor is a contract engraved on the soul. When a god uses divine blood to awaken the form of your soul, you can release your potential and gain extraordinary power. Release potential, gain extraordinary power. Listening to Sir's simple yet profound explanation, Hoshimi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As a transmigrator, although by chance he did indeed possess his own unique, gold finger. But right now, this, gold finger, was still in a fragmented state. Every item he pulled out either had a problem here or a malfunction there, always accompanied by various abnormal statuses. If he could obtain divine favor and successfully release his potential, would he be able to restore these items to their complete state and let them function normally? In the backyard of the tavern late at night, the scent of malt lingered lazily. All was silent, save for the occasional distant barking of dogs piercing the quiet night sky. By now, it was already past 1 in the morning. Hoshimi, busy all day, finished bathing his weary body and was preparing to return to the staff room for a good night's sleep. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a flash of silver white in the back of the courtyard. Hoshimi's heart tightened, and he instinctively lightened his steps, following the light. He saw the blonde elf kneeling on the moss-dappled stone slabs. Moonlight flowed down her cascading golden hair onto her knees, and she held 2 small kodachi wrapped in green in her arms. Miss Ryu. Hoshimi called out softly, his voice carrying a hint of concern and confusion. The elf seemed greatly startled, her slender body gave a violent jolt. Her fingertips, which had been resting gently on the hilt, tightened in panic as she instinctively gripped the hilt, fearing these 2 swords might be taken away. Only then did Hoshimi notice that her other hand was tightly clutching a soft white cloth, wiping the dents left by time on the sword guard over and over with focused persistence. Too much blood has stained the blade. I want to wipe it clean. Miss Ryu's voice was very small. Hoshimi's gaze slowly moved down, and only then did he realize with a shock that Miss Ryu, who usually had such an obsession with cleanliness, was currently barefoot, with specks of dirt clinging to her ankles. For an elf with a cleanliness obsession, this was simply unbelievable. Are these relics of your comrades from the Astria Familia? Hoshimi lowered his voice, asking cautiously, for fear of touching the most sensitive string in Ryu's heart. You know. Ryu looked up slightly, her eyes full of surprise. I learned a bit about it from Mamma Mia. Hoshimi responded softly. In truth, even without the few words revealed by Mamma Mia, Hoshimi knew what had happened to Miss Ryu. The main god of the Astrea Familia was the goddess who presided over justice and order. 5 years ago, there were 11 members in the familia, all female. The faction rank was B. They had subjugated floor bosses 21 times and reached the 41st floor. Though small in number, they were all second-tier adventurers. 9 were LV. 4 and 2 were LV. 3. Among them were potential candidates who were only 1 step away from entering the first-class adventurer realm. They were quite powerful among exploration-type familias. Besides exploring the labyrinth, the familia was also responsible for cracking down on unscrupulous individuals who disturbed the city's peace, sharing the burden of maintaining Orario's order with the Ganesha familia of that time. Because the Astrea familia upheld justice, they were long at odds with the dark faction's Rudra familia. Jura's gang from the Rudra familia carefully planned a conspiracy to eliminate the Astrea familia. They set a large number of traps with over 100 fire stones in the dungeon, intending to bury the Astrea familia alive through explosions. Ultimately, due to a warning from member Lyra, the Astrea familia members escaped the fate of being buried alive at the last moment, but the explosion damaged the dungeon's structure and drew the Juggernaut. The Zoggernaut is a monster not recorded in the guild. It descends when the dungeon structure suffers large-scale damage. It is a powerful calamitous existence of the dungeon, equivalent to the body's white blood cells. It possesses ultra-high-speed movement capabilities, can launch attacks in an instant, and has claw attacks with incredibly sharp claws that can easily tear enemies apart. Additionally, it has a special ability to reflect magic. Therefore, when the monster Zaganot, whose strength far surpassed all members of the Astria familia, appeared, it ultimately led to the sacrifice of everyone in the familia except for Ryu. Moonlight-like water fell quietly on Ryu's sorrowful face. Facing the young man who had saved her, Miss Ryu could no longer suppress her inner grief. Tears streamed down her face as she said sorrowfully, "Why was I the one who survived in the end? The lives of 10 companions were traded only for this shell of mine to live on. Elise was clearly more qualified to survive, she was the true successor of justice. I am so selfish. I even wanted the goddess to leave Warario. I have tarnished the goddess's glory and brought shame to her justice." Miss Ryu had deep feelings for her familia members and had witnessed her companions die tragic deaths under the Zaganat's attacks. She believed she had failed to protect her companions and was filled with guilt and self-reproach. Thus, she stubbornly believed that only by slaying her enemies and burning those dark forces with the fires of revenge could she make up for her mistakes, slightly lighten the mountain-like sense of guilt in her heart, and find a sliver of redemption for her incompetence. Thus, for 3 years, Ryu kept her companions' last words in her heart, treating revenge as a promise to them and an adherence to the familia's justice, constantly fighting against the dark forces. But now, when she had finally dealt with all of the dark faction, the beliefs that supported her survival collapsed instantly. She seemed to have lost the motivation to continue forward, falling into endless confusion and despair. Looking at Miss Ryu's heartbroken expression, Hoshimi's heart was full of pity. At this moment, it was already 1 o'clock, and the stars in the night sky became increasingly brilliant. Hoshimi lightly patted his pocket, where the mysterious item he had just drawn was hidden, the plant pot, also translated as the instant plant pot. Item effect. As long as you can obtain the gene of a certain plant, such as a leaf, and place it inside, the plant will grow in a very short time. Additionally, you can adjust it to different sizes. I hope it can bloom this time. Hoshimi prayed silently in his heart, his eyes showing a hint of expectation and nervousness. Then, he crouched down, carefully picked up a dandelion seed from a corner of the courtyard, and gently buried it in the pot. This is. Ryu's gaze was drawn to Hoshimi's actions, her eyes full of doubt. As long as you bury the seed inside the pot, it can grow rapidly. Hoshimi looked up at Ryu, his eyes flashing with the light of confidence. That's impossible. How could a seed grow in an instant? Ryu instinctively shook her head, her face written with skepticism. In her understanding, the growth of plants requires the passage of time, the bathing of sunlight, and the nourishment of rain. There is no such thing as instant success. However, the moment her words fell, a miracle happened. A glow like a surging starburst erupted from the soil, instantly lighting up the entire backyard. The silver-white dandelion stretched its branches and leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every bit of fluff shimmered with starlight, tracing a galaxy-like path in the night sky. Ryu's pupils trembled slightly as she saw her reflection shatter into millions of points of light in the glowing stamen, only to reconsolidate in the next moment. Miss Ryu, look. Hoshimi's voice broke the momentary silence. He gently took Ryu's hand, and together they touched the seeds that were about to drift away. The light particles danced at his fingertips like fireflies. Don't you think they look like those souls that couldn't bloom? Hoshimi leaned over slightly and touched the flower stem again. The entire dandelion suddenly burst apart, turning into thousands of glowing butterflies that danced around Ryu's green kodachi. The blonde elf's tears could no longer be suppressed, falling pitter-patter onto the sword hilt. A certain butterfly stopped at a notch, its wings reflecting a blurry human silhouette. It seemed to be the original owner of the kodachi. Gojo no Kagaya. Yu fell silent, her thoughts seemingly led by this butterfly, drifting back to the day the familia was wiped out. That day, the monster pierced through everyone. Even though Elisa's fire magic flared up, I extinguished it myself. Ryu's voice trembled, her eyes full of pain and self-reproach. But, Hoshimi gently guided Ryu's finger to touch the light seeds floating in the air, Every one of these fragments carries Elisa's fire. Ryu's elven ears twitched violently. The dandelion light points spawned by the instant plant pot were spiraling upward along their joined hands. The light particles suddenly burst between them, reflecting a burning vision. The red-haired human girl, Elise, faced the terrifying monster without the slightest fear, her eyes showing determination and resolve. Then, she turned and revealed a righteous smile like the warm spring sun. The phantom then collapsed into 10,000 sparks. Ryu's pupils contracted sharply, and the green kodachi fell to the ground with a clang. But those sparks did not go out. Instead, they attached to the dandelion seedlings all over the ground, illuminating the entire backyard into a brilliant sea of stars. Your companions, they never needed you to be buried with them. Hoshimi picked up the kodachi. In the reflection of the blade, 10 starlights were swirling. They hope you can become the vessel that carries all their stories, to carve the scent of the desserts Elise liked, Keigaya's kodachi futab, and Lyra's strange gadgets all into the years to come. Ryu's tears finally streamed down, but they were caught in midair by those magical light particles. In those teardrops, warm scenes of the past emerged. On a birthday, Elise was pushed into the cake by her companions, laughter echoing in the room. On a winter night, everyone huddled together for warmth, and Lyra's frozen toes became the object of everyone's teasing. Ryu cooking curry into charcoal for the 100th time, everyone complaining while laughing and helping her fix it. Death is too simple. Hoshimi placed the kodachi, which had regained its faint glow, back into her trembling palm. Live to tell their stories to the dungeon, to let the monsters remember that there was once such a group of fools who even fought to strike the silliest pose when facing death. Mr. Hoshimi. Her voice came to an abrupt halt. Only then did Ryu realize their palms were pressed together. This warm sensation instantly dispelled some of the gloom in her heart. Miss Ryu's skin was clearly as white as snow. Usually, even a light touch of an external object would make her frown slightly, but at the moment of contact, a faint blush appeared. The tips of the elf's ears were almost dripping blood. She hurriedly let go and retreated in a panic, but her lower back accidentally hit a pottery jar full of rainwater, making a muffled thud. Sorry. I forgot about you elves, obsession with cleanliness. No. Ryu suddenly lowered her head, staring at her fingertips. This is the temperature of a third person. Elise, sir, and you. In that case, I'm quite honored. Hoshimi smiled slightly, his eyes filled with gratification. Liu stared blankly at the glowing dandelion in her palm, then suddenly stood up and walked quickly to an empty flowerpot in the corner. Then, she pulled a seed from her bosom. It was a seed from the great holy tree she had brought from her hometown, the Lumina forest. Once, she had always complained it grew too slowly, wishing it could grow into a towering tree overnight. Now, after everything she had been through, she finally understood. A bloom that comes slowly is the one worth waiting for. Liu personally buried the seed into the empty pot. Then, Liu turned around, the moonstone hair ornament reflecting fragmented light. Her lake blue eyes gazed at the beautiful starry sky for a long time. Gradually, the confusion in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a touch of determination. Miss Liu asked softly, Mr. Hoshimi, do you think if there was a time machine? There is, brother, there is. Never mind, it's probably impossible, but. A flash of strength appeared in Miss Liu's eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Hoshimi. Now, I will live well for Elisa's sake. Liu suddenly smiled with relief, completely dispelling the haze that had shrouded her heart for so long. Staring at Liu's long blonde hair, Hoshimi felt even more certain in his determination to become an adventurer. As long as he could randomly draw a time machine and rely on his own efforts to become a first-class adventurer, possessing the powerful strength to change the future, then every member of the Astria Familia will be resurrected. Early morning. Before the morning mist of Orario had fully dispersed, the wooden door of the hostess of Fertility Tavern let out a soft creak. When Hoshimi came down from the attic rubbing his eyes, he saw Miss Liu standing on tiptoe to wipe the copper lamp atop the wine cabinet, her light green apron string swaying in the morning light. Good morning, Miss Liu. The corners of Hoshimi's mouth curled up into a warm arc. His voice carried the laziness of someone just waking up as he greeted the busy Liu softly. Yes, good morning, Mr. Hoshimi. Hearing Hoshimi's voice, Miss Liu's delicate body trembled slightly, and her wiping motion froze for a moment. At this moment, the image of their palms pressed together and the promise they made a few hours ago involuntarily surfaced in Liu's mind. Thinking of this, Liu's pointed ears turned bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a panic, she hurriedly turned her face away, pretending to be calm as she continued wiping the copper lamp, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Do you need any help? Hoshimi asked, seeing Miss Liu looking a bit strained. Although Miss Liu was a second-tier adventurer at LV4, in Hoshimi's eyes, she was still a girl who needed to be cared for. After all, Liu's height was 163 centimeters, still a gap from his 180 centimeters, so he didn't hesitate to offer help with the task of wiping the copper lamp. Wait. Mr. Hoshimi, please don't come over. Hearing this, Miss Liu seemed to have some sort of stress response. Her face instantly lost its color, and she waved her hands frantically, trying to stop Hoshimi from approaching. At the same time, her cheeks also turned bright red. Liu's ears are redder than the apples Anya eats, meow tilde. The cat girl Anya, who was setting the table nearby, suddenly, whooshed, out from under the table and teased. No, they're not. Anya, don't talk nonsense. Flustered by the sudden teasing, Miss Liu scrambled to pick up the rag that had accidentally fallen into the wooden bucket. At the same time, the sound of clinking porcelain came from the kitchen. Sir poked her head out from behind the door, carrying a plate of steaming fried eggs, her gray hair speckled with flour. What did Mr. Hoshimi do to Miss Liu? Sir smiled. It had only been a short day, but the atmosphere between Liu and Hoshimi seemed a bit subtle tilde. Nothing at all. Everything from a few hours ago was just natural interaction. He really didn't feel like he had done anything out of line. After washing the last wine glass, he could have gone out for a stroll, but then Hoshimi looked at the dwarf boss and said, Mamma mia, I want to become an adventurer. You want to be an adventurer. The dwarf boss's wife, Mia, paused her movements, gently set down the wine glass in her hand, and looked up at Hoshimi with curiosity in her eyes. And the reason? Is it because you saw the adventurers coming back in glory yesterday with countless priceless spoils, and it sparked a desire in your heart? Or do you hope to one day become famous and a household hero? Or perhaps, you want to meet those cute and moving beautiful girls? All of the above, but Hoshimi's gaze unconsciously drifted to Liu, who was busy nearby. Seeing the tips of her ears turn bright red, Hoshimi paused, then slapped the table, imitating the coolest pose from his memory. The main reason is to protect. I don't have any dreams, but I can protect the dreams of others. Mamma Mia was clearly stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then she broke into a smile. Kid, I didn't expect you to say something so cool. Hoshimi smiled slightly. Actually, he hadn't expected to one day say a famous line like Takumi-kun, it felt pretty cool. But in reality, this was indeed his current goal. He had already taken on the main quest, giving his all to save the Astria Familia and Miss Liu. To return to the past and successfully save the Astria Familia, two conditions had to be met. First, refresh the items until a normally functioning time machine appears. Second, his own strength must reach at least the level of a level 6 first-class adventurer. The Calamity, Zoganaut, born in the deep floors, is terrifyingly strong. It easily wiped out a team composed of several LV4 second-tier adventurers. The captain of the Astria Familia, Elise Lovell, was already a peak powerhouse among LV4s before her death. She not only mastered the enchantment magic, Red Whorl, but also possessed the rare skill, Flower of Justice. Flower of Justice, in battle, her strength receives a high correction. In adversity, the correction effects for endurance and dexterity significantly increase. When fighting strong enemies, agility and magic also receive strong corrections. With this magic and skill, Elise exerted strength nearly equal to a first-class adventurer, yet even so, she still fell at the hands of Zoganaut. With this precedent, Hoshimi knew deeply that to perfectly save the Astria Familia, he must become at least an LV6 adventurer, otherwise, he would simply be going to his death. Seeing Hoshimi's determined look, Mamma Mia continued to ask, I see your determination. Have you thought about which familia to join? Are you interested in the goddess of beauty Freya Familia, or are you eyeing the mountain of magic stones brought back by the Loki Familia? Or perhaps you want to learn from those kids in the Ganesha Familia and wear an elephant helmet to patrol the streets. I've thought it through. I pondered all last night and decided to join the Hephaestus Familia, Hoshimi replied. Actually, at first, his thoughts were somewhat driven by his selfish desires. Among those famous familias, the one he wanted to go to most wasn't the two great familias of Warario, the Loki Familia and Freya Familia, but the Demeter Familia. The Demeter Familia is a commercial familia specialized in growing and selling fruits and vegetables. They own vast farmlands on the outskirts of the city and have made great contributions to Warario's food supply. Of course, Hoshimi didn't suddenly wake up with a hobby for gardening or want to be a farmer, it was because the familia's primary goddess, Demeter, her figure is incredibly hot. An unreliable thought had flashed through his mind. If he could get close to this goddess, his future days would definitely be comfortable. Dating a big-breasted goddess, enjoying a happy life. But for the sake of his promise with Miss Liu, Hoshimi ultimately chose the Hephaestus Familia. Firstly, the primary goddess Hephaestus is one of the few gods with a normal mindset. Secondly, Hoshimi carries a mysterious item cheat similar to a certain Doraemon. The Hephaestus Familia happens to be a blacksmithing familia, skilled at making fine weapons and selling various items. If he shows off those magical gadgets in the future, others won't find it too strange. Furthermore, the Hephaestus Familia ranks in the top 5 in all of Warario. The familia's captain, one-eyed master craftsman Tsubaki Colland, is a level 5 first-class adventurer. With such a strong backing, even if the dark faction targets Hoshimi, they would have to weigh whether they have the ability to provoke this massive righteous faction. Have you thought it through, kid? The dwarf boss's wife's gaze swept over Hoshimi. Hephaestus Familia won't take in a rookie who can't even hold a hammer steady. I will work hard, Hoshimi said with a firm tone. HMPH. Mamma Mia turned and walked to the front desk, opened the place where coins were kept, pulled out a coin purse, and threw it forcefully at Hoshimi. Hephaestus owed me several barrels of top-grade fine wine before. Take this recommendation letter, and she will definitely take you in. Ah, this, Hoshimi instinctively reached out to catch it. What are you still standing there for? Take it. It's fine, although the tavern is short-handed, we can manage without you for a day or so. Go out this afternoon, but don't think that just because you've become an adventurer, you don't have to be a waiter at the tavern anymore. After going into the dungeon every day, you still have to come back to me in the evening. I understand. A surge of warmth rose in Hoshimi's heart. Having just arrived in another world, the people at the tavern had given him the warmth of a home. After a busy morning, in the afternoon, golden sunlight bathed Orario. Hoshimi bid farewell to the hostess of Fertility Tavern, tightly clutching the invitation to the Hephaestus Familia, and walked towards the familia's location. Taking this opportunity, he also began to appreciate the scenery of Warario's streets. Elf bards plucked crystal harps, the sound waves condensing into glowing butterflies in the air. Clanging sounds came from dwarf blacksmith shops, each hammer strike causing lava-like golden patterns to emerge from the ground. When Hoshimi passed the entrance of the pleasure quarter, 3 Amazon warriors suddenly dropped ropes from the second floor, the cobra tattoos wrapped around their bronze thighs hissing at Hoshimi. Hoshimi hurriedly dodged away, he couldn't let himself be captured by these battle-hardened women. Afterward, following the map given by Mamma Mia, Hoshimi finally arrived at the location of the Hephaestus Familia. Standing before the main gate of the base, he looked at the heavy iron door, took a deep breath, and raised his hand to knock the door knocker. A moment later, the iron door slowly opened, and a valiant woman with black hair and a single eye patch appeared before him. Tsubaki Colland, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, is a half-dwarf born from a human from the Far East and a continental dwarf. She is the best blacksmith in Orario and possesses the strength of a first-class adventurer. Yo, a handsome lad. You must be the one Mia introduced. Come on in. The half-dwarf Tsubaki warmly greeted Hoshimi to enter. Miss Tsubaki, you know me. After entering the base, Hoshimi asked. Mia mentioned you to us. I was quite curious, she actually used a favor from a god to let you join without having to explain anything. Truly interesting. Tsubaki smiled, her tone full of disbelief. Hoshimi once again felt the kindness of the dwarf boss's wife. To get to Hephaestus's room, one had to pass through the forge. As soon as he entered the forge, a wave of scorching heat carrying a metallic smell hit him, making his skin burn and his breathing instantly heavy. Inside the forge, the light was dim and hazy, with only a few beams of light coming through small, high windows. After his eyes adjusted, he could see rows of blacksmithing tools hanging neatly on the blackened walls, hammers, pliers, chisels, and various other implements glinting with a cold, hard metallic luster in the dim light. In the center of the room, a massive anvil stood firmly, its surface covered in pits and scratches, clearly having endured years of tempering and countless strikes from heavy objects. On it lay some unfinished weapons, sword blades and spearheads faintly emitting a cold light, exuding a sense of lethal intent even before completion. The forge furnace was located on one side of the room, the fire burning fiercely, its scorching tongues of flame licking the surrounding air, casting a bright red glow on everything nearby. By the furnace, several blacksmiths were bare-chested, their bronze skin looking as if it were plated in gold under the firelight. Sweat poured continuously from their foreheads and backs, dripping onto the scalding floor and instantly turning into wisps of rising steam. Tsubaki glanced at Hoshimi and said, I can't give you a detailed introduction right now. I'll take you on a proper tour after we're done. With that, Tsubaki continued leading Hoshimi straight into the depths of the forge. Arriving at the main deity's room, Tsubaki first greeted Hephaestus inside, and after receiving permission, she pushed open the door. Standing in the room was a red-haired deity wearing an eye patch over her right eye, a white top, black trousers, and black over-the-knee high-heeled boots. It was indeed Hephaestus. Counting the gods he had occasionally bumped into on the street, this was the second god Hoshimi had seen in person. As for who the first god was, those who know, know. Hephaestus reached out, took the recommendation letter Hoshimi handed over, and glanced indifferently at the contents before speaking. Young man, from now on, you are a member of the Hephaestus familia. It's that simple. Hoshimi's eyes widened, his face filled with surprise. Of course. Hephaestus curled her lips slightly into a faint smile. I still owe Mia a few barrels of good cider, haha, just kidding. Mainly, Mia mentioned in the letter that you seem to have quite good abilities, and I am very much looking forward to it. Come here, take off your clothes first, I'm going to bestow the divine favor upon you. Hoshimi knew well that the power of the divine favor bestowed by the gods had to be branded onto one's back. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly shed his coat and inner shirt, exposing his smooth back. Hephaestus looked focused as she reached for a long, thin needle and gently pricked her fingertip. In an instant, a bright, eye-catching drop of blood seeped out. Using her blood-stained fingertip, Hephaestus carefully and slowly moved across Hoshimi's smooth back. In this Danmachi world, most gods would design the pattern of their familia crest based on their own divine office. For example, the goddess of beauty Freya designed a pattern of a woman of peerless beauty, full of charm and elegance, while Hestia, as the goddess of the hearth, had a familia crest of a holy flame lighthouse emitting a warm glow, symbolizing protection and hope. As the legendary god of forging, the familia crest drawn by Hephaestus was naturally a blend of a blacksmith hammer and blazing flames, full of power and a fiery aura. Once the divine favor pattern was firmly branded onto Hoshimi's back, rows of shimmering hieroglyphs slowly emerged within moments. Hephaestus fixed her gaze upon them, and when she saw Hoshimi's detailed information, she couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Hoshimi. Level. LV.1. Race. Human. Affiliation. Hephaestus familia. Age. 17. Abilities. Strength. I0. Endurance. I0. Dexterity. I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Dimension, Doraemon's Fantasy Corridor. Limited to once per day, can randomly draw a miraculous item. The random items drawn are influenced by the luck stat. The stronger the item's effect, the more mind is consumed when using it. If mind is insufficient, it cannot be used. Chant. With the bronze bell as a pact, the four-dimensional gate swings open. Echoes of the 22nd century, converge in my palm now. Skills. Synchronized breathing technique. Daily magic increase. Magic grows naturally with the passage of real-world time. Triggers the lullaby effect while sleeping at night, transforming dreams into a magic purification training ground. 8 hours of sleep equals 2% additional increase to maximum capacity. Adversity paradox engine. When falling into a desperate situation with negative statuses, heavy injury, surrounded, items exhausted, temporary luck increases according to the crisis level. Observer effect. 1 magic and 3 skills. Even one of the skills only has its name deciphered for now, with its specific effects completely unknown. This is simply unheard of. Hephaestus's face was full of shock, and the surprise in her eyes couldn't be hidden. One must understand that this divine favor power is a precious gift generously bestowed by the gods upon the residents of the lower world. Using their own blood as a medium, the gods engrave hieroglyphs on the backs of familia members, which can transform an individual's combat experience and daily training results into intuitive, concrete values, such as strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, magic, and so on, and these values will gradually increase with each adventure. Normally, ability values are divided into 10 ranks from low to high: I, H, G, B, A, S. The range of ability values corresponding to each rank is 0 to 99, 100 to 199, 200 to 299, 900 to 999. For any race, when first obtaining the power of divine favor, regardless of how strong they were before, all levels and ability values will start at LV.1 and 0. Furthermore, when ability values accumulate to a certain point, one must complete a great feat, such as successfully defeating a powerful enemy or completing a major challenge, to break through the current level limit. For example, a LV.1 adventurer who defeats a LV.2 monster has the chance to promote to LV.2. In addition to fixed ability values, the divine favor can also activate unique skills or magic, and these special abilities often reflect the holder's personality or past experiences. Generally speaking, most people who just receive divine favor will likely not obtain magic or skill blessings if their potential is mediocre. If their potential is decent, they might possess magic and skills from the start. However, a youth like Hoshimi here, who possesses 1 magic and 3 skills upon receiving divine favor for the first time. This situation is far too special, truly an extreme rarity. Inside Hephaestus's room, the furnace fire continued to roar, with sparks flying out from time to time, drawing short, bright trails in the air. Hoshimi stood in place, his back still feeling a bit warm from the newly branded divine favor pattern. Lord Goddess, may I know the divine favor powers of displayed. Hephaestus gradually recovered from her astonishment at seeing Hoshimi's special abilities. A sharp light flashed in her single eye, and she then curled her lips into a faint smile. Of course you can. As she spoke, Hephaestus walked steadily to the desk, reached for a sheet of fine-textured parchment, and a quill dipped in ink. The nib rustled across the paper, and before long, a passage of text was written. Then, she gently folded the parchment and handed it to Hoshimi. Hoshimi took it with both hands, his gaze eagerly scanning the contents. He finally had a general outline of his own abilities. Hoshimi, do you know how special this power you carry is? Hephaestus suddenly said. Please explain, Lord Goddess. Hoshimi responded. Hephaestus suddenly raised her arm, bringing a gust of wind that whistled past, making the roaring furnace fire flicker and tremble. In the long, boundless river of time I have lived, I have witnessed countless beings receive divine favor and be granted power. However, someone like you, who possesses one magic and three skills upon receiving the divine favor for the first time, is truly as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn, 1 in 10,000. Saying this, the god of forging suddenly leaned in close, her nose almost touching Hoshimi's trembling eyelashes. The last time I saw such a monstrous setup was when Finn came to beg me to forge his first spear while he was still bare-bottomed. Lord Goddess. Tsubaki's voice suddenly drifted in through the crack in the door. You're talking about Sir Braver's dark history again. Hephaestus ignored Tsubaki and instead pointed to Hoshimi's back, where the light from the brand had already faded, leaving only a faint mark. Her finger slid gently along the lines as she began a detailed analysis. Also, your magic is quite peculiar. Not to mention that baffling magic name, just this chant alone. Hephaestus frowned slightly, her eyes full of confusion. With the bronze bell as a pact, the four-dimensional gate swings open. Echoes of the 22nd century converge in my palm now. Even as a goddess, I cannot fathom the meaning within. However, as a transmigrator, Hoshimi already understood when he saw this chant. The bronze bell symbolized the Doraemon's bell, the four-dimensional gate referred to his 4D pocket setting, and the manifested items were all products of the 22nd century, hence the final line. While Hoshimi was secretly thinking, Hephaestus spoke again, but compared to the magic name and chant, the magic effect is the key. Randomly drawing miraculous items every day. Could these miraculous items be similar to what the glasses girl from Hermes' place makes? Asphi al-Andromeda. The captain of the Hermes Familia was actually a LV.4 adventurer, but under Hermes' instructions, she was publicly declared as only LV.2. Originally a princess of a sea kingdom, she was kidnapped by Hermes using unique methods. Since then, she had a life of toil, often cleaning up after Hermes' whims and absurd actions. Those dark circles under her eyes were her trademark. Asphi had a rare development ability for making magic items, mystery. With this ability, she created many amazing magic items, such as the Hades helmet, that allows the user to turn invisible, and the Talaria flying shoes, that assist in flight. These items occupied half of the magic items in the Danmachi world. The other half belonged to the Great Sage, Fels. As a member of the guild, the Great Sage had been Uranus's private mercenary when the gods first descended. In the past, by pushing the development ability mystery to its limit, Fels successfully refined the mysterious Philosopher's Stone, becoming famous. The items made by both were miraculously extraordinary. For instance, an invisibility cloak has the same effect as the invisibility cape from Doraemon. Hephaestus's voice pulled Hoshimi back from his thoughts. Besides magic, the skills you possess are also not to be underestimated. They can steadily increase your daily magic, turn the tide in a desperate situation, and there's even a mysterious skill that even I cannot decipher. Even you don't know about that unknown skill, Lord Goddess. Hoshimi couldn't help but ask. The first two skills were both meant to support his magic. The increase in daily magic was to help his future self quickly accumulate mind to master these miraculous items from the 22nd century. And the luck boost in adversity was to ensure that in times of crisis, he would have a higher chance of pulling out a key item to deal with the predicament. As for the third skill, Observer Effect, Hoshimi was equally confused. Hephaestus shook her head slowly, a helpless bitter smile appearing on her face. This world is full of mysteries, and powers are intertwined. Even gods dare not claim to know all the miracles of the lower world. But I can assert that this skill must hide unknown potential. Perhaps in a critical moment, it will become your most solid support to help you escape. Hoshimi looked at the words Observer Effect on the paper and smiled bitterly. But, I don't even understand the specific effect of this skill. Good question. Hephaestus suddenly grabbed Hoshimi's wrist and pressed it onto the anvil, a red-hot carving knife hovering over his skin. How about we do an experiment now? If cutting off your left hand triggers the skill, it proves it's a super regeneration type ability. Please, definitely don't. Hephaestus smiled slightly, no longer teasing the newcomer. With a serious expression, she continued, Hoshimi, have you ever heard the saying, mortals forge tools, gods forge destiny? Hoshimi was blank and shook his head gently. Seeing this, Hephaestus walked to the forge, picked up an unfinished dagger, and ran her fingers gently over the blade, feeling its rough texture. In the mortal world, blacksmiths rely on their craft and sweat to hammer out fine weapons and sturdy armor, one strike at a time. These tools can help adventurers overcome obstacles in battle and change the course of a fight. Just like this dagger in my hand, if forged well, it can easily pierce an enemy's defense and deliver a fatal blow. Hephaestus put down the dagger and turned to face Hoshimi with burning eyes. However, what gods do is bestow divine favor upon people. This divine favor is a burning spark that ignites hope in mortal hearts and rewrites the trajectory of their lives. With these special abilities you obtained today, the gears of fate have begun to turn. It will lead you down a completely different path, one full of challenges and miracles. Every time you grow, every time you use these abilities, you might change your own destiny and even the destiny of those around you. You are no longer that ordinary youth, but one chosen by the gods and the world, a person carrying infinite possibilities. Favored by the gods and the world, a person carrying infinite possibilities. Hoshimi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Could this mean that he, like the heroes in the legends of heroic sagas, had a grand epic mission? Alright, that's all for today, young man. Hephaestus smiled broadly. I look forward to your future performance. As she finished speaking, Hephaestus called out to Tsubaki, who was waiting outside the door. A moment later, light footsteps were heard, the door was gently pushed open, and Tsubaki walked in quickly. She first looked respectfully at Hephaestus, then turned her gaze to Hoshimi and said softly, Lord Goddess, you're all finished with your business, right? Then I'll take Hoshimi to pick out some basic weapons and armor. After all, he's going to start adventuring, he can't go in empty-handed. Hephaestus nodded slightly with a concerned look. Go on, help him pick well. This child has extraordinary potential, his equipment cannot be neglected. Extraordinary potential. Hearing this, Tsubaki couldn't help but glance at Hoshimi with curiosity and replied softly, okay. Watching the receding backs of Hoshimi and Tsubaki, Hephaestus's gaze fell back onto the roaring furnace fire in the room. She sank into deep thought and murmured to herself. When the observer begins to gaze into the abyss must become the observed. This is a law that even Uranus doesn't know about, you know. Since the fall of the Zeus familia and the Hera familia, Orario has been silent for too long. Now, the shadow of the Black Dragon still looms over the entire world. Will a new hero be born here? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
My items are replenished daily in Danmachi. Part 2. In the Orario world, there are 3 arduous tasks passed down from ancient times, known as the 3 Great Adventurer Quests. The 3 Great Adventurer Quests are closely connected to the dungeon, and their origins can be traced back to ancient times. The targets of these 3 quests are the Land King Behemoth, the Sea Overlord Leviathan, and the Sky King One-Eyed Dragon. These 3 monsters are the embodiment of nightmares, running rampant between the land, the sea, and the sky, plunging the entire world into an abyss of endless terror. Wherever they passed, towns were destroyed, living beings were devastated, and the people lived in dire straits, terrified day and night. Therefore, subjugating these 3 peerless fierce beasts became the ultimate long-cherished wish of adventurers in the lower world for generations. Countless heroes fought one after another, not hesitating to pay the price with their lives, just to bring peace to the world. In the subsequent epic chapters of Heroes, the powerful Zeus familia and Hera familia, relying on their united spirit of cooperation and having gone through countless hardships, finally succeeded in subjugating the Land King Behemoth and the Sea Overlord Leviathan. However, fate changed 15 years ago. When the Zeus and Hera familias gathered all their strength to challenge the Sky King One-Eyed Dragon, they encountered a catastrophe, and the once shining light of hope was instantly extinguished. The powerful restraining force of the righteous side disappeared, and the dark factions rose up one after another, causing the world city of Orario to fall into a period of dark turmoil. The most terrifying was the 7 days of death, where the streets were filled with chaos and slaughter, and people lived under the haze of fear, unable to survive from day to day. But fortunately, the darkness did not completely swallow hope. The Loki familia, Freya familia, Astraea familia, Ganesha familia, and many other familias stood up at this critical moment of life and death. After a long and arduous great struggle, Orario finally broke free from the shackles of darkness and returned to peace. But there are still 3 years left until the predicted arrival of the Sky King, One-Eyed Dragon. This work is 2 years before the original, when Belcranel becomes an adventurer, leaving only 1 year until the Black Dragon arrives. Today, the eyes of the whole world are focused on Orario, and everyone is harboring deep expectations, longing for the hero who can lead all adventurers in the lower world to defeat the Black Dragon to emerge. Hephaestus's gaze pierced through the furnace fire of blacksmithing, and in the raging flames, the figure of a black dragon faintly emerged, its pitch-black scales shimmering in the firelight. I hope this time, the gears of fate can bring true salvation, not destruction. Hephaestus did not know whether the boy she had just bestowed a blessing upon could grow into the hero who would lead the adventurers of the lower world to defeat the Black Dragon in the future. Or perhaps, even if he only became a key force against the Black Dragon, adding a little more chance of winning to this battle of life and death would be enough. The furnace fire reflected in Hephaestus's single eye, as if burning with some kind of profound expectation. Inside the armory, the air was filled with a faint metallic smell. The walls were covered with various weapons and armor, emitting a cold light under the illumination of the lights. Tsubaki stood in front of rows of weapon racks, elegantly fiddling with a long sword, and the blade made a crisp, sound. The deity said, "You have extraordinary aptitude, so picking weapons this time cannot be careless." Tsubaki tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on Hoshimi, with a hint of teasing, "It's just that I'm curious, what kind of equipment can catch your eye?" Hoshimi scanned the weapon racks around him casually. Other new adventurers had no conditions, but as a member of the Hephaestus familia, Hoshimi could choose excellent beginner equipment, so he began to carefully compare the differences between each weapon and piece of armor. But among these weapons, after scanning for a moment, Hoshimi's gaze was attracted by an inconspicuous piece of equipment. It was a set of dark red light armor, which looked unremarkable compared to the surrounding weapons, and even appeared somewhat plain. Hoshimi walked up curiously, reached out and touched it gently, his fingertips rubbing against the surface of the leather armor. In an instant, a strange resonance surged into his heart. He subconsciously turned the equipment over, and saw a few small gold-stamped characters on the inside of the leather armor Wealth made. Seeing these words, the corners of Hoshimi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a knowing smile. This is the one. In Hoshimi's heart, this blacksmith not only had superb blacksmithing skills, but also had a fiery obsession and love for weapons. The equipment he forged himself must have poured in a lot of effort and must also have a different kind of power. Tsubaki, who was on the side, saw all this, a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then she smiled. The subtle fate between an adventurer and equipment, sometimes, what you see at first glance is the one that suits you best. Moreover, Tsubaki also trusted the craftsmanship of this artisan. This seemingly ordinary beginner equipment might bloom with unexpected brilliance in future adventures. "It seems you and this set of equipment are very destined," Tsubaki said softly, with a hint of praise in her tone, "let it be this one." If that blacksmith knew you chose him at a glance, he would definitely be overjoyed. You should take the blessing of this blacksmith and start your adventure journey. I believe it will not let you down. Hoshimi nodded, carefully picked up the equipment, and put it on. It felt unexpectedly fitting. Tsubaki looked around and stepped forward, casually picking up a metal single-handed sword and handing it to Hoshimi. "Pick another weapon. It will be handier to match them like this." Hoshimi took the single-handed sword and swung it lightly. The blade flashed a cold light under the light. He smiled slightly, his eyes filled with a trace of satisfaction. "Then this one it is," Hoshimi said. Tsubaki looked at Hoshimi's smile, feeling warm in her heart, nodded gently, registered the weapon and armor, and then said, "The deity instructed me to take good care of you. Tomorrow I will take you to register as an adventurer. Then I will trouble you, Captain." Hoshimi responded politely. Being able to have a level 5 first-class adventurer personally lead the way to register showed how much Hephaestus valued Hoshimi. Hoshimi secretly made up his mind not to let the familia down. The two of them took the selected equipment and prepared to leave the warehouse. Just as they reached the door, they heard a crisp and rhythmic knocking sound not far away. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a young man with red hair standing in front of an open-air forge, concentrating on forging a great sword. The furnace fire reflected on his determined face, and sweat slid down his cheeks, dripping onto the hot iron block, instantly turning into a wisp of blue smoke. Every time the hammer fell, it was accompanied by sparks splashing. This was a passionate dialogue between man and iron. Hoshimi smiled slightly, no longer disturbing this serious blacksmith. After saying goodbye to Captain Tsubaki, he left the base of the Hephaestus Familia. On the way back to the tavern, when turning the corner, Hoshimi was suddenly stopped by a burnt fragrance mixed with cumin. At this time, a greasy canvas shed was set up at the street corner. A beautiful young girl was using long chopsticks to turn golden balls in an iron pot, and oil splashes popped onto the wooden counter carved with hammer marks. "Young man, do you want some fried potato balls? Just out of the pot." The cute girl scooped up a spoonful of batter, the edge of the bamboo spoon covered with amber sugar crust, and smiled sweetly. 5 currency, and I'll give you a piece of honey-marinated apple for free." Fried potato balls. Hoshimi suddenly remembered that this was the timeline 2 years before the original story. That blue ribbon lowly goddess seemed to have not descended yet. "I want 9. After thinking about it, Hoshimi bought fried potato balls for everyone in the tavern. "Okay, thank you, young man." The oil paper wrapped potato balls were still hot. After buying the fried potato balls and passing by the central square, a burst of impassioned cheers swept through the entire street like a raging wave. Hoshimi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mighty team walking over. Being too far away, Hoshimi could not clearly see the specific team, only hearing others excitedly shouting. "The Loki Familia Expedition team is back. The Loki Familia Expedition has returned." This shout was like a lit beacon, instantly igniting people's enthusiasm. In an instant, the people on the street seemed to have heard the horn for an emergency assembly, put down their work one after another, and surged towards the same direction like a tide. Hoshimi happened to be passing by at this time, and before he could react, he was swept into the surging crowd, stumbling forward with the flow of people. He struggled hard and took a lot of effort to stand firm in the crowded crowd. Looking up, he saw a team walking over. Leading them was a blond dwarf boy. From the cheers of the crowd, Hoshimi knew that the dwarf boy in front of him was not simple. Fin Diemni, nicknamed Brave, a level 6 first-class adventurer of the city, captain of the Loki Familia, born of the dwarf race, with a very good brain, responsible for the command of the entire team, and deeply relied upon by the team members. He had a huge ambition that did not match his size, and he never hit it. His right thumb would ache when he had a premonition of bad things. In addition to this eye-catching brave Finn, there was also a member of the noble elf royal family who exuded mystery and nobility in the team. 9 Demonesses Riveria Lyo's Alf. Riveria was the vice-captain of the Loki Familia, known for her magic and wisdom, respected by her fellow elves, and was also a rare level 6 powerhouse in Orario. "Look! It's Lady Sword Princess." Suddenly, a loud shout broke the noise of the crowd. Hoshimi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl wearing silver armor. The armor shone brightly under the sun, emitting a cold metallic luster. The girl had smooth and beautiful blonde hair that swayed gently as she walked, like a flowing golden waterfall, exuding charming charm. Hoshimi's gaze was instantly attracted, and he couldn't help but lock firmly onto this blonde swordswoman girl. The girl seemed to feel it and turned her head slightly. In an instant, their eyes met in the air. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, the noisy noise around them gradually faded away, and the whole world seemed to be left with only their 2 eyes meeting. A subtle feeling flowed in the air. Just at this time, a burly, stubbly brother beside him patted Hoshimi's shoulder heavily, and his hearty laughter broke this moment of silence. "Hey, kid. I saw you staring at her the whole time. That's Lady Sword Princess of the Loki Familia. What a beautiful blonde girl. But it's a pity, she is a level 5 first-class adventurer. What kind of hero would stand next to her? We ordinary people can only watch from afar. The brother's words were full of envy and emotion, but his eyes revealed a trace of helpless self-deprecation. It's okay, just surpassing her is enough. Hoshimi's expression was calm, and he replied lightly. It's not as easy as you say. That's a level 5 hero adventurer. There aren't many in the whole world, less than 30 in total. The brother widened his eyes and raised his voice. But, according to Anya's complaints in her spare time, Mama Mia once knocked out a level 5 troublemaker with a frying pan, and the whole process only took 77 seconds. Because there were other important things to do, Hoshimi didn't continue to talk to this uncle, but turned and walked towards the tavern. On the other side, the blonde swordswoman girl also slowly turned around, her golden eyes staring at Hoshimi's retreating back, her mind repeating one thought. The fried potato balls in his hand. Looks so delicious. The afterglow of the sunset was like a thin veil, passing through the tavern window and spilling onto the wooden floor, glowing with a faint warm light. Hoshimi, carrying longing for the future, pushed open the tavern door with light but slightly tired steps. As soon as he stepped in, the familiar noise and warm atmosphere rushed towards him, mixed with the mellow aroma of ale and the richness of food, instantly dispelling the frost of his journey. Mr. Hoshimi, you are back. Ryu Lion had sharp eyes and spotted Hoshimi at a glance. She, who was wiping a wine glass, stopped abruptly, then put down the rag in her hand and strode to Hoshimi. Her lake blue gaze scanned Hoshimi eagerly, full of concern. How is it? Did you successfully join the Hephaestus Familia? Hoshimi's face bloomed with a bright smile, and he nodded vigorously. Miss Ryu, I am already a member of the Hephaestus Familia. That's great, I knew you would make it. Are the people of the Hephaestus Familia good to you? Did they help you choose suitable equipment? If they bullied you, please be sure to tell me, I will stand up for you. Still talking about standing up for him, I also want someone to back me up. Ciel Valere's lips rose slightly, revealing a playful smile, and she teased softly. In an instant, in this teasing scene, a blush flew onto the fair face of the blonde elf, making her look even more shy and moving. At this time, Mamma Mia broke the awkward atmosphere, and the dwarf's hearty voice spread throughout the tavern. Stop chatting, it's already meal time, hurry up and prepare, important guests are coming later. Hearing this, everyone in the tavern took action. Hoshimi also hurriedly joined the busy team. With everyone's concerted efforts, the tavern quickly took on a new look. The magic stone lamps were lit, and the soft light swayed and flickered, reflecting against the darkening sky outside the window. Just as everyone was busy, the door of the tavern was gently pushed open, and a burst of hearty laughter first reached everyone's ears. Everyone stopped their movements subconsciously and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a group of adventurers wearing different clothes but all exuding extraordinary aura filing in. Leading them was the blonde dwarf boy seen in the afternoon. Following closely behind were the members of the green-haired elf royal family, the sturdy dwarf, the cold-faced werewolf, a pair of heroic Amazon warrior sisters, a certain Yamabuki-colored elf, and the blonde sword princess. So, today's distinguished guests are the Loki Familia. Everyone stood up to welcome them, and Mamma Mia walked forward with a beaming smile. Welcome. The members of the Loki Familia took their seats. As the captain, the blonde dwarf, brave, Finn responded politely. Mamma Mia, it's been a long time. We just returned from our expedition, and everyone is exhausted, so we thought we'd stop by to rest our feet and have something warm to eat. No problem. Mamma Mia said with a smile and turned to instruct the tavern staff to serve the food immediately. For a time, the tavern was bustling with activity. Everyone was busy serving food and pouring drinks for the Loki Familia while secretly listening to their conversation. How was the harvest from this expedition? An old regular at the next table took advantage of a break in the service to ask the Loki Familia. Ryu. Oh no, is my home about to be stolen? The members of the Loki Familia sat around the tavern table, which was laden with mouth-watering food and mugs of ale emitting a rich aroma. An old regular couldn't help but ask, how was the harvest from this expedition? Captain Finn smiled, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and replied, not bad at all. We delved deep into the dungeon and found some precious magic stones and materials, enough to craft a new batch of equipment. I heard the depths of the dungeon are becoming increasingly dangerous. Did you encounter any formidable monsters? Another customer asked curiously. Danger is inevitable. The deeper we venture, the trickier the monsters in the unknown territories become, but we manage to resolve them all. As for the specifics of the monsters we encountered, we will report to the guild later. Under the currently available public information, everyone will be able to see the results of our expedition. Finn explained patiently with a confident smile. As expected of the Loki Familia. Come, let's toast to the victory of the Loki Familia's expedition. They are the future hope of our Warario. The old regular stood up excitedly, raising his glass to propose the toast. Driven by him, the whole tavern cheered, and the atmosphere became incredibly lively. Finn looked at this scene and smiled slightly, but he had deeper plans in his heart. Currently, to cope with the monster riots in the dungeon and the abnormal energy fluctuations, the Loki Familia had dispatched an elite squad deep into the lower levels, and they had now reached the 48th floor. The harvest from this expedition was indeed significant, but in Finn's view, it was far from enough. He hoped that the expeditions conducted within the next 1 to 2 years would be able to challenge the areas once reached by the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia. These two familias had actually reached the 71st floor of the dungeon, but publicly claimed it was the 59th. If he could surpass this goal, the name of the Loki Familia would surely shake the world once again, and his beloved fellow dwarves would be able to hear of his great feats, thereby realizing the great cause of their race's revival. Inside the tavern, everyone chatted, sharing the bits and pieces of the expedition, sighing at the thrilling encounters and laughing at the clever solutions. Just as the conversation was in full swing, the level 5 first-class adventurer, the werewolf Bet Loga, suddenly roared angrily, "Hey, why is there a male waiter here?" The werewolf Bet's roar caused the magic stone chandelier hanging from the ceiling to tremble. In an instant, dozens of gazes shot toward the corner like arrows. The newly arrived black-haired youth took a half-step back, holding a pine tray. Freshly baked honey bread was steaming in his palms, which were turning red at the knuckles. Having just become an adventurer, Hoshimi looked slightly thin. Standing amidst a group of high-level adventurers with diverse builds and powerful auras, he appeared exceptionally green and young. Being stared at by everyone so suddenly, Hoshimi stopped what he was doing and looked at them somewhat awkwardly. Everyone's gazes turned toward him, all wearing expressions of astonishment. I just noticed, why did the hostess of fertility hire a male waiter? I remember the job posting outside said they only hire female waitresses. Yeah, hasn't it always been cute young ladies serving here? But, he's quite a handsome young man tilde. The younger sister of the Amazon warrior among the level 5 first-class adventurers, Tiona Hiryut, looked Hoshimi up and down with great interest, her eyes sparkling with excitement, making no secret of her appreciation. Stupid Tiona, put away that lovesick look, you're about to drool. Don't stare at people like that in front of everyone. Her sister, Tion Hiryut, seeing this, quickly stopped her sister's indiscretion. Faced with everyone's confusion, while Bet was shouting and several guests looked puzzled, Mamma Mia hurried out of the kitchen. Mamma Mia was a full 2 meters tall with a sturdy build. Standing there, she radiated an unquestionable majesty. This is a special case. Do you have any objections? Mamma Mia swept her gaze over everyone calmly. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried full confidence. After a brief silence, Finn laughed first, breaking the stalemate. Haha, if Mamma Mia says it's a special case, then it naturally is a special case. We wouldn't dare have any objections. Everyone else followed suit, and laughter rang out in the tavern once again. Everyone knew in their hearts that Mamma Mia was notoriously formidable in this area. Her tavern was not only a warm haven for adventurers to rest but also the rule setter of this little world. In daily life, no matter how unruly an adventurer might be, they had to behave obediently when they came to Mamma Mia's place. Even the captain of the Loki Familia, Finn, would not easily clash with this female dwarf boss. In this city, the only one who might be able to defeat Mamma Mia in a head-on confrontation is probably that boar man. Hoshimi breathed a slight sigh of relief, cast a grateful glance at Mamma Mia, and continued his work. Meanwhile, the blonde girl Isa's gaze remained fixed on Hoshimi from beginning to end, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt and curiosity. When Hoshimi came to the Loki Familia's table again to refill their drinks, Ice suddenly stood up without warning. In an instant, the entire tavern seemed to have been pressed on pause. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Bet, who was drinking, froze completely, his mouth half open, with ale dripping down the corner of his mouth. Ice stood there quietly, her golden eyes staring straight at Hoshimi. Their eyes met, and the surrounding air seemed to become heavy. A moment later, the werewolf Bet was the first to snap out of it. He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. No way, Ice, did you fall for this brat? Seeing Bet's fierce expression, Tion immediately stood up to stop him. Bet, don't be impulsive. Sit down. At this moment, the blonde girl Ice seemed not to hear, her eyes without the slightest fluctuation, still staring at Hoshimi. The entire tavern was dead silent, and everyone watched this unbelievable scene. Why would that blonde swordswoman, who had set the record for the fastest promotion to level 2 in Orario and was now a level 5 first-class adventurer, stare so intently at this obscure male waiter in the tavern? Could it be, perhaps? Everyone wore expressions of interest, and Miss Ryu, holding a tray, was stunned. She didn't even notice the dipping sauce from the tray dripping onto the floorboards. At this moment, only one thought crossed Miss Ryu's mind. Oh no. While Miss Ryu and the customers in the tavern were full of confusion, the blonde girl finally spoke, asking softly, that delicious-looking fried potato balls, where did you buy it? The tavern crowd. Hoshimi was stunned by this sudden question. In his mind, he instantly envisioned the canvas stall selling fried potato balls that he had encountered in a street alley after leaving the Hephaestus Familia that afternoon, as well as the beautiful young lady there. He replied subconsciously. It's right at the canvas stall on the corner of XX Street, where a very beautiful young lady is selling them. If Miss Ice is not sure of the exact location, I can take you there to see it tomorrow. Thank you. Ice nodded gently, a trace of imperceptible joy flashing in her eyes, and then she slowly took her seat. At this moment, the tavern fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at each other, their faces still frozen with the expressions of astonishment brought about by the various groundless speculations from before. However, this frozen atmosphere lasted only for an instant before being swept away by a burst of uproarious laughter like a gale. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. How could our peerless and beautiful sword princess possibly fancy an unknown brat? Exactly, exactly. It's all our fault for having such wild imaginations, scaring ourselves, ha 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 ha. So Miss Ice was just craving fried potato balls. She really put us through the ringer, ha 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 ha. Everyone in the tavern laughed until they were bending over, their hands continuously slapping the tables, causing the ale in their mugs to splash out. Some shook their heads while laughing, as if finding their own wild and baseless thoughts just moments ago ridiculous. Others teased each other, mocking the tense, like a great enemy approaching, expressions they had all just worn. Just that. The werewolf Bet scratched his head, a smile of mixed embarrassment and relief on his face. He sat back down in his seat, gulped down a large mouthful of ale, and muttered, I thought it was something big, but it turns out it was just thinking about food. Tiona, the sister among the Amazon sisters, laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her waist, tears even appearing in the corners of her eyes. She pointed at Ice and said intermittently, Ice, you are something else. Just for some fried potato balls, you scared everyone half to death. Ice's cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit her lower lip gently, seemingly realizing a bit of embarrassment, but her bright, clear eyes were still full of persistence for fried potato balls. In her eyes, anyone who likes fried potato balls is a like-minded potato friend, and wanting to find a stall selling delicious fried potato balls is perfectly normal, right? Riveria, who was on the side, saw this and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As the person who understood Ice best, she had long since seen through everything. After all, this child is an absolute natural airhead. Amidst this laughter, the lively banquet gradually dispersed. The well-fed and satisfied adventurers stood up one after another and left the tavern in groups. Their figures were elongated by the streetlights and blended into the night. The tavern slowly returned to calm, and the day came to an end in this atmosphere filled with surprises and laughter. The next morning, the horizon was just beginning to turn pale, and Orario was still shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist when Hoshimi woke up on time. My magic power seems to have really increased quite a bit. As soon as Hoshimi got up, He keenly sensed that his magic power, like a continuous stream, was steadily climbing, and he felt full of disbelief. The skill he had mastered, synchronized breathing technique, meant that as long as he was breathing, his magic power would grow without pause, and after sleeping for 8 hours every night, his magic power limit could be increased by an additional 2%. Thinking about it, it made sense. Those who stay up late usually wake up the next day lethargic, and their mental power naturally drops significantly. While those with regular routines and sufficient sleep would be radiant. This skill setting was quite reasonable. By the pledge of the bronze bell, the dimension, Doraemon's fantasy corridor opens. The echoes of the 22nd century converge in my palm at this moment. Not planning to venture into the dungeon today, Hoshimi quickly cast his daily limited magic, preparing to draw a new 22nd century item. In an instant, blue light flashed, and a blade resembling a utility knife appeared in Hoshimi's hand. Staring at the utility knife in front of him, its purpose immediately surfaced in Hoshimi's mind. Hyperspace cutter. With just a light swipe of this small knife, one could cut open a hyperspace, and any item could be stored within it. Although it was essentially a space knife, it had no lethality toward the human body, so the public affectionately called it the locker knife, often using it as a spatial safe. An auxiliary item. That's fine too. In the future, all kinds of items will have a dedicated storage place. The function of the hyperspace cutter was actually quite similar to the Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket, sufficient to store various items from the future. However, the motion like the Doraemon's, where he seemed to be fumbling in his crotch every time he pulled out an item, was hardly elegant. By comparison, Hoshimi just needed to wave the blade and calmly retrieve items from the void gate, which was much cooler. As for the tropes common in the movies, like items getting lost or being used by others, that simply didn't exist for Hoshimi. These items from the 22nd century were already tightly bound to Hoshimi. Only by Hoshimi casting magic could they be activated. Even if others got their hands on them, they would be like ordinary toys, completely useless. Then, if the hyperspace cutter used to store items were accidentally lost, wouldn't that mean all the items would be lost as well? Actually, there was no need to worry at all. As long as Hoshimi concentrated his mental energy to converge them, these items that had already been drawn could return to his hands. It would just consume a bit more mental energy to operate this way, but at least there was no need to worry about losing items, which could be considered a quite practical positive ability. After getting up and washing, Hoshimi left the tavern to go for a run. Running lightly along the winding streets of Warario, the sound of his footsteps was exceptionally clear in the quiet morning. Most of the houses along the street still had their doors and windows closed. Only a few breakfast stalls had set up their tents early. The stall owners were busy preparing steaming hot food, and the white steam rising from the steamers added a bit of life to the cold morning. Hoshimi breathed in the fresh and slightly chilly air, feeling the vitality of his body gradually being awakened. Every step he took was firm and powerful, as if he were striding toward the future path of adventure. He was now a level 1 adventurer. As long as he kept training, his ability values would continue to rise. Although he could use 22nd century items to fight, as an adventurer, he still needed the most basic physical fitness. After finishing his morning run, Hoshimi returned to the tavern. As soon as he stepped into the shop, he saw Ryu hanging out the laundry. Ryu caught a glimpse of Hoshimi coming in from the corner of her eye, turned to face him, and wore a beautiful smile on her face. Hoshimi suddenly remembered that everyone in the tavern was talented and spoke well, and Miss Ryu was a level 4 second-tier adventurer. Wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort to have her help him with basic swordsmanship training? Immediately, Hoshimi said to the blonde elf in front of him. Please help me train, Miss Ryu. A sharp pain struck. When hit in the abdomen by the wooden sword for the 7th time, Hoshimi finally realized the problem. This second-tier adventurer, Gale, had no idea what it meant to go easy on someone. At that moment, Hoshimi felt a buzz in his head, his vision blurred instantly, as if his soul were being shaken out of his body, and his retina suddenly flashed with a lantern slide of his past life and a phantom of his grandmother washing clothes by the river. Miss Ryu, this is already a near-death experience. Hoshimi shook his body in pain, eventually collapsing into a pile of soft, drying bedsheets, his nose instantly filled with the warmth of the sun and the rich fragrance of lavender, and his consciousness gradually drifted away. Dimly, the sound of a branch falling to the ground reached his ears, followed by hurried, panicked footsteps approaching from afar. I don't know how much time passed, but Hoshimi slowly regained consciousness and found himself lying on the ground, with Miss Ryu crouching beside him, her face full of anxiety and regret, her eyes slightly red, muttering to herself. Hoshimi, I'm sorry, I went too hard, I really didn't mean to, why am I so bad at everything? Ovo. Hoshimi shook his still dizzy head, barely managing to squeeze out a smile to comfort her. Miss Ryu, it's okay, I know you're doing this for my own good, wanting me to get stronger quickly. It was just an accident, really, I can still take it. Hoshimi now felt a bit regretful. If he had been lucky enough to draw that precious first aid bandage earlier, the pain in his body would have been much less, and he could have recovered faster. Miss Ryu, however, remained filled with self-reproach, twisting the corners of her clothes with both hands, lowering her head and muttering. But, I almost hurt you badly, what if? Seeing her so distressed, a thought suddenly arose in Hoshimi's mind, so he spoke weakly. Miss Ryu, how about this? If you accidentally knock me out again next time, give me a lap pillow as compensation, okay? Upon hearing this, Ryu's cheeks instantly turned bright red, blushing all the way to the roots of her ears, her eyes filled with astonishment and shyness, and she stammered. Mr. Hoshimi, what are you saying? That is impossible. Seeing this, Hoshimi deliberately sighed with feigned disappointment, lowering his eyes. Alright, I knew it was my presumption. I'm sorry, Miss Ryu, I almost forgot that you elves are such germaphobes, such a thing is completely impossible. Let's continue. Saying this, Hoshimi stood up staggeringly, his swaying posture looking as if he would collapse again in the next second. Watching Hoshimi's disappointed and struggling appearance, a ripple couldn't help but form in Ryu's heart. Suddenly, Ryu remembered the scene after dinner yesterday when Hoshimi was teasing Anya, the way he dotingly patted the little cat person girl's head. Anya's cute appearance and Hoshimi's gentle actions remained fixed in her mind. Thinking about how Anya was also a second-tier adventurer like her, and while adorable, still qualified to be Hoshimi's teacher, a sense of jealousy inexplicably welled up in Ryu's heart. Her thoughts became chaotic, and she blurted out. Wait, actually, if it's Mr. Hoshimi, it's not impossible, it's okay. What is okay? I mean, about the lap pillow. It's not like it's okay. After all, this is for compensation, it's not because. As she spoke, Miss Ryu was already as red as a ripe tomato. Wow tilde. A sweet exclamation came from the railing on the second floor. The cat person girl, Anya, poked her head out with her messy orange curly hair, her furry ears twitching excitedly. Ryu-chan's lap pillow, meow. I want to book one too, meow tilde. Seal leaned lazily against the door frame, holding a steaming cup of honey tea, her amber eyes curved into crescents as she looked at the two and teased. Yo, Ryu-chan, this isn't like your usual style. You can even overcome your germophobia for Hoshimi. Mr. Hoshimi, you really are a sinner tilde. Ryu's face turned even redder. She stood up in a panic, waving her hands in defense. Don't talk nonsense, you two. I just felt bad about hurting Mr. Hoshimi. But the more she explained, the more Seal and Anya laughed, their expressions conveying meanings that couldn't be put into words. The entire tavern echoed with their happy atmosphere tilde. Miss Ryu had completely overheated. Really, such a good-for-nothing tilde. Anya, go bring up the boar meat from the basement. Ryu, the dishes from last night haven't been washed yet, hurry up and clean them. At this moment, Mamma Mia's voice came, and everyone had to end the morning training and quickly enter a busy state. Hoshimi looked at the back of the cat person girl jumping into the basement, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his short blade. In the reflection of the blade, Ryu's back as she washed dishes by the kitchen window was exceptionally straight, but the blush on the tips of her ears hadn't faded even by noon. In the afternoon, after the miscellaneous affairs of the tavern were mostly finished, Miss Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia, arrived as promised, ready to take Hoshimi to register as an adventurer. The two walked side by side on the road to the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, Tsubaki detailed the various affairs and registration processes of the guild to Hoshimi. The Adventurers Guild is the organization responsible for the operation of the dungeon city Orario, the management of adventurers and the dungeon, and the trading of magic stones and dropped items. Here, one can accept various quests, receive rewards, and exchange adventure experiences. It is governed by the god of the guild, Uranus, and operated through lower-level employees. Although it is centered on the main god, to maintain a neutral stance, the guild staff are not granted the god's grace, Farna. Registering as an adventurer is the first step to starting an adventure journey, meaning one officially steps into this dungeon full of opportunities and challenges. The bronze doors of the guild hall were kicked open with a thud. Several adventurers filling out forms looked up in unison, surprised. As the chief blacksmith of the Hephaestus Familia and a level 5 first-class adventurer, Tsubaki was quite famous in Orario. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a series of exclamations erupted in the hall. Wow, it's Miss Tsubaki, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia. Why is she personally bringing a newcomer? Miss Tsubaki usually only takes on high-difficulty commissions, it's rare to see her involved in newcomer affairs. What is this guy's background? People whispered and discussed, their gazes shifting between Hoshimi and Tsubaki, trying to find an answer. Tsubaki, however, remained calm, leading Hoshimi forward steadily without much explanation, heading straight to the registration desk. The guild receptionist was also surprised to see Tsubaki and quickly stood up to greet her respectfully. Hello, Miss Tsubaki. Tsubaki nodded politely and said, this child has good potential, so I brought him to register as an adventurer. The simple words caused another wave of hushed exclamations. So, what kind of advisor does the new gentleman need? The staff member in charge of registration regained composure and asked dutifully. The guild assigns adventurer advisors to adventurers. Advisors provide suggestions for exploration based on the adventurer's actual situation, provide relevant information, and warn about dangerous areas. One advisor is responsible for multiple adventurers. Aina. Zu-er. I choose her as my advisor. Before Hoshimi's voice faded, a dull thud of a book falling to the ground came from the second floor. The tea-haired half-elf, who was busy in adjusting her glasses, poked her head out from behind the file rack, her pair of pointed ears twitching at an astonishing frequency. Tsubaki suddenly burst into laughter. You kid actually named the encyclopedia. Your eye is sharp. This girl once trained 8 newcomers until they cried and changed jobs. Hoshimi responded earnestly. That's because Miss Aina is responsible. She does it so that new adventurers can save their lives in the dungeon and not die easily. Aina. Zu-er was originally Belle Crenel's advisor and Nina's sister. As a half-human, half-elf, she had a dignified and beautiful appearance. She was serious and rigorous in her work, kind and considerate to others, and combined with her sweet looks, she was very popular in the guild and was a star receptionist. The first adventurer Aina was responsible for was a 15-year-old human female named Maris, but Maris died in the dungeon the following year. Since then, many newcomers have entered the dungeon under her guidance, yet many have not returned safely. These painful experiences made Aina deeply worried about new adventurers, so she often taught strictly, only so that everyone could leave the dungeon alive. Hearing Hoshimi's unreserved praise, Aina was both surprised and happy, and she hurriedly ran down from the second floor of the guild. After seeing that the person who named her was a newcomer from the Hephaestus Familia, the emerald pupils behind her lenses contracted sharply. She asked with some disbelief, thank you for the praise. Are you sure you want to choose me as your advisor? Of course, Miss Aina is very responsible, which is exactly what I need. The tips of the half-elf's ears turned coral-colored as she hugged the dungeon abnormal situation record in her arms. With Aina's assistance, Hoshimi successfully completed the registration and officially became an adventurer. Hoshimi's current situation was stable. After all, as a newcomer highly regarded by the city's major familia, the Hephaestus Familia, even if he took out many incredible items, those who coveted them could only give up, not daring to act rashly. Carrying longing for the future, after saying goodbye to Miss Tsubaki, Hoshimi returned to the tavern. Just as he reached the door, he stopped abruptly, his eyes full of surprise. He saw Miss Ice Wallenstein, whom everyone revered as the Sword Princess, holding a branch and focusing on drawing patterns of fried potato balls in the mud with the tip. The setting sun sprinkled a layer of warm light on her golden sand-like hair. Unlike her attire when returning from the dungeon yesterday, Ice had changed into her casual clothes. Her golden hair was loosely tied into a side bow with a lavender ribbon, and a few stray hairs fell onto her porcelain white shoulders. The creamy white off-the-shoulder knit sweater revealed her delicate collarbones, and the fluffy lantern sleeve slipped down as she raised her arms, exposing a slender forearm. Her lavender pleated skirt swayed gently in the breeze, the hem cut into asymmetrical wavy curves, revealing her long lines wrapped in pure white over the knee socks. At this moment, Miss Ice seemed to notice Hoshimi's arrival, turning her head slightly, her gaze meeting Hoshimi's. In that instant, Hoshimi felt as if he had returned to the scene when he first saw her. The surrounding world fell silent, leaving only the two of them staring at each other. Ice broke the silence first, saying softly, "You're back." Her voice was soft, yet it made Hoshimi's heart tighten inexplicably. "Yeah, I just finished registering as an adventurer with Miss Tsubaki and came back." "Miss Ice, why are you here?" Ice lowered her eyes slightly, then looked up again after a moment, a trace of imperceptible expectation flashing in her eyes as she said, "Promise. A promise." Oh. Hoshimi remembered. Last night, Ice asked him where she could buy fried potato balls, and he said if she didn't mind, he could take her to buy them the next day. He didn't expect Ice to really keep the promise. This was truly surprising. It seemed that besides the dungeon, the only thing that could attract Ice's interest was fried potato balls. "No problem." Hoshimi smiled, then shouted to the blonde elf inside the tavern, "Miss Ryu, please cover my shift. I need to take Miss Ice out for a stroll." Ryu, who was wiping a glass at the counter, heard the voice, looked up, and saw Hoshimi leave this message and then hurriedly leave with the blonde adventurer from last night, disappearing from sight in an instant. Ryu was completely stunned, the glass in her hand slipping and shattering on the floor with a pop, which naturally earned her a scolding from Mamma Mia. "Please enjoy." The chestnut-haired girl in front of the canvas stall smiled and handed over a golden oil paper bag. Ice picked up her small wallet with cute animal prints and carefully counted the currency. Hoshimi, however, took out the gold coins given by Hephaestus first and said loudly, "One of every flavor, and 2 extra servings of cream and red bean fried potato balls." Looking at the glittering gold coins Hoshimi handed over, the girl waved her hands in a panic, But, I can't give change." "Then just keep it here." Hoshimi looked at Ice beside him. "When this lady eats her 100th serving, how about exchanging the change for a permanent VIP card for your stall?" Ice was slightly stunned, turned her head to look at Hoshimi, a flash of emotion in her eyes, and said softly, Thank you. You're welcome. Just treat me next time, Miss Ice." "There's a next time. Yay, yay." The chestnut-haired girl looked at the handsome and beautiful pair, suddenly picked up a ladle and tapped the iron pot, a cute smile appearing. "Big brother, taking such a cute sister out on a date, and you only buy fried potato balls." Ice tilted her head, the bow on her golden hair brushing against the back of Hoshimi's hand. "Date. Miss Ice will understand in the future." Hoshimi replied vaguely. After buying the fried potato balls, the two didn't rush back to the tavern, but strolled slowly along the streets of Warario. Delicious. Ice held the steaming fried potato balls with both hands, took a gentle bite, a satisfied expression immediately blooming on her face, and said while chewing. Seeing her cute appearance while eating sweets, Hoshimi couldn't help but smile, but couldn't resist asking. "Miss Ice, besides fried potato balls, what other delicious food do you like? Tell me, anything is fine." "Anything." Hoshimi smiled slightly, took out the hyperspace cutter, made a light slash, and pulled out a tablecloth embroidered with gourmet patterns from the void. Ever since Hoshimi obtained the divine favor, he understood why the items he manipulated previously always malfunctioned. Perhaps the key was that he hadn't performed an equivalent exchange. Now, he used mental power for the exchange, allowing him to use the items normally. Things like the bamboo dragonfly, gourmet tablecloth, and plant pot he had obtained over the past 3 days had all come in handy. "I want." Ice stared at the rainbow trout leaping in the canal, and after a moment, said, "Taiyaki, and the honey fruit cake from Riveria's hometown." No problem. Hoshimi's lips curled up into a confident smile as he skillfully spread the gourmet tablecloth over the stone bench by the roadside. Immediately after, following Isa's request, Hoshimi began to concentrate his mental energy to cast his magic. In an instant, the taiyaki and the honey fruit cake from Riveria's hometown that Ice had been longing for seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, appearing out of thin air one by one and landing steadily on the tablecloth. The taiyaki shimmered with an enticing golden light, its fish-shaped silhouette baked to a golden, crispy perfection, while the honey fruit cake emitted a rich, fruity aroma, with the candied fruits on its surface glistening crystal clear. Isa's eyes widened, and her golden irises shimmered with the same expectant glow a child has when seeing a beloved toy. Want to try some? It's an unlimited supply. Hoshimi winked, his tone gentle and laced with a hint of doting affection. Really? Is it okay? With an expression of disbelief, Ice crouched down, leaned in close to the desserts, and took a gentle sniff. Instantly, the sweet fragrance eagerly wove its way into her nostrils and lingered in her heart. After receiving an affirmative nod from Hoshimi, Ice could no longer suppress the longing in her heart. She carefully picked up a piece of the honey fruit cake and took a gentle bite. Instantly, the rich, mellow sweetness exploded in her mouth. The texture was delicate and incredibly delicious. It's delicious. Ice couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes shining with delight. Then, Ice turned her gaze toward the cute-looking taiyaki. The crispy crust cracked instantly, and the sweet, silky filling surged out. The richness of the chocolate and the light sweetness of the red bean cream blended perfectly, blooming into a magnificent feast for the taste buds on her tongue. It's delicious. Miss Ice kept repeating, her eyes sparkling with light, her expression exceptionally happy. Slow down, Miss Ice, no need to rush, all of this is for you. If we come out again next time, I can take you to try desserts you've never eaten before. I guarantee they'll be even more delicious than fried potato balls. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Ice looked up, her eyes full of longing. At this moment, in her mind, Hoshimi's figure seemed to grow taller. This was a great, potato friend, who could take her to eat all the sweets in the world. After finishing all the delicious cakes, the night quietly enveloped the land. The moon, like a silver plate, hung high above them, casting a cold, clear radiance. The pedestrians on the street gradually thinned out. It was time for them to return. Passing by a flower shop, Ice's gaze was instantly drawn to the colorful, vibrant flowers displayed inside, and she couldn't help but stop and admire them attentively. Watching this scene, a new thought welled up in Hoshimi's heart. Miss Ice, do you like cherry blossoms? They are very beautiful. Ice nodded slightly. Hoshimi smiled mysteriously and reached into the void once again, taking out the plant pot. What is this? Ice looked at the pot curiously, her eyes full of confusion. Hoshimi explained with a smile. Miss Ice, I'm going to show you a little magic trick next, watch closely. In just an instant, I can make cherry blossom petals grow into a glowing cherry blossom tree. In an instant, grow a glowing cherry blossom tree. 14-year-old Ice's eyes were sparkling with light, full of anticipation. Hoshimi walked to a cherry blossom tree by the roadside. It was in full bloom, and pink petals were drifting down like snow, a breathtaking sight. Hoshimi reached out and gently plucked a few fresh cherry blossom leaves, placing them into the plant pot. Afterward, he closed his eyes and began to cast his magic. While Ice tilted her head, inspecting the strange plant pot, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the pot. The ribbon in her hair was suddenly lifted by the night breeze, and the purple ribbon brushed against the plant pot in Hoshimi's hand. Immediately after, a stream of emerald light shot into the sky, and a complete cherry blossom tree of light slowly rose from the pot, gradually growing larger in the air, and finally landing steadily on the ground. This cherry blossom tree was even more beautiful than the previous one. Each glowing pink petal was like falling stardust, and the galaxy-like veins flowing along the trunk illuminated the entire street. Ice took a step forward unconsciously, her golden pupils reflecting the aurora piercing through the phantom of the cherry blossoms. This is a glowing cherry blossom tree planted just for you, Miss Ice. Hoshimi tapped the trunk, and the flower clusters hanging from the branches suddenly transformed into a swarm of light butterflies. Ice stood on her tiptoes, reaching out to touch the light butterflies, her white over-the-knee socks stretching into a graceful arc in the night breeze. Even more magical than Riveria's magic. As Ice turned, her skirt swirled like lavender waves, her hair was adorned with starlit petals, though she didn't know when they had appeared. She looked at Hoshimi and asked softly, can I see it every day? You young couple over there, what are you doing? Suddenly, the patrolling members of the Ganesha familia were attracted by the sudden, intense light. Seeing the cherry blossom tree illuminating the entire commercial street, and spotting Hoshimi and Ice standing under it, they assumed something abnormal had occurred and rushed over in a hurry, raising their magic stone megaphones. Hoshimi immediately smiled, grabbed Ice's wrist, and pulled her into the curtain of light. The falling cherry blossom rain wove into a barrier behind them, gently isolating the entire world outside the galaxy. Further ahead is the base of the Loki familia, Twilight Manor. Miss Ice, let's part ways here. Ice nodded slowly, then started walking. Just as she was about to turn a corner, she stopped, turned around, and said to Hoshimi, I was really happy today, thank you. I was happy too, Miss Ice. If you want to eat anything delicious in the future, come find me anytime. My gourmet magic and plant magic are always open to you. Ice nodded with a smile and then turned to walk into the residence. Hoshimi stood there, watching her back disappear behind the door, before quickly turning to leave. Time to run, time to run. Any slower, and Hoshimi was afraid he'd run into the werewolf bed and a certain Yamabuki-colored elf, that would be the end of it. The incompetent and enraged Bet would probably start cursing. You brat, a newbie from the Hephaestus familia, actually hit on a girl from our Loki familia. How outrageous. 7 days passed in a flash. As the morning light first shone, the streets of Orario gradually woke from their slumber and became lively. Hephaestus familia base. Hoshimi sought out the familia's patron deity. Yo, Hoshimi, are you here to update your ability parameters? Hephaestus saw through Hoshimi's purpose at a glance and said with a smile. Hoshimi level. LV.1 race. Human affiliation. Hephaestus familia age. 17 ability parameters strength. I0 right pointing arrow I78 durability. I0 right pointing arrow G233 dexterity. I0 right pointing arrow H104 agility. I0 right pointing arrow H106 magic. I0 right pointing arrow G289 magic. Dimension. Doraemon's Fantasy Corridor chant. By the bronze bell is a contract, the door to the fourth dimension opens. The echoes of the 22nd century, now converging in the palm. Skills. Synchronized breathing technique. Adversity paradox engine. Observer effect. The observer effect still cannot be deciphered, this is within expectations. In 7 days, the rate of increase in ability parameters is quite a decent level for a new adventurer, but. Hephaestus paused. I can understand your magic far exceeding your other parameters, after all, it grows continuously just by breathing in magic, but why has your durability also reached the G rank? Because. Hoshimi's mind instantly conjured up the image of a certain blonde elf's merciless figure. At first, every time Miss Ryu accidentally hurt Hoshimi, she would be full of remorse. However, ever since Hoshimi proposed the compensation matter, Miss Ryu hit even harder, completely devoid of her previous hesitation. So much for not being that willing. Hoshimi now somewhat regretted making that decision, it had simply caused him a lot of physical pain. But, truth be told, Miss Ryu's thighs are very soft. Seeing Hoshimi's expression of being unable to speak, and thinking of the many second-tier adventurers hidden in the hostess of Fertility Tavern, Hephaestus understood. She then looked at Hoshimi and said slowly. It has been 8 days since you obtained the power of the divine favor, have you thought about heading to the dungeon for an adventure? That is exactly my intention. In fact, after registering as an adventurer, Hoshimi did not rush to the dungeon. He knew clearly that the interior of the dungeon was fraught with danger, and rashly venturing deep without preparation was undoubtedly seeking his own death. The most urgent things at the moment were, first, to accept the basic training arranged by Miss Ryu, strengthening his physical fitness through grueling exercise. Second, to perform the daily extraction of 22nd century combat items, hoping to obtain effective tools to aid in his adventures. Before this, most of the items Hoshimi extracted were life aid items. Such items were almost useless in the perilous dungeon explorations. Fortunately, after 7 days of persistence, he finally harvested 2 items suitable for dungeon adventures. The first was a long-range weapon, the air cannon. It was cylindrical in shape and hollow inside. As long as he put it on his hand and shouted, "Bang!" it could fire invisible air pressure to attack enemies. This type of weapon was common in various adventure stories and big movies. It was a classic item style familiar to many fans of the Doraemon. The second was the famous sword, Dankumaru. It was shaped like a Japanese katana, with a radar inside that could detect the enemy's movements and automatically attack and defend. Therefore, when holding it during a sword fight, one would definitely win even if the person holding it closed their eyes. Usually, the blade was silver, but after being powered on, it would turn golden yellow. This belonged to the close-range weapons. Among the weapon items, its attack power was stronger than the stun gun but weaker than the air cannon. It was called a sword, but it wasn't sharpened, so its lethality was limited. At most, it could only knock the enemy unconscious. The drawback was that it had a battery limit. Excessive use would lead to insufficient power and inability to use it. However, here, it could rely on Hoshimi injecting a large amount of magic power to replenish it. With Hoshimi's current level 1 strength, picking up the Dankumaru to deal with physical attacks from level 1 second-tier adventurers was fine, but it was a bit difficult when facing level 3 adventurers. This was not because the Dankumaru's defensive capability was insufficient, but because level 3 adventurers had extremely fast attack speeds. Even if the Dankumaru could react in time, Hoshimi's own speed and reaction ability could hardly keep up. In a prolonged battle, his magic power would be rapidly depleted, and his body would become exhausted. Moreover, the Dankumaru mainly targeted physical attacks. Level 3 adventurers might very well have already mastered magic skills, so whether it could withstand magic attacks was still an unknown. Although these 2 weapons had certain limitations, relying on them, Hoshimi already possessed the basic conditions to challenge the upper floors of the dungeon. However, he only planned to explore levels 1 to 9 for now, and would head deeper once he obtained more powerful items through the gacha system. Hoshimi walked out of Hephaestus's room and saw Miss Tsubaki walking towards him. "Hoshimi, I heard outside that you are going into the dungeon today." Miss Tsubaki asked. "Yes." Hoshimi nodded in confirmation. "For your first time entering the dungeon, your advisor Aina should have mentioned that it is best to find an adventurer with experience to form a party, as it can significantly reduce risks." Miss Tsubaki reminded him earnestly. "Yes, Miss Aina did indeed tell me that." Miss Tsubaki smiled. "That is great, I happen to have a friend I can introduce to you." Saying this, she led Hoshimi to a smithy. As soon as he entered the smithy, Hoshimi saw the red-haired youth he had met at the base, who was currently focused on forging a weapon. At this moment, seeing Miss Tsubaki enter, the red-haired youth stopped what he was doing and greeted her. "Miss Tsubaki. Come, let me introduce a friend to you." Miss Tsubaki looked at Hoshimi with a smile. "This is the newcomer to our Hephaestus familia, Hoshimi. Weren't you very happy a couple of days ago? Who is it that immediately took a liking to the armor you forged?" It was him. Welf's face immediately broke into a brilliant smile upon hearing this. He strode forward, gripped Hoshimi's hand firmly, and laughed heartily. "Haha, so you are that friend with the good eye. Being able to appreciate the equipment I make means you really know your stuff. My name is Welf, what is your name?" "Hoshimi." Hoshimi also answered with a smile. "Good, Hoshimi, from now on, I consider you a friend," Welf said sincerely. Welf Krazo, an adventurer of the Hephaestus familia, came from the Krazo clan and grew up in the Raja kingdom. The ancestor of the Krazo clan, Krazo, once saved a spirit, and thus obtained the spirit's power, allowing him to forge the Krazo's magic sword, which was more powerful than ordinary magic swords. Its power was comparable to the super long chant attack magic of high-level adventurers, and it was instantaneous. His descendants inherited his bloodline and, after receiving the divine favor, could obtain the skill to craft magic swords. Later, the Krazo family became nobles by manufacturing a large number of magic swords for the Raja kingdom, but because the magic swords destroyed the homes of many elves and spirits during the war, They incurred the hatred of the elves and were cursed by the spirits, causing the family to lose the ability to craft magic swords and fall into decline. Therefore, this clan has a deep obsession with crafting magic swords. On his 10th birthday, Welf received the divine favor from the goddess Phoebe, and the skill called Magic Sword Bloodline appeared in his skill slot. Goddess Phoebe asked him to try crafting a magic sword. After succeeding, all his relatives went crazy and forced him to make magic swords. Welf felt intense grief and indignation, eventually severing ties with his family members and deciding to leave the Raja kingdom. Later, with the help of Goddess Phoebe, he left the kingdom and broke the contract, while Goddess Phoebe was punished by Ares, the main god of the Apollo Familia, and was sent back to the heavens. After Welf came to Orario, he joined the Hephaestus Familia. Because magic swords are too easily destroyed and abandoned by their wielders, coupled with his past experiences in the Raja kingdom, Welf became averse to crafting magic swords. Those who were attracted by the reputation of Krazo's magic sword, upon learning that he was unwilling to make them anymore, left one after another. Some even thought he was a fraud using the name of Krazo to swindle fame and fortune. Because of this, Welf held his breath and was determined to craft equipment that surpassed magic swords. Now, the newcomer Hoshimi recognized the non-magic sword equipment he crafted, which made Welf exceptionally happy. Although Welf did possess the skill to craft Krazo's magic sword, in reality, the quality of other non-magic sword equipment he crafted was equally outstanding. It was just that for a long time, the world had been captivated by the famous magic swords, so his exquisite craftsmanship in the field of conventional blacksmithing was quietly overshadowed. Hoshimi, however, knew Welf's strength well. He felt that being able to become friends with a forging master from the same familia was a rare opportunity. Welf caught a glimpse of the pack on Hoshimi's back in his ready-to-go spirit, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Brother, looking at your getup, are you planning to go venture into the dungeon? Yes, having received the divine favor from the gods for some time now, I want to go to the dungeon to train and improve myself. Hoshimi replied. That is such a coincidence. Welf clapped his hands excitedly. I was just thinking about finding a reliable teammate to go into the dungeon with. Brother, let's form a party and head to the dungeon together. Would that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. Welf patted his chest in assurance. Hoshimi, do you know about developmental abilities? I know a little. Developmental abilities are different from basic abilities, they focus more on highlighting characteristics and professionalism. Usually, after an adventurer reaches level 2 or above, they have the chance to discover one or more developmental abilities each time they level up, and then choose one to learn. However, there are also cases where no developmental abilities are found upon leveling up. The acquisition of developmental abilities is closely linked to one's personal adventure experience. Take novice adventurers for example. When exploring the upper floors, they are very likely to encounter the purple moth, a monster skilled in using poison. As a result, most adventurers easily acquire the abnormal resistance developmental ability. Similar to basic abilities, developmental abilities are also evaluated by proficiency from I to S, but it is much harder to improve them compared to basic abilities. Welf explained enthusiastically. I am still a second-tier adventurer now, but I am confident that once I promote to level 2, I will be able to learn the blacksmithing developmental ability. By then, my forging skills will definitely be taken to the next level. Therefore, besides burying myself in forging equipment, I also take time to go on adventures in the dungeon to accumulate practical experience and increase my experience points. If we form a party, it is a win-win situation, not a trouble at all. Blacksmithing is also one of the developmental abilities. If Hoshimi were to promote to level 2, combined with his current magic and skills, Hoshimi's priority should be to choose luck. With luck, one would not pull many useless items when drawing, and even a great feat would come knocking on the door. The only drawback is that luck is quite difficult to acquire. Since you have said so, Welf, let's go together. Forming a party to head to the dungeon serves two purposes. First, to look out for each other, as the dungeon is extremely dangerous and a moment of carelessness could cost an adventurer dearly. Second, in the process of adventuring together, one can deepen mutual friendship and build tacit understanding. Just as they were talking, Hephaestus walked over. Upon learning of their intention to form a party, She nodded slightly. Even the upper floors of the dungeon are quite threatening to novice adventurers. I will arrange for a level 3 member to accompany you. Under normal circumstances, you will handle things on your own, but if you encounter exceptionally tricky problems, he will step in to help. Thank you, my goddess. Hoshimi and Welf said in unison. Hephaestus had always appreciated Welf's talent for forging, which was why she took him under her wing in the first place. Hoshimi's abilities were also unique, and he had the potential to grow into a heroic figure in the future. Hephaestus valued Welf's forging talent, which was why she took him in. Besides that, Hoshimi's abilities were also extremely special, and he had the potential to become a heroic figure in the future. For this reason, she absolutely could not let such precious people die in the dungeon. That would be a loss for all of Warario. After careful consideration, Hephaestus decided to send a second-tier adventurer to lead the team and support the two. The level 3 adventurer who joined the team was a dwarf uncle named Angdu. He was sturdy and wielded a giant battle axe as his weapon. Angdu had a straightforward personality. As soon as he saw Hoshimi and Welf, he grinned. So these are the two little ones Miss Tsubaki specifically told me to take care of. Don't worry, with me, Angdu, around, the upper floors of the dungeon are like my own backyard. It's very safe, you just go ahead and let loose. Hoshimi and Welf looked at each other and smiled. Angdo's enthusiasm and heroism instantly dispelled the awkwardness of their first meeting. Before long, the three became familiar with each other, chatting freely all the way as they walked quickly towards the Tower of Babel. Arriving at the foot of the tower, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Adventurers of different races and various familias gathered here, communicating and chatting, looking for like-minded teammates to enter the dungeon together. Hoshimi's gaze swept through the bustling crowd when suddenly, a striking golden color caught his attention. On the edge of the crowd, an elf maiden stood quietly. The maiden had long, smooth hair like flowing gold, carefully braided into a play, with a few stray locks playfully hanging down on both sides of her cheeks like mutton fat jade. She wore a dark blue robe, and a slender golden belt at her waist perfectly outlined her slim waist. Such a beautiful elf maiden naturally attracted many adventurers to come up and strike up a conversation. However, all that awaited them was the maiden's polite refusal. Laurier, a level 1 adventurer, belonged to the Hermes familia. Usually, her main duty in the familia was to be responsible for liaising between the city and people outside the city, so she was not very well known in Orario. Recently, the main god Hermes suddenly assigned her a task. To investigate the abnormalities of monsters on the 9th floor of the upper dungeon, as there were clues indicating that the Darkness Familia was colluding with familias outside the city, seemingly engaged in some shady dark business. Although Laurier had been an adventurer for a while, she was not good at fighting. The thought of going to the 7th floor alone made her feel a little scared. Having no other choice, she had to come to the foot of the Tower of Babel, hoping to find adventurers willing to go to the 9th floor together. But things did not go as planned. Because of her outstanding beauty, many male adventurers swarmed over, vowing that they would protect her safely to the 7th floor. Although it was a good thing to have someone willing to escort her, looking at this group of fierce-looking adventurers, Laurier couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. After hesitating again and again, she eventually refused them one by one. Laurier was full of grievances. Couldn't a cute, kind-looking younger brother come and take her along? Sob sob sob. Just then, a gentle and friendly voice of invitation reached her ears. Beautiful elf maiden, have you encountered any trouble? Laurier subconsciously raised her head, and what came into view was a young, handsome boy with black hair. Beautiful elf maiden, have you encountered any trouble? The shadow of the Tower of Babel covered the marble steps. Hoshimi looked at the restless elf maiden in front of him, the sunlight casting a flowing radiance on her golden hair. Those pointed ears were faintly visible between the stray hair, trembling gently with the master's chaotic breathing. At the same time, Laurier also raised her head and met Hoshimi's pitch-black eyes. The boy in front of her not only had a gentle tone, but his appearance was also so handsome that one couldn't look away. Such an appearance made Laurier's defenses drop significantly. I have received a commission to go to the 9th floor of the dungeon to collect the sap of the blue phoenix butterfly. But this commission is not easy. I want to find some teammates to form a party to go there, but I haven't found a suitable candidate yet, and I don't know what to do. The sap of the blue phoenix butterfly on the ninth floor. Hoshimi's pitch-black pupils reflected the bowstring the maiden was gripping tightly. The ninth floor of the dungeon, although still within the upper range, was actually very close to the middle level. There, the monsters that appeared were quite strong and frequent. If an adventurer's ability value had not reached level 1D rank or higher, it was almost an impossible task to go there alone. One careless move, and one could be buried in the mouths of monsters. Hoshimi nodded slightly, a flash of thought in his eyes, and then asked. May I ask what position you are good at, Miss Elf? Archery, and I know a little healing magic. In the dungeon world, the elf race, due to their unique ear structure, was born with extremely keen hearing, capable of capturing even the faintest sounds. Moreover, they had lived in the forest homeland for a long time, living in harmony with nature, and archery had almost become the instinct of every elf. Of course, elves were also one of the few races in the world that could freely use magic even without receiving divine favor. Their control over the power of nature allowed healing magic to exert unique effects in their hands. Hoshimi's eyes lit up. He turned to look at his companions beside him and said with a smile, That's great. Welf, and uncle, what do you think? An archer and healer, eh. The dwarf uncle shouldered his giant battle axe, his brown hair sweeping over the scar on his forehead. Old man here will be your supporter. Little brother Welf can be the vanguard and be responsible for clearing the way. Hoshimi, your mid-range swordsmanship is just right to connect the front and back formations is the middle guard, and Miss Elf can be the rear guard. Ha ha ha, this party configuration is enough to walk sideways below the 12th floor. No problem at all. Engdu, the dwarf uncle, was a level 3 adventurer. This time, he came under the commission of Hephaestus, with the purpose of protecting Hoshimi and Welf, these two newcomers with huge potential, so he took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of a supporter. Otherwise, according to convention, in an adventurer party, it was usually the dwarf with relatively poor ability values who served as the supporter. Welf looked the blonde elf maiden in front of him up and down carefully. Seeing that her eyes were clear and sincere, and that there was no malice, he recognized this teammate in his heart, so he laughed heartily, nodded and agreed. I have no objection either. Having one more person for company is great, ha ha ha. Welf had been on many adventure parties. He knew that in a party, the rearguard also played a crucial role. Ranged attacks could not only strike monsters before they got close, but also provide fire support from a distance when teammates were in trouble, creating breathing room for everyone. If this beautiful blonde elf maiden was willing to join their party, the party would be able to explore the dungeon better. Seeing that his companions had no objections, Hoshimi turned his gaze back to Laurier, with some expectation in his eyes, and asked, My partners and I have all agreed. Miss Elf, what do you think? Thank you so much. Laurier looked at Hoshimi, her ear tips flushing slightly. She had never seen such a straightforward party invitation. During the 3 days she waited at the Adventurers Guild and under the Tower of Babel, those greasy gazes that sized up her slender limbs formed a sharp contrast with the boy's clear black pupils at this moment. When Hoshimi reached out to brush the fallen leaves from her shoulder, the elf's keen hearing caught her suddenly accelerating heartbeat. Besides the white-haired handsome boy, the black-haired handsome boy was also heart-throbbing. More importantly, she saw that the boy in front of her seemed to be a newcomer to the Hephaestus familia, and they were led by a level 3 adventurer. With such a strong senior leading the team, compared to those mixed groups with uneven member strength, this party would definitely be able to reach the 9th floor faster and more safely, and complete the mission entrusted by Lord Hermes. The entrance to the dungeon was under the Tower of Babel, the giant white-walled tower in the center of the Orario city. It is divided into upper levels, 1 to 12. The greatest characteristic of the dungeon is that the further down one goes, the wider the floor area becomes. The 5th floor is already as wide as the central plaza, and by the 40th floor, its area is equivalent to the entire city of Orario. Although some floors do not follow this rule, in principle, it can be judged that the dungeon is built around a cone, and the width of the passages and various caverns open up layer by layer. As soon as they entered the 1st floor of the dungeon, the phosphorescence on the rock walls, as if startled, dimmed simultaneously the moment they stepped in. The ground underfoot was uneven, with rubble visible, making a crackle sound when stepped upon, echoing in the silent passage, sending a chill down one's spine. The pressure brought by the environment and atmosphere, and the fact that monsters respawn at any time, plus the sense of crisis that corrodes the whole body, adventurer really isn't a job for ordinary people. Hoshimi looked around at the gloomy environment and couldn't help but frown slightly, sighing. Maintain the diamond formation. Dwarf uncle lit the magic stone lamp embedded in the hilt of his battle axe, and the ghostly blue light tore through the thick darkness. Hoshimi's sword hummed in its sheath, and Hephaestus's emblem on the hilt glowed with a dark red like molten lava. The crisp sound of rubble cracking under boots suddenly stopped. Enemies are coming. Laurier's pointed ears twitched imperceptibly. Left wall, 12 steps away. Almost simultaneously, asphalt-like slime seeped out of the rock wall, and deformed silhouettes struggled to take shape in the viscous substance. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding tearing sound, 3 monsters wrapped in foul-smelling amniotic fluid fell to the ground. These monsters were short in stature, but their eyes revealed a ferocity. Their dark green skin looked particularly hideous under the ghostly light, a pair of sharp ears stood high, and the sharp fangs in their mouths flashed with a cold glint in the dim light. Great, it's my kin. As soon as the green monsters landed, out of instinct, their turbid yet greedy eyes immediately locked onto the bow maiden, sword saintess Laurier. Then, brandishing the crude, simple wooden clubs in their hands, they pounced out from the shadows, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. This monster is the lowest level, weakest existence in the dungeon, the goblin. First kill belongs to me. The great sword on Welf's shoulder flashed with a cold light, awakening the sleeping labyrinth. In the shrill whistle of the blade splitting the air, the lead goblin was slashed into 2 pieces across the shoulder. Before the foul green blood could splash onto Laurier's white boots, Hoshimi had already spun to block in front of her, his blade precisely knocking away the club thrown by another goblin. Immediately after, Hoshimi quickly stepped forward and swung a reverse Kessa slash, the blade precisely slicing open a goblin's throat. Thanks to Ms. Ryu Lion's strict training on normal days, otherwise it wouldn't have been so calm today. Thank you. Laurier's small face flushed slightly, and she said softly with a bit of shyness and gratitude. Seeing the green-skinned goblin clan surging up like a tide, she immediately steadied her mind, aimed forward, raised her fair hand, drew her bow and notched an arrow. The sharp arrow flew out with a whoosh. In an instant, the moment the feathered arrow pierced the third goblin's throat, at almost the same moment, Welf's sword hilt smashed heavily onto the head of a terrified goblin beside it. When Welf looked back, he found that Hoshimi had already coolly slaughtered several incoming goblins. Hoshimi, well done. This should be your first battle, right? Welf patted Hoshimi's shoulder and said loudly, "Kid, your swordsmanship doesn't look like it's your first time in the dungeon. Those few moves just now, fast, accurate, and ruthless, you must have practiced a lot, right?" As an adventurer clearly at the mid-level of LV1, Laurier's unerring archery against the low-defense goblins didn't surprise anyone. It was Hoshimi, who was stepping into the dungeon for the first time, who not only showed no fear but reacted in time, successively blocking the goblins' attacks and killing several of them, which surprised everyone. Hoshimi wiped the blood off his sword, the corners of his mouth upturned, and said with a calm expression. As the weakest monsters in the dungeon, even an ordinary farmer with a pitchfork could probably handle goblins. This is nothing. Everyone laughed. Just as Welf was about to step forward to pick up the shattered magic stones of the goblins, Dwarf Uncle waved his hand and said, "Goblin magic stone fragments have no value, don't pick them up, it's a waste of time. Our familia doesn't care about this little money, let's hurry up and move on." Indeed, a small magic stone fragment of a goblin is only worth 100 currency, while at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, a portion of wild boar steak from Mamma Mia costs 1000 currency. These magic stone fragments can't even buy a steak, at most just a few fried potato balls. I remember that if the shattered magic stones of monsters are picked up and eaten by other monsters, it will enhance their original strength and turn them into enhanced species of the race. Is that okay? Laurier, who had always been doing tasks outside the city, didn't know much about the dungeon and asked curiously. It's fine. This is the first floor of the dungeon, frequently visited by high-level adventurers. Even if an enhanced species goblin appears, one axe blow will solve it, it won't amount to anything. Dwarf uncle laughed heartily and said nonchalantly. After a simple reorganization, everyone continued to move deeper into the dungeon. The scene on the second floor was much the same as the first, only the smell of decay in the air was even stronger. Not long after walking, a few kobolds rushed out howling. The kobolds were exactly as their name suggested, hunched in stature, covered in messy gray fur, their small red eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light in the darkness, clutching rusty short swords, frantically pouncing on the group. Welf and Hoshimi went up side by side. Amidst the crisscrossing sword shadows, the kobolds' crude short swords couldn't withstand the two's offensive. Before long, they were all slaughtered, and the green and dark red blood mixed together, flowing on the ground. On the third floor, the number of goblins increased significantly, but their strength was still vulnerable. Hoshimi and Welf paved the way in the front row, their swordsmanship becoming increasingly proficient, and every swing of the sword could take the life of a goblin. Laurier also shot accurately from the rear, with every arrow hitting its mark, reducing the pressure on the two. On the fourth floor, the environment became even worse, the passages narrow and damp, with water droplets falling from the ceiling from time to time, hitting everyone. The goblins and kobolds seemed to have learned to join forces, occasionally having a few sneak attacks from different directions. But after the coordination of several floors, the group worked well together. Welf was responsible for the frontal assault, Hoshimi flexibly supported, and Laurier provided long-range support. The group broke through all the way and passed smoothly. From the fifth floor, you have to be serious. That is the place known as the newbie graveyard, because the respawn frequency of monsters will be different from the first 4 floors. So we can moderately destroy the terrain to hinder the generation of monsters, because compared to the frantic respawning of monsters, the dungeon will prioritize repairing the terrain. Dwarf Uncle began to impart his experience and demonstratively slashed his battle axe at the wall. The wall immediately showed hideous marks, and the dungeon quickly condensed mysterious power to begin repairing the wall. So that's how it is, learned something. The 3 young people nodded one after another, indicating they understood. After a little adjustment, everyone came to the 5th floor. From the 5th floor, the faint green moss on the surrounding walls flashed with a more eerie glow, the entire wall had turned light green, and the structure had also begun to have new changes. However, just as they arrived at the 5th floor, they didn't find any monsters. Although the situation was a bit untimely, Laurier took light steps, quietly approached Hoshimi, and with a bit of curiosity and closeness, softly asked the question she had been curious about along the way. That, is Mr. Hoshimi born in winter? It is indeed in the month of midwinter. Hoshimi was stunned for a moment, then said, "What's wrong, Ms. Laurier?" After listening, Laurier's eyes lit up, and her ear tips showed a cherry color under the reflection of the fluorescent moss. I am from the month of midsummer. I am a few months older than you. As the words fell, Laurier looked down at Hoshimi's strong and charming wrists, and suddenly felt that the foul air of the dungeon had become fresh. Younger. It's a younger brother. Roar roar roar. Sigh sigh. Thinking about it, the corners of Laurier's mouth rose involuntarily, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Seeing the interaction between the two, Dwarf Uncle stroked his thick and messy beard, scanning Hoshimi back and forth, recalling the experience of levels 1 to 4, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although this kid's swordsmanship is indeed quite good, easily slaughtering several goblins and kobolds, which is not something an ordinary newcomer can do. But Lady Hephaestus personally instructed to focus on cultivating this potential newcomer. He had been struggling in this dungeon for many years and had seen all kinds of adventurers, so why couldn't he see where this child's special potential was? Is there some hidden skill not yet displayed, or is there another hidden story behind it? While Dwarf Uncle was pondering, suddenly, the magic stone lamp illuminated the suddenly widening cave ahead. Countless stalactites pointed at the abyss-like inverted sharp swords, refracting eerie rainbows in the phosphorescence. Welf, who was in front, had his pupils suddenly shrink. In the enchanting halo, 6 pairs of scarlet eyes lit up one after another like candle flames. Prepare formation. It's killer ants. Dwarf Uncle in the back slammed his battle axe on the ground and shouted loudly, "Brother Welf block the front, Hoshimi protect the flanks, Elf Maiden, rear support." The phosphorescence on the fifth floor of the dungeon flowed strangely on the rock walls. The sound of teeth grinding shell friction came from the hexagonal holes. 6 killer ants, each a meter high, were encircling from different directions, and the venom flowing on their blood-red carapaces etched wisps of green smoke on the ground. According to Dwarf Uncle's guidance, the three immediately set up a front, middle, and rear formation. These are killer ants. Laurier's golden pupils in the back constricted. Looking at this group of oversized blood-red ants, the knuckles of her fingers clutching the longbow turned white, and the white plumes in the quiver trembled slightly with her rapid breathing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The killer ants made whispers, and the first one pounced. Welf dodged to the side, nimbly avoiding the sickle-shaped pincers, while the greatsword in his hand slashed down fiercely. With a loud clang, sparks splashed, and the blade rubbed a white mark on the killer ant's hard shell. Although it didn't cause a fatal wound, it made the killer ant's offensive stall. However, the killer ant's second pair of limbs suddenly stabbed out, scratching a 3-inch deep crack in Welf's breastplate. It can even faint. Welf spat out the blood foam in his mouth, but he still withstood the attack, swung his greatsword again, slashed down, and slaughtered it. And Hoshimi on the left also raised his one-handed sword, quickly slaughtering 2 killer ants with flexible techniques. Seeing that her companions had all acted, Laurier quickly flashed to a relatively open position at the back of the team, grasped the longbow with her fair hands, and locked onto the killer ants in front. Holding her breath, the bowstring trembled slightly. In an instant, arrows flew out like shooting stars chasing the moon. Squeak. The killer ant whose compound eye was pierced swung its sickle blade forelimbs frantically, and the foul green mucus splashed on the quartz pillar, making a sizzle sound. Laurier quickly rolled sideways to avoid the splashing venom, and the second arrow accurately sank into the membrane at the joint of another killer ant's abdomen. However, because Laurier is an elf, she is quite outstanding in agility and technique, but there is a shortcoming in strength. Even if the arrow hit the vitals of the killer ant, it still left it with a breath. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dying killer ant let out a squeaking sound, and then suddenly arched its back carapace, and the purple-red pheromones drilled into the nearest hexagonal hole like a living thing. They actually called for companions. Dwarf Uncle said angrily with his battle axe. In an instant, the phosphorescence on the 5th floor shone, and the entire cave trembled suddenly. More hexagonal holes bloomed on the rock walls, and the newly born killer ants' carapaces gleamed with ominous red patterns, and the venom dripping from their mouthparts etched green smoke on the ground. The killer ants' shells are sturdy, and their attack power is far beyond the monsters of the previous few floors. Moreover, they can send out pheromones to call for companions before they die. Such ability causes many newcomers to die under the claws of these suddenly strengthened monsters, so they are known as newbie killers. Welf noticed that the situation was becoming increasingly severe, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He gritted his teeth, held the greatsword tighter with both hands, and began to fight hard in the front. Elf Maiden, there are 5 more coming from the side. Dwarf Uncle's roar from the back echoed in the dungeon. Welf tried his best to block in the front, but 5 red shadows suddenly separated from the battle group, and the sickle blades dragged a crescent-shaped trajectory on the ground, pouncing directly at Laurier. Monsters also have a certain degree of intelligence. They clearly felt that Welf in the front holding a greatsword and wearing a breastplate could withstand many of their attacks, but the weak elf maiden in the back could be torn to pieces with one blow. Therefore, they attacked quickly. The elf maiden who reacted quickly shot arrows continuously while retreating rapidly, but the fingers trembling from overdrawing the bow and the nervous mood began to affect the accuracy. The arrows that should have hit the joints, dinged, and bounced off the carapace. After the attack failed, 5 killer ants were about to rush in front of her. At this moment, the elf's proud dynamic vision became a curse, and she could clearly see the terrified face reflected on the sickle blade. In the compound eye array of those killer ants, there were countless mirrored images of the blonde elf being dismembered. Looks like I have to make a move. Seeing this critical situation, Dwarf Uncle steeled his heart and decided to help everyone overcome this difficulty. However, just at this critical moment, Hoshimi's voice came from the left side. Back away. At this moment, after Hoshimi finished chanting his magic, he nimbly pulled open the bracer on his left arm, revealing a cylindrical metal device. The Doraemon's air cannon. The moment Hoshimi slipped the device onto his forearm, the air suddenly became as viscous as gelatin. Bang! It wasn't an explosion, but the roar of space being violently torn apart. The rock layer beneath Hoshimi's feet cracked radially, and the materialized wind pressure formed a vacuum zone with a diameter of 3 meters in front of him. The killer ants bearing the brunt of the impact looked like clay crushed by an invisible giant hand. A large amount of green fluid sprayed from the joints of their carapaces, and their 6 limbs maintained a strange slashing posture in midair. Bang! As the second shockwave spread in a fan shape, in an instant, the phosphorescence of the entire 5th floor of the dungeon was distorted. The quartz pillars turned into crystalline dust in the shockwave, and the killer ant limbs floating in the air were further decomposed into even smaller fragments. Laurier's blonde hair danced wildly in the violent airflow. Bang bang! 2 consecutive explosions superimposed into a destructive chord. The remaining killer ant swarm vaporized into purple-red mist amidst the vacuum oscillation, and even the newly opened hexagonal holes on the rock wall behind were shattered into powder. Welf stood frozen on the spot. The monsters that were fighting him 3 seconds ago had now turned into bloody reliefs embedded in the rock wall. The onslaught of the killer ant swarm, which had been surging forward, instantly collapsed. The remaining killer ants were also stunned by this sudden, powerful force, stopping in their tracks, fear appearing in their eyes as they began to flee in panic. The deathly silence lasted for a full 10 heartbeats. The first to break the silence were the water droplets dripping from the rocky ceiling. Welf stood stunned in place, staring wide-eyed at Hoshimi with an expression of disbelief, and it took a while before he squeezed out a sentence. What kind of move is this? It's so powerful. Meanwhile, Laurier, having snapped out of it, raised her hand to wipe her cheek, only to find that the splattered green blood was rapidly evaporating. The iris unique to the elf race swirled with a pale golden halo under the agitation of her emotions. At this moment, her gaze toward Hoshimi seemed to have an extra filter, making this younger brother appear even more mysterious and powerful. Is this fooling a move that a level 1 can release? The dwarf uncle's beard was trembling, and his battle axe clattered to the ground. He stared fixedly at the metal cylinder Hoshimi had slipped onto his forearm, his expression extremely complex. Based on his judgment, the power of the blow just now was already stronger than an ordinary magic sword. Is this the reason why Lady Hephaestus values him? Bang! Bang! The 7th floor of the dungeon echoed with deafening explosions. As Hoshimi stepped into the passageway about to enter the 8th floor, several deformed shadows lunged from different directions. On the left, the newbie killer wore shadows sickle-like bone claws plowed sparks into the rock wall. On the right, the spines on the back of a needle rabbit glinted with a ghostly green poison, and a diving purple moth was shaking off hallucinogenic scales. This was originally a death triangle formation that terrified new adventurers. However, bang! The transparent wind pressure shockwave formed by compressed air pierced through the purple moth's translucent wing membrane, blowing the highly toxic scales back into the needle rabbit's wide-open mouthparts. In an instant that Welf hadn't even perceived, Hoshimi slightly turned his wrist, and the second air cannon hit the War Shadow's cervical vertebrae joint with precision. That body, which could easily cut through iron armor, immediately collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. Third shot. Another barrage of fire, and the remaining needle rabbit was ground into fragments by the air vortex compressed to the limit, turning into a pile of magic stones. After completing these operations, Hoshimi held the metal cylinder on his right wrist with his left hand, and a trail of smoke-like energy rose from the muzzle. He is simply a human battering ram, an incredible newcomer has joined our familia. The dwarf Engdu muttered, stroking his beard. The magic stones piled at his feet were almost overflowing from the leather bag. These monsters, which should have required the cooperation of multiple level 1 teams to hunt, were now falling in droves like straw in a wheat field under Hoshimi's bombardment. This power is already comparable to a magic sword, and a magic sword will break. Welf stared wide-eyed at Hoshimi standing in front, unable to help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. Hoshimi's magical device hit wherever he aimed, instantly turning the surrounding space into a bombardment zone. Not a single monster was left unshattered. Of course, for Hoshimi, this was a matter of course. The high-tech gadget, air cannon, from the 22nd century, which, when worn on the hand and fired by shouting, bang, would launch an invisible air pressure attack at enemies, appeared frequently in the Doraemon's adventure stories, especially the feature-length ones. Theoretically, anyone could pick it up and use it to attack, but in the dungeon world, only Hoshimi, who had the power of the blessing inscribed, could wield it. Furthermore, the power of the air cannon was not static, its magnitude was determined entirely by the mental energy Hoshimi consumed. It could be small enough to shatter a goblin without leaving much of a commotion, while a full-powered blow consuming all his current mental energy should be able to reach the powerful strike of a level 2 adventurer. The team continued to advance. When the seventh wave of monsters swarmed out from a corner and was easily bombarded to an end by Hoshimi, Laurier's pointed ears suddenly twitched, and she finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Hoshimi, your magic item, its attack is so strong. Does it mean it can be fired continuously without needing a cooldown? Laurier had seen the winged shoes and the Hades helmet, made by her captain, the all-rounder, Asfi, but most of those intricate items were auxiliary magic items, their main purpose being to help her goddess clean up messes and assist in battle. But the boy in front of her possessed a purely offensive magic item. The principle is different. During the conversation, Hoshimi's air cannon blasted another lunging war shadow into rock dust, and he smiled slightly, explaining. No cooldown is needed. Whether it's a magic sword or a magic item, they all require activation time, but this one relies purely on air pressure difference. Air pressure difference. Laurier was bewildered. What is this? Hoshimi didn't blame Laurier for not understanding, because he was likely the only one playing with technology in this fantasy world. Watch out. As the words fell, Hoshimi suddenly turned and retreated, the metal cylinder sweeping past the tips of Laurier's hair. The compressed air let out a sharp whistle, grinding the swarm of poison moths that had snuck up from behind into powder. The elf's pale golden hair danced wildly in the airwave, and her nostrils were filled with the dust of shattered magic stones. Sorry. I was saved by Mr. Hoshimi again. Laurier retreated half a step with a flushed face, her heart pounding wildly under her robe. This feeling of being protected by absolute power was completely different from being with Captain Asfi. No intricate tactical layouts, only the violent aesthetics of crushing everything. Rampant. After reaching the 9th floor, Miss Laurier will be parting ways with us, right? After blasting a war shadow into fragments, and in the course of their unconscious advance, the group had arrived at the passageway entering the 9th floor. Why yes. Laurier lowered her head slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. She had been entrusted by Lord Hermes to come and investigate the connection between the Darkness Familia and the deviant monsters on the 9th floor, and initially, she had entrusted Hoshimi to take her to a special area on the 9th floor to collect the incredibly precious blue phoenix butterflies. But now, with the destination so close, a sliver of reluctance welled up in her heart. In fact, there was no need to worry about the return trip. Other adventurers from her familia had already made arrangements to meet her here and escort her safely back to the surface. It's just, she was a bit reluctant. The Blue Phoenix butterfly gathering area on the 9th floor is nearby. After collecting the samples, I will. Laurier's voice suddenly dropped, and she looked down at her tightly clasped fingertips. This was clearly the perfect opportunity to ask for contact information, but the restraint unique to the elf race made Laurier hesitate. This was the unique bashfulness of the elf race, she didn't dare to easily express her inner thoughts. Just like a certain blonde elf in the tavern, when she saw Hoshimi going out with a blonde swordswoman, even though she was already very angry, she still had to pretend to be calm in front of Seal and Anya, pretending to be relaxed and muttering to herself. It's just going out to buy things together, I'm not envious at all. Newcomer, let's go back after we finish exploring the 9th floor. The pack carried by the dwarf uncle acting as the supporter was already full to the brim. Thanks to the fact that Hoshimi's efficiency in bombarding low-level monsters was simply too fast, even strong ones like killer ants and war shadows were killed in one hit. The claws and magic stones they dropped still had some value. The monsters on the 9th floor were the same as the previous floors, just with a slightly faster spawn rate. A simple exploration would suffice. No problem, I've probably consumed about enough. Hoshimi needed to consume mental energy to use the air cannon, and the bombardment along the way had already consumed two-thirds of it. After the ninth floor came the 10th floor, and stepping into the 10th 12th floors was a brand new and more dangerous territory. Large-bodied monsters would appear frequently, like the orcs in the upper level 1 range, which were representative of them. At that time, to pierce through the high defense of these monsters, Hoshimi would have to further increase the power of the air cannon, but in doing so, the consumption of mental energy would become increasingly rapid. It was better to stop in time today. While everyone was talking, they had already arrived at the area of the ninth floor, but before they could continue exploring, a shrill scream suddenly came from the fork in the road ahead. Run! There are monsters behind. Run that way, led this monster to them. 5 blood-covered adventurers came running, scrambling and crawling. When the leading dwarf saw the other adventurers, a malicious glint flashed in his muddy eyes. Passing by the other adventurers and brushing past them, Hoshimi took a slight look and confirmed this character. Ganu Belwar, that dwarf who harmed Lily in the original work. Hey, Sumo Familia, what are you doing? The rude dwarf shifted the disaster, directly leading the monster chasing them into another Familia's team. The adventurers in that team were cursing the scum of the Sumo Familia, but before they could curse twice, the monster had already reached them. It was extremely burly and sturdy, over 2 people tall, and its whole body was covered with layer upon layer of rough, hard, and dense silver-gray fur. Silverback ape. A monster from the 12th floor. The main god of the Sumo Familia could create incredibly delicious, divine wine, using only the development, blending, and manufacturing methods of mortal materials, without using divine power or the help of Familia members possessing mystery. After descending to the mortal realm, Soma was still as obsessed with brewing fine wine as he was in the celestial realm, but brewing fine wine was very expensive, so he established a familia for his own interest. However, the familia never earned much money. In order to make the members work harder, Soma decided to give them a prize, the divine wine he brewed himself. But to his surprise, the members who had tasted the divine wine once were immediately controlled by the pleasure brought by the divine wine, becoming addicted to the divine wine to the point of madness and self-degradation. This made Soma feel disappointed. Afterward, Soma was unwilling to interfere in the internal affairs of the familia, instead immersing himself in brewing divine wine and turning a blind eye to the chaos of the familia. The one who really held the power in the familia became the captain of the Sumo Familia. Although the Sumo Familia was a familia with many members, most of them were weak adventurers. Ganu Belwar was such a weakling. 3 years ago, when he first touched the Sumo Familia emblem, there were still calluses from blacksmithing on his palms. At that time, he believed that the dungeon would bestow upon the son of a blacksmith a glory more dazzling than a furnace. Until the orc's mace shattered all his illusions. Quickly throw the magic stone bag over. At the moment of encountering the swarm of killer ants on the 7th floor, he snatched the supporter's backpack and threw it at the queen ant. Watching the youth being dragged into the nest by the worker ants, Ganu trembled and took his first sip of divine wine in his life. The moment the amber liquid slid down his throat, he heard the faint sound of something shattering deep within his soul. At this moment, he was curled up in the interlayer of the transport vehicle, holding the original divine wine ceramic jar like he was embracing the waste of his first love. The silverback ape in the iron cage outside the vehicle suddenly whimpered. Under the illumination of the moonstone, Ganu saw blood beads oozing from the monster's silver-gray fur. The divine wine mixed with apple wine could not deceive the monster's internal organs after all. He hurriedly poured out half a pot of the diluted liquid, but deliberately spilled 1/3 of it on the ground. Anyway, by the time Captain Johnny's discovered it, he would have long since squandered the stolen money at the casino. When the scalpel of the Darkness Familia touched the back of the silverback ape's neck, the first thing to snap was the metal chain binding it. 7 bone spurs burst from the monster's spine, each dripping with black mucus mixed with the divine wine. The originally silver moon-like fur was now surging with blood vessel-like red veins, as if magma were moving under the skin. Its movements in tearing apart the first prey were too elegant. The right hand wearing brass knuckles pierced the human's chest cavity, while the left hand picked up the dropped divine wine bottle, tilting its head to drink in a posture akin to a nobleman tasting century-old vintage. Ganu Belwar's chainmail clanked in the frantic run, his sweat-soaked shirt sticking to the bruise on his lower back. 30 meters behind, the roar of the silverback ape, laden with the stench of blood, shattered the rock wall. Those sharp claws still stained with visceral fragments were plowing 5 deep grooves into the cave tunnel. At this distance, he could even smell the sourness of the fermented divine wine in the monster's throat. Plants, plants, plants. The dwarf running to his front right suddenly burst out with 3 curses. Ganu knew without looking back that someone else had been torn apart. In the vertical escape from the 12th floor to the 9th floor, he watched with his own eyes as 5 companions were skewered like kebabs by the ape's claws. The red-haired Amazon warrior was hung upside down and torn in two, and the human swordsman's skull smashed against the rock wall with the crisp sound of a watermelon bursting. The most ironic thing was that 3 of them still had water skins filled with inferior fruit wine snatched from the newcomers hanging at their waists. When the fluorescence of the moss on the 9th floor came into view, Ganu's lungs were already burning to the point of carbonization. The turning point occurred at the cluster of phosphorescent mushrooms at the corner. At this life-or-death moment, Ganu Belwar, as the team leader, discovered that adventurers from another familia were fighting other monsters not far away. Thus, selfishness and cunning burst forth from the depths of his rotting soul. "Run over there," led this monster to them. He roared with a hoarse throat, throwing the last half-pot of watered-down divine wine toward the direction of a certain familia. The amber liquid drew a viscous arc in the air. It was a Pandora's box mixed with addictive magic essence and betrayal. There was no need for a second command. The survivors of the sumo familia showed astonishing tacit understanding, throwing the remaining divine wine into the middle of the team of a certain familia. As this, considered a gift from the monster. Welf, carrying his greatsword, witnessed everything before him. The so-called gift was originally an elegant term used by bards for gifts between friends and relatives, but when these 2 words rolled out from the wine-stained roots of the tongues of those drunks from the sumo familia, they clearly carried the stench of a rotting corpse. When some adventurers are chased by high-level monsters, they scurry through the dungeon like plague-ridden rats, using blood-stained bait to lead the Grim Reaper to the camps of other familias. This kind of despicable and immoral conduct is originally a taboo of the Adventurers Guild. But when the perpetrators are that group of drunks from the sumo familia, morality is nothing more than watered-down inferior wine. "We have to fight it out." The dwarf adventurer in the familia roared and swung his battle axe, his knotted muscles bulging in exaggerated arcs under the chainmail. The whistling sound caused by the axe blade breaking the air made the robe corners of the mages behind him flutter. This dwarf adventurer was a peak LV1 adventurer. Under normal circumstances, a silverback ape is just a monster at the upper level of LV1. The companions in the same familia all remembered how this battle axe had sliced a silverback ape in half 3 days ago. So the originally nervous mages lowered their staves one after another, and the other familia members also relaxed their vigilance, thinking that the battle would end soon. However, the next second, something amazing happened. Clang! The crisp sound of metal breaking made people's eardrums ache. The silverback ape's forearm, covered in silver-gray bone armor, collided with the axe blade. Before the splashing sparks landed, a fist the size of a carriage wheel had already pierced through the smoke and dust. The dwarf adventurer's breastplate exploded into powder the moment it caved in, and his sturdy body weighing over 200 pounds was like rubble thrown by a catapult, smashing spider web-like cracks into the rock wall. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Looking from a distance, fresh blood was winding into a stream from beneath the dwarf adventurer's body embedded in the stone crevice, and the monster's silvery white fur was turning crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye. The attack intensity exceeds the threshold. Could this beast be an enhanced species of LV2? Uncle Engdu, watching from not far away, said in surprise. At the same time, having finished off the dwarf adventurer, the silverback ape exhaled a heavy snort and set its next target on the Yamabuki-colored elf in the middle of the team. Lady Lefia, run away. When they realized it was an enhanced species of monster, the other familia members raised their weapons in a panic. And the elf maiden called Lefia was standing still, facing the huge silverback ape. Her Yamabuki-colored long hair scattered like a waterfall in the turbulent wind, and her sky-blue pupils reflected the monster's ferocious fangs. She gripped the staff engraved with the fairy emblem in her hand, and the magic crystal embedded in the head of the staff was flickering slightly. However, at this distance, at this timing, even a genius known as the Thousand Fairies could not weave any magic syllable in time. Lady Lefia. When the scream tore through the stagnant air, the silverback ape's fist was only 3 inches away from the elf's smooth forehead. Engdu, not far away, swung his battle axe, wanting to charge over immediately, but just then, a figure was faster than him. A sonic boom exploded on the 9th floor of the dungeon. The youth turned into a golden streak of lightning, and the gold-patterned katana dragged out golden afterimages along his trajectory. The moment the scabbard collided with the ape's arm, the ground within a 10-meter radius collapsed with a roar, and the light of the earth vein gushed out from the spider web-like cracks. The youth maintained the starting stance of his sword-drawing technique with his left hand, and the katana body flashing with golden lightning in his right hand parried the heavy blow that could have shattered a city wall. Made it. Hoshimi tilted his head slightly, his pitch-black eyes beneath his messy hair reflecting the stunned pretty face of the Yamabuki-colored elf. Next time before you zone out, remember to calculate the incantation time first, Miss Honor Student. Lefia Voridis, an elf maiden. When other students were still learning how to cast primary magic, the tip of Lefia's staff could already weave a rainbow-colored elemental vortex. The librarian of the school district often said that this elf maiden who used grimoires as pillows was simply a walking living grimoire. After transferring from the school district to the Loki Familia, she possessed firepower comparable to LV.4 while still at LV.2, and because of her special magic, she could use thousands of spells from her fellow elves through summoning magic, earning her the title of Thousand Fairies. Although she was supposed to be assigned to the second team, Riveria, the vice-captain of the Loki Familia 9 Demonesses, suggested cultivating her as the future #1 magic user of the Familia. So, when Captain Finn threw the first team badge over, Lefia was thrilled. Later, when the 12-year-old LV2 adventurer raised her beechwood staff and the emerald magic torrent overturned the floor boss of the 17th floor, Goliath, the strength of the Thousand Fairies was recognized by the entire Familia. However, but the dungeon never favors geniuses. During the expedition on the 48th floor, Lefia, run! The final cry of the elf maiden Mira, who was responsible for support, mixed with the smell of sulfur and pierced into her nasal cavity, the crimson fangs of the magma dragon pierced through her chest. The ice magic incantation that Lefia should have completed in 0.7 seconds now congealed into blood-stained ice shards in her throat. After returning from the expedition, Lefia's fingertips often unconsciously rubbed against her staff. Every time she prepared to chant magic, Myra's tragic face would always emerge at the edge of her vision. Lefia was left with deep psychological trauma because of this incident. Fortunately, Mother Riveria intervened in time and, through psychological counseling, dispelled the haze in Lefia's heart little by little. In the process of gradually walking out of the haze, Lefia took the initiative to propose going to the dungeon for psychological rehabilitation, hoping to completely heal her inner trauma through actual combat training. According to the professional advice of the dwarf captain, Lefia's activity range for this trip was limited to the upper floors, that is, the 1 to 12 floor area. To ensure nothing went wrong, the team also had several peak LV1 adventurers and LV2 adventurers to hold the line. With such a team configuration, they had the ability to walk sideways in the upper floor area. However, when a silverback ape emitting a strange aura suddenly appeared, the entire Loki Familia squad was careless. At first, everyone just thought it was a silverback ape that broke through the floor limit due to an abnormal situation, but they never expected that this silverback ape, because of the sumo familia, had drunk diluted divine wine and fallen into a frenzy, causing its ability value to soar, almost reaching the LV2 level. The Loki Familia squad was careless for a moment and fell into a predicament. When the dwarf adventurer was swatted away, Lefia had already realized something was wrong and began preparing magic chants to deal with the monster in front of her. But the moment her gaze met the silverback apes, the scarlet light leaping in the silverback ape's pupils suddenly dragged out the most unbearable memory in the depths of her heart. The nightmare-like magma red eyes overlapped and intertwined with the scarlet gaze in front of her. Lefia's body froze instantly, and the magic chant stopped abruptly. Fear flooded her like a surging tide, putting her in extreme danger. when the fist carrying the stench of blood was about to crush the elf's skull. Fortunately, golden sword light tore through the damp air. The black-haired youth's figure leaping in the air brought up a red afterimage, and the katana collided with the ape's claws, sparking blinding sparks. The moment he easily unloaded the impact, the sapphire embedded in the hilt reflected Lefia's eyes, which had lit up again. So fast. In the shadows, Lady Cat Anya Frommel tensed her waist, and the silver sword, Moon Kiss, hummed in its sheath. Anya Frommel's emerald pupils contracted into vertical lines. The dynamic vision of an LV4 adventurer could clearly see the saliva threads hanging on the silverback ape's fangs. She was originally calculating the angle of attack. At the 0.3 seconds when the monster's fist was about to crush the elf's skull, her sword energy would instantly pierce its throat. However, a golden light sliced through the cave. As the youth's katana was unsheathed, the heavy fist of the enhanced silverback ape, capable of shattering rock walls, was actually steadily parried by the thin blade 3 inches from Lefia's nose tip. The surging fist wind lifted the elf's Yamabuki-colored long hair, revealing the cold sweat oozing from the back of her neck. Who is this? Could it be another guard invited by Finn? Anya Frommel's action of sheathing her sword carried a subtle stagnation, her gaze fixed on the black-haired youth who had parried the silverback ape's attack. Lady Lefia, are you injured? Several Loki Familia adventurers were frantic, instantly crowding around, their eyes scanning Lefia's body anxiously, full of worry and concern, the inquiry spilling out of their mouths. I'm fine. Lefia's voice carried a hint of trembling, clearly not having fully recovered from the thrilling scene just now. She lifted her eyes slightly, her gaze carrying a lingering fear of surviving a disaster, and cast it toward the black-haired youth who had extended a helping hand at the moment of life and death. And at this moment, the silverback ape, which had fallen into a berserk state, tilted its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar, its muscles tense all over, and it raised that fist as big as a sandbag high again, carrying a whistling wind, and viciously smashed it toward the position where everyone was. At the same time, the golden katana in Hoshimi's hand seemed to have anticipated the silverback ape's attack intent in advance. The blade vibrated slightly, emitting a hum that sounded almost urgent. Then, just as the silverback ape's fist was about to make contact with everyone, it shifted across the attack path at a speed nearly impossible for the naked eye to track, parrying the fierce blow with pinpoint precision. Famous sword, Dankumaru, a toy sword with a built-in radar system produced in the 22nd century. It can detect an enemy's movements and automatically perform attacks and defenses, so you are guaranteed to win when using it to compare swordsmanship. Clang! Another sound of clashing metal echoed through the cave. Hoshimi flicked his wrist, and Dankumaru carved a crescent arc in the air. The sparks that erupted from the collision between the blade and the ape's fist were like a miniature meteor shower. Every heavy blow from the silverback ape, capable of shattering stone walls, was precisely intercepted by this breathing katana, stopping it 3 meters away from Lefia. Who is he? The Loki Familia adventurers were curious. I remember now. Isn't this the newcomer who caught the attention of Lady Sword Princess at the banquet? A cat-person girl exclaimed. The Hephaestus Familia newcomer who had caught Bet's attention at the Hostess of Fertility last week was currently using a glittering golden sword to effortlessly block the silverback ape's torrential, violent fists. Are you kidding me? It's him. That newcomer from the Hephaestus Familia. The just-injured level 1 dwarf adventurer clutched his bruised chin and exclaimed back, I'm about to become a level 2 adventurer, and with my A-rank durability, I still couldn't withstand the impact of this silverback ape. He's just a rookie adventurer holding a golden toy sword, and he's easily. Before he could finish, a flash of golden sword light streaked by. Under the silverback ape's storm-like onslaught, the katana in the black-haired youth's hand moved with nimble agility. Every parry was perfectly timed, and the golden light it trailed looked like strings of magnificent fireworks, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. What gorgeous swordsmanship! The male members of the Loki Familia were instantly stunned by the scene before them, an indescribable shock surging in their hearts. The youth appearing before them now was completely different from the image of the waiter quietly working in the tavern last time. The elf maiden group nearby was also deeply shocked by the youth's stunning swordsmanship skills. The entire group of Loki Familia adventurers couldn't help but picture the valiant figure of the Sword Princess, hailed as the strongest female swordsman in their familia. Unlike the Sword Princess, who usually crushed opponents directly with superior stats and additional magic, this youth only displayed the ability scores expected of a level 1 adventurer. Yet, using a unique set of swordsmanship parrying techniques, he forcefully blocked a series of consecutive attacks from the Berserk level 2 Silverback ape. As long as he swung his sword, no monster could break through his defense. Elegant, simply too elegant. This visual feast of flashing golden light was deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present. Roar. Burning with raging fury in its scarlet eyes, the silverback ape raised its thick arms high, its sandpot-sized fists carrying the whistling wind. However, the golden flash appeared, and the heavy, powerful blow was easily blocked again. The breath exhaled from the silverback ape's nostrils was exceptionally heavy, and the youth's slender figure was reflected in its scarlet pupils. What a joke, what a joke. This body, strengthened by divine wine, could clearly crush an orc's skull, yet every heavy punch was lightly deflected by that toy-like golden sword. Such humiliation stung the monster's nerves more than an arrow wound. When Hoshimi held up Dankumaru with one hand for the 20th time, steadily blocking the silverback ape's attack, the others around had already recovered from their initial astonishment. The elf maiden Laurier reacted quickly. She knocked an arrow, extended her fair arm, and the bowstring snapped against her fingertips. The fletching cut through the sky like a meteor, carving a magnificent arc in the air, heading straight and true for the silverback ape's scarlet pupil. Roar. The silverback ape, suddenly struck in the eye by the arrow, let out a heaven-shaking roar, pain and rage intertwined in the cry. Blood gushed uncontrollably from its eye, instantly staining its furry cheek red. Having lost half its vision, it began to flail its fists in a panic, trying to drive away the enemy before it. Hoshimi remained calm in the face of danger. He raised famous sword, Dankumaru, with one hand, blocking the silverback ape's disorganized attacks. At the same time, he had already equipped the air cannon on his left hand. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wind pressure instantly erupted, forming a shockwave visible to the naked eye, rushing toward the silverback ape. Under this impact, the expression on the silverback ape's boulder-like, burly body twisted instantly. After struggling in vain, it retreated repeatedly, finally slamming into the rock wall behind it with a thud, shaking the surrounding sand and gravel so that they fell with a startling vibration. However, this silverback ape's vitality was unimaginably tenacious. Such a series of fierce attacks was still not enough to make it completely vanish. The silverback ape swayed as it climbed up from the ground again, roared at the sky, waved its fists, and with unstoppable momentum, came roaring and punching toward everyone once more. Everyone, hurry! Help out! The members of the Loki Familia understood perfectly. As a large familia in the city, they could never let the burden of confronting this fierce enhanced species rest entirely on the shoulders of one level 1 adventurer. Without hesitation, everyone quickly grabbed their respective weapons, moved their feet rapidly, and spread out in a fan shape, preparing to swarm the silverback ape to end the fight quickly. Wait, I can handle it. Let me hoard the experience, thanks. Just as tensions were rising, Hoshimi, who was steadily holding up famous sword, Dankumaru, with one hand, suddenly shouted to stop Welf and the other eager Loki Familia members who were about to rush forward to help. After speaking, Hoshimi flashed, moving as nimbly as a ghost as he swung his sword horizontally, easily deflecting the silverback ape's swift claw strike. He then used the recoil to slide back to Lefia's side, the golden blade light reflecting the elf maiden's tense face. I'll handle the containment. Miss Elf, please prepare the finishing magic. I'm counting on you. Hoshimi's tone was full of confidence, his gaze fixed firmly on Lefia's eyes, ready to pass this courage on to her. Me. Lefia was stunned for a moment, then realized after a while that Hoshimi was talking to her. However, Lefia hesitated, clearly harboring doubts about whether she could shoulder this responsibility. After all, during the expedition, it was her momentary nervousness that had led to the death of a fellow elf maiden. Yes, that's right. Only you are capable of serving as the powerful magic damage dealer. Don't be afraid. You have a full 5 minutes of incantation time now. During these 5 minutes, I will block any attacks for you. You just need to slowly adjust your state and focus your mental energy to chant the magic. Hoshimi kept an eye on the silverback ape's movements to prevent it from launching a sudden attack while softly comforting Lefia. Although he didn't know what Lefia had encountered before, based on his understanding of her character and her still tender age, Hoshimi understood that this blonde-haired maiden might not be outstanding in emergency response. What she needed most right now was someone to hold up a safe zone in front of her, allowing her to calm down, think carefully, and concentrate fully on chanting the magic. Of course, Hoshimi wasn't without the ambition to take down the silverback ape alone, but he knew in his heart that it was impossible to completely defeat the silverback ape with just this toy sword that only defended and didn't attack. Moreover, his own mental energy was severely depleted, with only a quarter left. He couldn't gather all his mental energy to boost the power of the air cannon to the maximum level to deliver a fatal blow to the silverback ape. Weighing it like this final blow that would decide the outcome could only be entrusted to Lefia. And the task Hoshimi set for himself was to use every last bit of his strength to contain the silverback ape and buy enough chanting time for Lefia. By the way, burn himself out and gain as much experience as possible. Encouraged by Hoshimi, Lefia took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and began chanting the magic. The surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly with her chanting. All the members of the Loki familia, as well as the blacksmith, the bow-wielding elf, and the dwarf adventurer from Hoshimi's team, unconsciously quieted down, focusing their gazes on this blonde elf. O proud warriors, O archer squads of the forest. Lefia's voice echoed leisurely in this ninth-floor space of the dungeon. In her mind, the vast, boundless emerald forest of her elven homeland gradually emerged, with sunlight filtering through the dense branches and leaves, forming patches of golden light. And at this moment, those patches of light seemed to transform into brave, fearless warriors. The encroaching marauders are before you, take up your bows. As the chanting progressed, Lefia opened her eyes slightly, and Hoshimi's back came into view. He was holding famous sword, Dankumaru, tightly with one hand, the golden blade light shining brilliantly in the dim dungeon, dispelling the fear in Lefia's heart. The blade collided violently with the silverback ape again and again, the sparks splashing like fireworks blooming in the night sky, illuminating this perilous battlefield. Looking at the silverback ape, its scarlet pupils were like two burning hellfires, full of rage and unwillingness, shockingly similar to the eyes of the lava dragon in the depths of Lefia's memories. In an instant, the fear of the past surged into her heart like a tide. But Hoshimi's precise parries again and again allowed Lefia's heart to gradually stabilize. Respond to the voices of your kin, knock your arrows and kindle the flames, light of the forest. Lefia's voice grew louder and louder. The surrounding adventurers held their breath, staring fixedly at Lefia, who was chanting the magic, and Hoshimi, who was blocking attacks in the front. The katana in Hoshimi's hand turned into a golden barrier, neutralizing every attack from the silverback ape. Although his mental energy had been consumed quite a bit and his arm was slightly sore from the continuous blocking, his gaze never wavered in the slightest. He remained steadfast in his promise to Lefia, to buy her enough chanting time. I command you to loose your arrows, elven fire bolts. Lefia's chanting gradually reached a climax, a look of determination appearing on her face. In Lefia's fantasy, she seemed to see the archers in the forest knocking their arrows in perfect unison, the arrowheads shimmering with scorching light under the sun, that light like leaping flames, about to burst forth. And on the real battlefield, the silverback ape grew increasingly violent. The beast monster's sensitivity allowed it to perceive the impending fatal blow, and its offensive became more and more fierce. But Hoshimi gritted his teeth, relying on his remaining mental energy, and raised, famous sword, Dankumaru, with its battery display at 1%, to forcefully withstand wave after wave of heavy attacks. At this moment, in Lefia's eyes, Hoshimi's figure, set against the backdrop of blade light and sparks, appeared incomparably tall, completely becoming the most solid reliance in her heart. Descend like rain, burn the barbarians. Volley fire javelin. As the last magical syllable fell, Lefia pushed her hands forward abruptly, and a dazzling, eye-catching flame magic circle instantly bloomed. Skill, Fairy Chorus, activated. Magic effect amplification, the enhancement effect for attack magic is doubled. Behold, Countless fire bolts burning with raging flames whistled out like shooting stars chasing the moon, with the momentum to destroy everything, shooting toward the silverback ape. In an instant, the entire dungeon was illuminated by this sudden strong light, and the whistling sound produced by the fire bolt's friction with the air was deafening. The silverback ape widened its eyes, trying to use its thick arms to block this overwhelming attack, but everything was in vain. The fire bolts struck its body as densely as raindrops, each collision triggering a violent explosion. Fire, smoke, and splashing sparks intertwined, forming an extremely magnificent and shocking scene. The silverback ape roared in pain, its body gradually swallowed by flames in this series of explosions, its originally burly body becoming riddled with holes. The attack continued. The fire bolts nailed into the silverback ape's body suddenly rotated in reverse, and countless rainbow-colored rays of light extended from the arrow tails, interweaving into a hexagram array pattern on the dome. The silverback ape's bloated body seemed to have been pressed with a pause button. The runaway magic, bound by the firelight, turned into a brilliant cocoon of flames, and then it exploded along with the monster's mountain-like remains, returning to nothingness together. As the last roar disappeared into the air, the silence on the battlefield lasted for 30 seconds. Everyone was too shocked to speak by this astonishingly powerful magic in the intense battle scene. It wasn't until a piece of debris fell from the ceiling that the Loki Familia members came back to their senses and burst into enthusiastic cheers. We won. What powerful magic. Lady Lefia is amazing. A look of relief appeared on Lefia's face. Her lake blue eyes looked toward the black-haired youth, filled with gratitude and admiration. At the same time, Hoshimi's mental energy was completely exhausted, and the golden glowing Denkumaru faded back to its ordinary silver color, but he wore a satisfied smile and gave a thumbs up to the certain blonde-haired elf. You did well. The afternoon sun of Warario shone through the stained glass, casting colorful light and shadows on the oak table in the Adventurers Guild advisor's office. The half-elf with brown hair suddenly braced herself against the edge of the table, her emerald pupils contracting violently as she looked at the black-haired youth in front of her in disbelief. The 9th floor. On your first exploration, that's almost reaching the 10th floor, the entrance to where you encounter large monsters. At this moment, the adventurer she was responsible for, Hoshimi of the Hephaestus Familia, sat opposite her, his expression slightly embarrassed. It is like that. Sunlight shone on the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. In an exclusive advisor's office here, Aina was listening to Hoshimi describe his adventure story of entering the dungeon for the first time. Aina. Zhu's slender fingers sank deep into her palms, and pale blue veins appeared on the back of her fair hands. She leaned forward across the wooden table, almost touching the nose of the rookie adventurer Hoshimi. Let me see your right arm. You just said your arm was shaking from being shocked by the enhanced silverback ape. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.